dismembering the territorial contiguity of the West Bank. This would have to be done by expropriating land from Arab owners, under the pretense that the step is necessary for military purposes, a subterfuge that had also worked quite well to deprive Israeli Arabs of the rights accorded to Jewish citizens, as in the notorious case of the town of Carmel. The settlement and dismemberment policies have since been followed systematically, and still are. Throughout, a leading role has been played by the official doves, notably Shimon Peres. Dayan had no illusions about the criminality of the enterprise he was recommending. Settling Israelis in occupied territory contravenes, as is known, international conventions, he observed, but there is nothing essentially new in that. He evidently expected the paymaster in Washington to object formally, but with a wink. That too has been the regular practice, even as the criminality has been underscored by Security Council resolutions and more recently by the International Court of Justice, with a basic agreement of U.S. Justice Pugenthal in a separate declaration. 11. Criminal actions by Palestinians, such as Qassam rockets fired from Gaza, are angrily condemned in the West. The far more violent and destructive Israeli actions sometimes elicit polite clucking of the tongues if they exceed approved levels of state terror. Invariably Israel's actions, for which of course the United States shares direct responsibility, are portrayed as retaliation, perhaps excessive. Another way of looking at the cycle of violence is that Qassam rockets are retaliation for Israel's unceasing crimes in Gaza and the West Bank, which is not separable from Gaza except by U.S. Israeli fiat. But standard racist ultra-nationalist assumptions exclude that interpretation. There is almost universal agreement in the West, including the human rights organizations, that Israeli actions to deter rockets are legitimate self-defense, even if disproportionate, sometimes perhaps even verging on criminality. The framework was adopted with virtual unanimity once again when Israel carried out a merciless attack on Gaza in December to January 2008-9. The position is quite clearly untenable. Another reflection of the power of the formidable Western propaganda system with its deep roots in imperial mentality. 150. Noam Chomsky. The facts and principles are quite straightforward and unambiguous. Like other states, Israel has the right of self-defense, that has not been in question. But the operative question is an entirely different one. Does Israel have the right of self-defense by force in this particular instance? On this matter, international law, including the UN Charter, is unambiguous. It has that right only if it has exhausted peaceful means, among other conditions that must be met. But Israel not only has not exhausted peaceful means, it has refused even to consider them. Putting aside the broader matter of its ending its daily crimes in occupied Palestine, and just keeping to Gaza, Israel refused even to consider accepting a ceasefire. Hamas repeatedly offered a ceasefire, which Israel and the United States had every reason to suppose would end Hamas rocket firing. These facts certainly undermine any justification for the U.S. Israeli assault on Gaza in December 2008. Apparently initiated to carry forward the programs of imposing massive suffering on the animals in the Gaza prison, taking over whatever is valuable in the West Bank, and ensuring that others are properly intimidated by Israeli force. 12. Given the virtual unanimity of the claim that the 2008-9 attack on Gaza was undertaken in legitimate self-defense, even if disproportionate in means, it is worthwhile to recall the immediate background. In June 2008, Israel and Hamas reached an agreement on a ceasefire, which called for opening the border crossings to allow the transfer of all goods that were banned and restricted to go into Gaza. Israel formally agreed, but immediately announced that it would not abide by the agreement and opened the borders until Hamas released Gilad Shalit. After immediately rejecting the June 2008 ceasefire it had formally accepted, Israel maintained its siege. We may recall that a siege is an act of war. In fact, Israel has always insisted on an even stronger principle: hampering access to the outside world, even well short of the siege, is an act of war, justifying massive violence in response. Interference with Israel's passage through the Straits of Tiran was a large part of the justification offered for Israel's invasion of Egypt, with France and England, in 1956, and for its launching of the June 1967 war. The siege of Gaza is total, not partial, apart from occasional willingness of the occupiers to free elections, good news and bad. 151. Relax it slightly to allow their survival. And it is vastly more harmful to Gazans than closing the Straits of Tiran was to Israel. Supporters of Israeli doctrines and actions should therefore have no problem justifying rocket attacks on Israeli territory from the Gaza Strip. Of course, again we run into the nullifying principle: this is us, that is them. Israel not only maintained the siege after June 2008, but did so with extreme rigor. It even prevented the UN Relief and Works Agency from replenishing its stores, so when the ceasefire broke down, we ran out of food for the 750,000 who depend on us, UNRWA Director John Jing informed the BBC. 13. Despite the Israeli siege, rocketing was sharply reduced. The spokesperson for the Prime Minister, Mark Rajef, acknowledged that there was not a single Hamas rocket among the few that were launched from the onset of the June 2008 ceasefire until November 4, when Israel violated it still more egregiously with a raid into Gaza, killing 6 Hamas activists and eliciting a retaliatory barrage of rockets, with no injuries. The Israeli government acknowledged the same on its official website. The November 4th raid was on the evening of the US presidential elections, when attention was focused elsewhere. The pretext for the raid was that Israel had detected a tunnel in Gaza that might have been intended for use to capture another Israeli soldier, a ticking tunnel in official communiques. The pretext was transparently absurd, as a number of Israeli commentators noted. If such a tunnel existed, and reached the border, Israel could easily have barred it right there. But as usual, the ludicrous Israeli pretext was deemed credible, and the timing was overlooked. 14. What was the reason for the Israeli raid? A fair question, since it was evidently not to stop Hamas rockets or other potential attacks. We have no internal evidence about Israeli planning, but we do know that the raid came shortly before scheduled Hamas-Fatah talks in Cairo aimed at reconciling their differences and creating a single, unified government, British correspondent Rory McCarthy reported. That was to be the first Fatah-Hamas meeting since the June 2007 civil war that left Hamas in control of Gaza, and would have been the significant step toward advancing diplomatic efforts. 152. Noam Chomsky. There is a long history of Israel provocations to deter the threat of a diplomacy, some already mentioned. This may have been another one. 15. After Israel broke the June 2008 ceasefire, such as it was, in November, the siege was tightened further, with even more disastrous consequences for the population. According to Sarah Roy, the leading academic specialist on Gaza, on November 5, Israel sealed all crossing points into Gaza, vastly reducing and at times denying food supplies, medicines, fuel, cooking gas, and parts for water and sanitation systems. During November, an average of 4.6 trucks of food per day entered Gaza from Israel compared with an average of 123 trucks per day in October. Spare parts for the repair and maintenance of water-related equipment have been denied entry for over a year. But the World Health Organization just reported that half of Gaza's ambulances are now out of order and the rest soon became targets for direct Israeli attack. Gaza's only power station was forced to suspend operation for lack of fuel, and could not be started up again because they needed spare parts, which had been sitting in the Israeli port of Ashdod for 8 months. shortage of electricity led to a 300% increase in burn cases at Shifa Hospital in the Gaza Strip, resulting from efforts to light wood fires. Israel barred shipment of chlorine, so that by mid-December in Gaza City and the north access to water was limited to 6 hours every 3 days. The human consequences are not counted among Palestinian victims of Israeli terror or disproportionate retaliation, to adopt the standard ideological construct. 16. After the November 4th Israeli attack, both sides escalated violence. All deaths were Palestinian, until the ceasefire formally ended on December 19, and Prime Minister Olmert authorized the full-scale invasion. A few days earlier Hamas had proposed to return to the original June ceasefire agreement, which Israel had not observed. Historian and former Carter administration high official Robert Pastor passed the proposal to a senior official in the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, but Israel did not respond. The head of Shin Bet, Israel's internal security agency, was quoted in Israeli sources on December 21 as saying that Hamas is interested in continuing the calm with Israel, while its military wing is continuing preparations for conflict. Free elections, good news and bad. 153. There clearly was an alternative to the military approach to stopping the rockets, Pastor said, keeping to the narrow issue of Gaza. There was also a more far-reaching alternative, namely, accepting a political settlement including all of the occupied territories. 17. Israel's senior diplomatic correspondent Akiv Elder reports that shortly before Israel launched its full-scale invasion on Saturday, December 27, Hamas Politburo chief Khaled Meshal announced on the Is al-Din al-Qassam website that he was prepared not only for a cessation of aggression, he proposed going back to the arrangement at the Rafah crossing as of 2005. Before Hamas won the elections and later took over the region. That arrangement was from the crossing to be managed jointly by Egypt, the European Union, the Palestinian Authority Presidency and Hamas. 18. In brief, Israel had no right to fire a single bullet into the Gaza Strip. Furthermore, it is hard to see how the conclusion can even be controversial. The standard claim of the more vulgar apologists for Israeli violence is that in the case of the 2008-9 Gaza assault, as in so many instances in the past half-century, the Lebanon War of 1982, the Iron Fist response to the 1988 Intifada, the Lebanon War of 2006, the Israelis have reacted to intolerable acts of terror with a determination to inflict terrible pain, to teach the enemy a lesson. The civilian suffering and deaths are inevitable, the lessons less so, New Yorker editor David Rimnick. 19. The 2006 Lebanon invasion can be justified only on the grounds of appalling cynicism, as already reviewed. The reference to Israel's brutal response to the 1988 Intifada is too depraved even to discuss. A sympathetic interpretation might be that it reflects astonishing ignorance. But Rimnick's claim about the 1982 invasion, though equally astonishing, is quite common, a remarkable feat of incessant propaganda, which merits a few reminders. Uncontroversially, the Israel-Lebanon border was quiet for a year before the Israeli invasion, at least from Lebanon to Israel, north to south. Through the year, the PLO scrupulously observed a U.S.-initiated ceasefire, despite constant Israeli provocations, including bombing with many civilian casualties, presumably intended to elicit some reaction that could be used to justify Israel's planned invasion. The best Israel could achieve. 154. Noam Chomsky. Was too light symbolic responses. It then invaded with a pretext too absurd to be taken seriously. The invasion had nothing to do with intolerable acts of terror, though it did have to do with intolerable acts of diplomacy. That has never been obscure. Shortly after the U.S.-backed invasion began, Israel's leading academic specialist on the Palestinians, Yehoshua Porat, Nodav, wrote that Arafat's success in maintaining the ceasefire constituted a veritable catastrophe in the eyes of the Israeli government, since it opened the way to a political settlement. The government hoped that the PLO would resort to terrorism, undermining the threat that it would be a legitimate negotiating partner for future political accommodations. The facts were well understood in Israel, and not concealed. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir stated that Israel went to war because there was a terrible danger. Not so much a military one as a political one, prompting the fine Israeli satirist B. Michael to write that the lame excuse of a military danger or a danger to the Galilee is dead. We have removed the political danger by striking first, in time. Now, thank God, there is no one to talk to. Historian Benny Morris recognized that the PLO had observed the ceasefire, and explained that the war's inevitability rested on the PLO as a political threat to Israel and to Israel's hold on the occupied territories. Others have frankly acknowledged the unchallenged facts. 20. In a front-page think piece on the December 2008 Gaza invasion, New York Times correspondent Stephen Lee Mayers writes that in some ways, the Gaza attacks were reminiscent of the gamble Israel took, and largely lost, in Lebanon in 1982, when it invaded to eliminate the threat of Yasser Arafat's forces. Correct, but not in the sense he has in mind. In 1982, as very likely in 2008, it was necessary to eliminate the threat of political settlement. 21. The hope of Israeli propagandists has been that Western intellectuals and media would buy the fairy tale that in 1982 Israel was reacting to rockets raining on the Galilee, in horrible acts of terror. Hence, as in Gaza in 2008, they were acting in legitimate self-defense, though perhaps killing some 15,000 to 20,000 Lebanese and Palestinians, and destroying much of southern Lebanon and Beirut, was this. Free elections, good news and bad. 155. Proportionate, however understandable. And those who run the efficient propaganda services have not been disappointed. 22 Just as they have not been disappointed by the remarkable unanimity in adopting Israel's utterly indefensible claim of having acted in legitimate self-defense when it attacked Gaza even more ferociously than before in December 2008. Criticism by human rights organizations and others, including the Goldstone Report, has kept to the narrower question of propriety of means, a secondary issue, and a focus welcomed by advocates of U.S. Israeli violence because of the inevitable uncertainty about evidence under wartime conditions, even though international humanitarian law is explicit. Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1950 states that no protected person may be punished for an offense he or she has not personally committed. Collective penalties and likewise all measures of intimidation of terrorism are prohibited. Reprisals against protected persons and their property are prohibited. Gazans are unambiguously protected persons under Israeli military occupation. The Hague Convention of 1907 also declares that no general penalty, pecuniary or otherwise, can be inflicted on the population on account of the acts of individuals for which it cannot be regarded as collectively responsible. Article 50. Furthermore, high contracting parties to the Geneva Convention are bound to respect and to ensure respect for the present convention in all circumstances, including of course Israel and its U.S. partner in crime, which is obligated to prevent, or to punish, the serious breaches of the convention by its own leaders and its client. When the media report, as they regularly do, that Israel hopes, reducing supplies of fuel and electricity to the Gaza Strip, will create popular pressure to force the Hamas rulers of Gaza and other militant groups to stop the rocket fire. 23. They are calmly informing us that Israel is in grave breach of international humanitarian law, as is the United States for not ensuring respect for law on the part of its client. The same is true when the Israeli High Court grants legitimacy to these measures, as it has, adding another page to its dismal record of subordination to state power. Israel's leading legal journalist, Moshe Negbi, knew what he was doing when he entitled his despairing review of the record of the courts, "We Were Like Sodom." 24. 156. Noam Chomsky. International law cannot be enforced against powerful states, except by their own populations. That is always a difficult task, particularly so when articulate opinion declares crime to be legitimate, either explicitly or by tacit adoption of a criminal framework, which is more insidious because it renders the crimes invisible. The January 2008 Hamas-led prison break allowed Gazans for the first time in years to go shopping in nearby Egyptian towns, at least briefly, plainly an intolerable act because it slightly undermined Israeli-Egyptian strangulation of these unpeople. But the powerful quickly recognized that these events too could turn into good news. Israeli Deputy Defense Minister Matan Vilnai said openly what some senior Israeli officials would only say anonymously. Stephen Erlana reported in the New York Times, the prison break might allow Israel to rid itself of any responsibility for Gaza after having reduced it to devastation and misery in 40 years of brutal occupation, keeping it only for target practice, and of course under full military occupation. Its borders sealed by Israeli forces on land, sea, and air, apart from an opening to Egypt, in the unlikely event that Egypt would agree. 25. That appealing prospect would complement Israel's ongoing criminal actions in the West Bank, carefully designed along the lines already outlined to ensure that there will be no viable future for Palestinians there. At the same time, Israel can turn to solving its persistent and deeply troubling demographic problem, the presence of non-Jews in a self-declared democratic Jewish state. The ultra-nationalist right-wing extremist Avigdor Lieberman, now foreign minister, was harshly condemned as a racist in Israel when he advanced the idea of forcing Arab citizens of Israel, in Wadi Ara in the Galilee, into a derisory Palestinian state, presenting this to the world as a land swap. As Israel and its paymaster have shifted to the right, Lieberman's proposal has been incorporated into the mainstream. Knesset member Othniel Schneller of Adolmat's Kadima party, considered to be one of the people closest and most loyal to Prime Minister Adolmat, proposed a plan that appears very similar to one touted by Yisrael Beiteinu leader Avigdor Lieberman, though Schneller says his plan would be more gradual, and the Arabs affected. Free elections, good news and bad. 157. Will remain citizens of Israel even though their territory will belong to their Palestinian Authority and they will not be allowed to resettle in other areas of Israel. 26. The right-wing ultra-nationalist Ariel Sharon had reservations about such actions, but by now his views seem moderate within the Israeli spectrum. In December 2007, Tzipi Livni, the leading figure in Kadima after Olmert's forced resignation under corruption charges and the last hope of many Israeli doves, adopted the same position. An eventual Palestinian state, she suggested, would be the national answer to the Palestinians in the territories and those who live in different refugee camps or in Israel. With Israeli Arabs dispatched to their natural place, Israel would then achieve the long-sought goal of freeing itself from the Arab taint, a stand that is familiar enough in U.S. history. 27. The Lieberman-Schneller-Livni notions of soft transfer were first proposed by democratic socialist political philosopher Michael Walzer, who wrote 30 years before Lieberman that those who are marginal to the nation, Palestinians, should be helped to live in the interests of peace and justice. The ideas are praised by New York Times Israel correspondent Ethan Brough, who writes that the left likes Lieberman's willingness to create two states, one Jewish, one Palestinian, which would involve yielding areas that are now part of Israel in a land swap, a polite way of saying that Israeli citizens of the wrong ethnicity will be transferred by force, relieving Israel of its demographic problem. 28. Of course the UN people are not consulted, though their views are occasionally reported, including their vociferous objection to being forcefully transferred from a rich first world country to some barely existing fragment that might graciously be called a state. 29. For Israel, this is no small matter. Despite heroic efforts by its apologists, it is not easy to conceal the fact that a democratic Jewish state is no more acceptable to liberal opinion than a democratic Christian state or a democratic white state or an Islamic democracy. Such notions could be tolerated if the religious, ethnic identification were mostly symbolic, like selecting an official day of rest. But in the case of Israel, it goes far beyond that. The most extreme departure from minimal democratic principles has 158. Noam Chomsky. Been the complex array of laws and bureaucratic arrangements designed to vest control of over 90% of the land in the hands of the Jewish National Fund, JNF, an organization committed to using charitable funds in ways that are directly or indirectly beneficial to persons of Jewish religion, race or origin, so its documents explain. A public institution recognized by the government of Israel and the World Zionist Organization as the exclusive instrument for the development of Israel's lands, restricted to Jewish use, in perpetuity, with marginal exceptions when useful, and barred to non-Jewish labor, through the principle has often been ignored for imported cheap labor. This radical violation of elementary civil rights, funded by American citizens thanks to the tax-free status of the JNF, finally reached Israel's High Court in 2000, in a case brought by a professional Arab couple who had been barred from the town of Katsur. The court ruled in their favor, in a narrow decision, which seems to have been barely implemented. After various delays, they were finally permitted to purchase land in Katsur in 2006, and put up for sale their former house in Bak al-Gharbi. They expressed their hope that a Jewish family would move in, explaining why. I'll tell you why my family won't object to Jews living here. It's a known fact that the state of Israel takes care of every Jew, all over the world. As soon as a Jew moves in, they'll give us new asphalt roads without potholes. The electricity network will be replaced too, and even the sewer system will be improved. And maybe, just maybe, they'll build a little synagogue, the light from which will finally enable us to see our way at night. 30. The comment tells us a good deal about significant aspects of Israeli democracy. Again, matters hardly unfamiliar here. A year later, a young Arab couple was barred from the town of Rakefit, on state land, on grounds of social incompatibility. 31. The Knesset later took steps to undermine the historic court judgment banning the racist land laws. In December 2009, it passed legislation introduced by centrist Knesset members which states that reception committees of Israeli communities can decide who will reside in their towns. One consequence of that bill is that Israeli Arabs would not be able to live in those towns if the reception committees decide so. The effect is to reverse the High Court decision, though one Likud MK felt that it did. Free elections, good news and bad. 159. Not go far enough in overturning the court decision. In this way, Aviram Golan writes, Israel is shutting an entire population group out of the state's life and turning it into an oppressed, bitter, irredentist community. The Ministerial Committee for Legislation also rejected a bill proposing that the state enforce equal allocation of land to Jews and Arabs. The bill's sponsors observed that the Israel Lands Administration hasn't approved the building of a new Arab village since 1948, and has allocated state land only to Jews, one of many aspects of the severe discrimination against non-Jewish citizens. 32. As the year 2010 opens, one Israeli demand holding up negotiations is that Palestinians must not just recognize Israel, but must recognize it as a Jewish state, that is, a state in which Palestinian citizens reside by sufferance, not by right. and in reaction to the expression of sympathy for Gazans under Israeli attack by Arab parliamentarians, the Knesset passed a law changing the oath taken by members so that instead of swearing loyalty to the State of Israel and its laws, they will be required to vow loyalty to the State of Israel as a Jewish democratic state. 33. The contradiction in terms is not easy to overcome. Americans who pay the bills are expected to look the other way. For Palestinians, there are now two options. One is that the United States and Israel will abandon their unilateral rejectionism since the 1970s and accept the international consensus on a two-state settlement, in accord with international law. That outcome is not impossible. A settlement along these lines came close in negotiations in Taba, Egypt, in January 2001, and might have been reached, participants reported, had Israeli Prime Minister Barak not called off the negotiations prematurely. We return to this important exception. There have been unofficial negotiations since that have produced similar proposals. Though possibilities diminish as Israeli settlement and infrastructure programs proceed, they have not been eliminated. By now the international consensus is near universal, supported by the Arab League, Iran, Hamas, in fact every relevant actor apart from the United States and Israel. 34. A second possibility is the one that the United States and Israel are actually implementing, along the lines described earlier. Palestinians will. 160. Noam Chomsky. Then be consigned to their Gaza prison and to West Bank cantons, perhaps joined by Israeli Arab citizens as well if the Lieberman-Schneider-Livni plans are implemented. For the occupied territories, that will realize the intentions expressed by Defense Minister Moshe Dayan in the early years of the occupation, Israel, he informed his colleagues, should tell the Palestinian refugees in the occupied territories that we have no solution, you shall continue to live like dogs, and whoever wishes may leave, and we will see where this process leads. He explained to Palestinian poetess that the situation today resembles the complex relationship between a Bedouin man and the girl he kidnaps against her will. You Palestinians, as a nation, don't want us today, but we'll change your attitude by forcing our presence on you. Not an original thought. When reports arrived of the massacres of Mexican civilians and rapes of local women by U.S. soldiers during what Mexican historians call the American invasion of 1846-48, the New York Herald thoughtfully observed that like the Sabine virgins, she will soon learn to love her ravisher. For the former Palestine, the general conception was articulated by Labour Party leader Chaim Herzog, later president, in 1972. I do not deny the Palestinians a place or stand or opinion on every matter. But certainly I am not prepared to consider them as partners in any respect in a land that has been consecrated in the hands of our nation for thousands of years. For the Jews of this land there cannot be any partner. 35. A third possibility would be a binational state. 36. That was a feasible option in the pre-state period, and advocacy of that outcome was regarded as part of the Zionist movement, and had a degree of popular support within it, not just among a few leading intellectuals, as often assumed. It again became a feasible option in the early years of the occupation. Perhaps a federal arrangement leading to eventual closer integration as circumstances permit. There was even some support for similar ideas within Israeli military intelligence, but the grant of any political rights to Palestinians was shot down by the governing Labour Party. Proposals to that effect were made, by me in particular, but were either ignored or elicited fury. The opportunity was lost by the mid-1970s. Free elections. Good news and bad. 161. When Palestinian national rights reached the international agenda, and the two-state consensus took shape, the first U.S. veto of a two-state resolution at the Security Council, advanced by the major Arab states, was in 1976, though it explicitly granted Israel all the rights called for in UN 242, which everyone, Israel included, regards as the basic diplomatic document. Washington's rejectionist stance continues to the present, with the exception of Clinton's last month in office. Some form of unitary state remains a distant possibility through agreement among the parties, as a later stage in a process that begins with a two-state settlement. There is no other form of advocacy of such an outcome, if we understand advocacy to include sketching a process leading from here to there. Mere proposal, in contrast, is free for the asking. It is of some interest, perhaps, that when short-term advocacy of a unitary binational state perhaps had some prospects, it was anathema, while today, when it is completely unfeasible except as a long-term goal after many intermediate stages, it is greeted with respect and is put forth in leading journals. The reason for the new tolerance, perhaps, is that the proposal serves to undermine the prospect of a peaceful diplomatic settlement in some tolerable terms, the only form of true advocacy of a unitary outcome that I know of. It is sometimes argued that Israeli settlement programs have proceeded so far that a two-state outcome has been eliminated, which means that a unitary binational state is barred as well, unless some other form of true advocacy can be devised, which has not so far happened and seems unlikely. The objection is based on the assumption that if the IDF were to try to remove settlements by force, it would lead to civil war. But there is no need to remove settlements at all. It would be enough for the IDF to be withdrawn to Israel's borders, in which case the vast majority of settlers would move from their comfortable subsidized legal West Bank homes to subsidized homes within Israel. Those who choose to remain should be granted citizenship in a Palestinian state. The Gaza evacuation in 2005 could have been carried out the same way, but Israel preferred what the distinguished Israeli sociologist, the late Baruch Kimmeling, described as the absurd theater of a constructed drama. 162. Noam Chomsky. Demonstrate to everyone that Israel is incapable of withstanding additional evacuations, a farcical replay of what the press had ridiculed as Operation National Drama 82, when Israel had to withdraw from its settlements in Egyptian Sinai. 37. There is of course a possibility that the IDF would refuse orders, which would amount to a military coup, in which case all bets are off. One can also contemplate what seem to me more favorable outcomes, erasing state boundaries altogether in closer forms of integration. But those are questions for the future. Those who call for a binational, one-state, settlement argue that on its present course, Israel will become an apartheid state with a large Palestinian population deprived of rights, laying the basis for a civil rights struggle leading to a unitary democratic state. This position is based on the assumption that there are only two options, the international consensus and Israeli takeover of all of the former Palestine. But that is a fallacy. There are three options. The third, which is omitted in these discussions, is what the United States and Israel are now implementing, and will continue to implement unless something approaching the international consensus can be achieved. There is no reason to believe that the United States, Israel, or any other Western state would allow anything like a full takeover of Palestine to happen. Rather, they will proceed exactly as they are now doing in the territories today, taking no responsibility for Palestinians who are left to rot in the various prisons and cantons that may dot the landscape, far from the eyes of Israelis and tourists, traveling on their segregated superhighways to their well-subsidized West Bank towns and suburbs, controlling the crucial water resources of the region, and benefiting from their close ties with Western powers and the US and other international corporations that are evidently pleased to see a loyal military power of the periphery of the crucial Middle East region, with an advanced high-tech economy and close military, intelligence, and economic links to Washington. In that way, the demographic problem will be resolved, but it is unlikely to retard Israel's descent to the status of a pariah state. In fact, Israel's global status is already coming to resemble that of South Africa 40 years ago, particularly after its invasion of Gaza. And it is reacting. Free elections, good news and bad. 163. Much the same way as white nationalists did, with information campaigns, Hasbara exercises, to instruct the world on its errors and misunderstanding, arrogant self-righteousness, circling the wagons, defiance, reliance on the United States to protect it no matter what the world thinks, and often with extraordinary paranoia. 38. Despite many differences, it is worth recalling the history of the apartheid regime. In 1958, the South African foreign minister informed the American ambassador that strong UN resolutions against South Africa passed by the majority of countries do not matter. What matters more than all other votes put together is the position of the US in view of its predominant position of leadership in the Western world. In brief, there is really only one vote at the UN, an observation that gained more force in subsequent years as decolonization proceeded and protests grew more intense. 39. By the late 1970s, decades of protest against apartheid had expanded to initiatives of boycott, divestment, and sanctions, BDS. Corporations were beginning to abide by the 1977 Sullivan Principles of pulling out, and Congress was soon to pass sanctions over Reagan's veto. But the South African minister's insight into world affairs retained its force. Through the 1980s, U.S. trade with South Africa increased despite the 1985 congressional sanctions, which Reagan evaded, and Reagan continued to back South African depredations in neighboring countries that led to an estimated 1.5 million deaths. As late as 1988, the administration condemned Nelson Mandela's African National Congress as one of the world's more notorious terrorist groups. 40. The apartheid regime remains strong, some thought invulnerable. But then US policy shifted, and within a few years, the regime had collapsed. There are clear lessons here, both for Israelis and for those outside who are committed to bringing some measure of peace and justice to the region. As long as US rejectionism remains firm, Israel may feel that it can defy the world, but it is treading on dangerous ground. And tactics of protest should be guided by the recognition that in the current world order, despite growing diversity, the observation of the South African minister remains largely accurate. 7. Centuries challenges. The primary challenge facing the people of the world is, literally, decent survival. The former head of the U.S. Strategic Command, STRATCOM, General Lee Butler, put the matter plainly over a decade ago. He wrote that throughout his long professional military career he was among the most avid of these keepers of the faith in nuclear weapons, but it is now his burden to declare with all of the conviction I can muster that in my judgment they served us extremely ill, for reasons he outlines. He then raises a haunting question. By what authority do succeeding generations of leaders in the nuclear weapons states usurp the power to dictate the odds of continued life on our planet? Most urgently, why does such breathtaking audacity persist at a moment when we should stand trembling in the face of our folly and united in our commitment to abolish its most deadly manifestations? One, to our shame, his question not only remains unanswered, but also has taken on greater urgency. General Butler may have been reacting to one of the most astonishing planning documents in the available record, the 1995 report of STRATCOM, entitled Essentials of Post-Cold War Deterrence. The report advised that the military resources directed against the former Soviet Union be maintained, but with an expanded mission. They must now be directed against rogue states of the Third World, in accord with their 165. 166. Noam Chomsky. Pentagon view that the international environment has now evolved from a weapon-rich environment, the USSR, to a target-rich environment, the Third World. STRATCOM further advised that the United States should have available the full range of responses. Nuclear weapons are the most important of these, because unlike chemical or biological weapons, the extreme destruction from a nuclear explosion is immediate, with few if any palliatives to reduce its effect, and even if not used, nuclear weapons always cast a shadow over any crisis or conflict, enabling us to gain our ends through intimidation. Nuclear weapons seem destined to be the centerpiece of U.S. strategic deterrence for the foreseeable future. We must reject a no-first-use policy, and should make it clear to adversaries that our reaction may either be response or preemptive. Furthermore, it hurts to portray ourselves as too fully irrational and cool-headed. The national persona we project should make clear that the US may become irrational and vindictive if its vital interests are attacked, and that some elements may appear to be potentially out of control. 2. 40 years earlier, Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein had warned that we face a choice that is stark and dreadful and inescapable. Shall we put an end to the human race, or shall mankind renounce war? They were not exaggerating. An extraterrestrial observer attending to the events of the years since might marvel that the species has survived this long in an era of nuclear weapons, and would not take lightly the warning of apocalypse soon if we pursue our present course. The words of Robert McNamara, joined by many other sober and respected analysts. We have known for some time that environmental catastrophe is no less a threat to survival, in a not too distant future. A serious approach would surely move with dispatch toward conservation and renewable energy, along with dedication of substantial resources to technological innovations, harnessing solar energy, many scientists contend. And beyond that, significant socio-economic changes must be undertaken to reverse the effects of the huge state corporate social engineering projects of the post-World War II period designed to create a system based on wasteful reliance on fossil fuels. Centuries challenges. 167. A related threat is limited access to the basic means of life, water and sufficient food. There are short-term solutions. Desalination, for example, in which Saudi Arabia is well in the lead in scale, and Israel in technology, one of many bases for constructive cooperation. If the United States and Israel permit a resolution of the Israel-Palestine conflict in terms of the international consensus on a viable two-state settlement that they have been barring for over 30 years, with rare and brief departures, another critical challenge with broad repercussions. Currently, desalination relies on high-energy inputs, and unless some renewable and non-polluting source is developed, the approach is unfeasible on a large scale. And there are other looming threats. One, perhaps not remote, is the possibility of an uncontrollable pandemic, which could be devastating unless careful planning is undertaken in advance, and resources are devoted to deter the threat. There are many uncertainties about how to address these issues. We can, however, be confident that the longer the delay in confronting them, the greater will be the cost to coming generations. In contrast, it is clear how the threat of nuclear weapons can be ended. They can be eliminated, a legal obligation of the nuclear powers, as the World Court determined a decade ago. More broadly, there are sensible and feasible plans to restrict all production of weapons-usable fissile materials to an international agency, to which states can apply for non-military uses. The UN Committee on Disarmament has already voted for a verifiable treaty with these provisions, in November 2004. The vote was 147 to 1, the United States, with 2 abstentions, Israel and Britain. A negative vote by the reigning global superpower amounts to a veto, in fact a double veto. The proposals cannot be implemented, and are banned from public awareness. But these outcomes are not graven in stone. There are concrete steps that can be taken to progress toward these critically important goals. And an informed and engaged public, worldwide, can act to ensure that the opportunity is not lost. One important step would be the establishment of nuclear weapons-free zones, NWFZs. There are a number of cases, though as always, Their significance depends on the willingness of the great powers to observe the rules. Indian strategic analyst Brahma Chelani observes that 168. Noam Chomsky. The 1985 South Pacific NWFZ Treaty was only accepted more than 20 years later by Britain, France, and the United States. The United States, however, did not ratify it, long after its original purpose had been lost. It was delayed until a final round of French nuclear tests in the region were carried out, with British and American logistical and other assistance, despite objections from many Asia-Pacific nations. Furthermore, the Federated States of Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, and Palau, effectively U.S. colonies, are excluded from the NWFZ, and serve as bases for U.S. nuclear submarines. Chelani adds that the objectives of the Southeast Asian NWFZ are being frustrated by opposition from all 5 nuclear powers. 3. Perhaps the most egregious violation of the intent of an NWFZ involves the island of Diego Garcia, a major U.S.UK base for their military operations in the Middle East and Central Asia, and a storage site for nuclear weapons for future use. The island, from which the population was brutally and illegally expelled by its British overlords to build the huge U.S. military base, is claimed by Mauritius, a signer of the African NWFZ. In theory, much of the southern hemisphere is covered by such zones, but without great power compliance, they may provide comfort from the harsh nuclear realities, but not from the perils of nuclear war, Chelani comments. In July 2009, the Treaty of Pelindaba, establishing the African NWFZ, entered into force. The treaty explicitly includes Diego Garcia, though a footnote cites British reservations about sovereignty. The African Union, regards the territory as an integral part of Mauritius, an O member. Clinton had signed the treaty but did not submit it for ratification. With the United States to ratify it, it could not bestow nuclear weapons in its military base there. Russia will not ratify the treaty without assurances that the United States will not use Diego Garcia as a way station for nuclear weapons. The United States claims that the footnote on disputed sovereignty permits it is to continue to use Diego Garcia for offensive military operations and for nuclear weapons, despite the unanimous stand to the contrary. 4. On December 1, 2009, the U.S. Navy announced that a submarine tender will be forward deployed to its new home port at Diego Garcia. Centuries challenges. 169. That will provide an expeditionary maintenance capability to the fast attack submarines, SSNs, and guided missile submarines, SSGNs, particularly those operating in the U.S. Fifth Fleet Area of Responsibility, Middle East and East African waters. The move demonstrates the Navy's continuing commitment to peace and regional security through maintaining strong capabilities as, presumably, does the use of the base for bombing missions and storage of nuclear weapons. Iranians and other actual and potential targets will no doubt be much impressed by the commitment to peace and security. 5. Despite the obstructionism of the United States and its British subordinate, establishment of NWFZs can be a valuable step, nowhere more than in the Middle East. As noted earlier, in April 1991, the UN Security Council affirmed the goal of establishing in the Middle East a zone free from weapons of mass destruction and all missiles for their delivery, and the objective of a global ban on chemical weapons, Resolution 687, Article 14, a particularly firm commitment for the United States and UK, for the reasons already discussed. The goal of a Middle East NWFZ has been endorsed by Iran, and is supported by a large majority of Americans and Iranians. It is, however, dismissed by the US government and both political parties, and it is hard to find even a mention in mainstream discussion despite the intense focus on the alleged threat of Iranian nuclear weapons programs. It is also noteworthy that a large majority of Americans and Iranians, along with the developing countries, G77, now more than 130, agree that Iran has the inalienable rights of all parties to the Non-Proliferation Treaty to develop research, production, and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes without discrimination, rights that would also extend to U.S. allies Israel, Pakistan, and India were they to accept the NPT. When Washington and their media assert, as they do regularly, that Iran is defying the world by enriching uranium, they are defining the world, alternatively, the international community, to be Washington and whoever happens to agree with it at the moment. 6. By definition, Washington is part of the world. London too, almost always. It is not entirely clear how to describe U.S. British relationship in the post-World War II period. By 1945, the British Foreign Office recognized 170. Noam Chomsky. Ruefully that henceforth Britain would be a junior partner in global management, and occasional efforts to go beyond have regularly been rebuffed by the global ruler. Tony Blair was ridiculed in the British media as George Bush's poodle. Perhaps the most accurate description of the relationship was given by a senior Kennedy advisor during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when U.S. planners were treating Britain with utter contempt, not even informing their British ally of plans that might lead to the destruction of Britain in a retaliatory Russian strike. The advisor gave a definition of the special relationship. Britain serves as our lieutenant, the fashionable word is partner. 7. Britain of course prefers the fashionable word. The distinction helps explain European delight over the election of Obama. Bush and his colleagues, particularly in Bush's first term, simply informed Europe that you are our lieutenants. You are irrelevant, Washington declared, if you do not go along with our dictates. Obama tells them they are our respected partners, words they like to hear, and then goes on to treat them as lieutenants, but quietly. A crucial step toward implementing Resolution 687 would be the willingness of Washington and elite sectors to attend to public opinion, what we might call democracy promotion. Agreement of the countries of the region is also necessary, as well as adequate inspection. These challenges for the future may not be insurmountable. While 80% of the population of the United States believes that the government is run by a few big interests looking out for themselves, not for the benefit of all the people, the public may not passively accept these conditions forever. They may choose to act, as in the past, to overcome this disenfranchisement, another critical challenge for the future, worldwide. As for inspection, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, has proven to be highly competent, and with great power support could become more so. One of Israel's leading strategic analysts, Ziv Moz, has presented solid arguments that Israel's nuclear programs are harmful to its security, and has urged Israel to seriously reconsider its nuclear policy and explore using its nuclear leverage to bring about a regional agreement for a weapons of mass destruction-free zone, WMDFZ, in the Middle East. As noted, Iran has officially supported this outcome for some centuries. Challenges. 171 years. Iran scholar Ervan Ibrahimian observes that Iran seems to be the only case in international politics where a country has actually discussed the pros and cons of building a bomb in public. He cites fairly conservative people from the military arguing against having the nuclear option, including a Minister of Defense. 8. If these prove to be idle dreams, we may be marching resolutely toward the decision to put an end to the human race. Current developments are not encouraging. With its overwhelming power, Washington's stand is of course decisive. The Bush administration in its later years was praised in the West for a perceived shift from its former aggressive militarism toward diplomacy, but the admiration was not universal. Commenting on President Bush's January 2008 visit to the Gulf states, Middle East specialist and former Ambassador Charles Freeman writes that Arabs are notoriously courteous and welcoming to guests, even when they don't like those guests. Yet, When the American president visited and spoke on the subject of Iran, he drew an editorial in Saudi Arabia's major English-language newspaper deploring the fact that American policy represents not diplomacy in search of peace, but madness in search of war. 9. Democrats do not offer much of an alternative. The stands of both political parties are commonly far more confrontational than most of public opinion, not only with regard to the Middle East. Then, developments in Europe are also fraught with danger. To the NATO leadership, it is the merest truism that they are a force for peace, like the Navy in Diego Garcia. Most of the world, which has rather different memories of Western benevolence, sees matters differently. So does Russia, in part because of Clinton's reneging on clear though informal commitments to Gorbachev not to allow NATO to extend to the former East Germany, let alone farther to the east. The United States also rejected the proposal of Russia, with Ukraine and Belarus, to establish a formal NWFZ from the Arctic to the Black Sea, encompassing Central Europe. In response, Russia withdrew the policy of no first use of nuclear weapons that it had adopted after the Bush-Gorbachev agreement, reverting to the first use policy that NATO had never abandoned. 11. 172. Noam Chomsky. Tensions mounted rapidly when Bush II took office, with threatening rhetoric, sharp expansion of offensive military capacity, withdrawal from key security treaties, and direct aggression. As predicted, Russia responded by increasing its own military capacity, followed later by China. Ballistic missile defense, BMD, programs are a particular threat. One reason is that they are understood to be a step toward militarization of space. Washington continues to press forward with these plans, against uniform international opposition. In February 2008, the Union of Concerned Scientists reports, the Bush administration rejected a draft treaty presented at the UN Conference on Disarmament that would ban space weapons and prohibit attacking satellites from the ground or space. Of course, potential targets will respond to militarization of space, not with an effort to match the colossal US military system, but in ways appropriate to their capacities, raising the threat of destruction, if only by accident. For such reasons, the most respected and sober U.S. strategic analysts warned early on that the Bush administration's military programs and its aggressive stance carry an appreciable risk of ultimate doom. 12. BMD is also understood on all sides to be a first strike weapon, perhaps capable of nullifying a retaliatory strike and thus undermining deterrent capacity. The quasi-governmental RAND Corporation describes BMD as not simply a shield but an enabler of U.S. action. Across a broad part of the political spectrum, military analysts write that missile defense isn't really meant to protect America. It's a tool for global dominance. BMD is about preserving America's ability to wield power abroad. It's not about defense. It's about offense. And that's exactly why we need it. 13. Russian and Chinese analysts draw the same conclusions. Russian strategists can hardly fail to regard US BMD installations in Eastern Europe as serious potential threats to their security. They will rightly conclude that the system might be designed to counter Russia's deterrent in addition to a nuclear attack from Iran. Two prominent US specialists conclude in a detailed analysis, in which they also review the reasons Russia regards the alleged Iranian threat as a mere pretext, particularly after Bush's rejection of Putin's proposal to place the installations in centuries challenges. 173. Georgia or Azerbaijan, or Eastern Turkey, where they would face Iran instead of Russia. 14. The alleged Iranian military threat can hardly be taken seriously for other reasons. One is that any potential threat could be overcome by Western agreement to pursue efforts to establish a Middle East NWFZ. Beyond that, unless Iranian leaders are dedicated to instant self-immolation, the chances of Iran even arming a missile, let alone using it, are minuscule. If the missile defense system is directed against Iran, as claimed, then it can only be intended to neutralize a possible deterrent to a US first strike. Russia reacted as expected, developing more destructive offensive weapons, including new submarine-based missile systems with nuclear warheads, withdrawing from the Conventional Forces NATO Warsaw Pact Treaty, and threatening to aim missiles at European participants in the US BMD programs. We will be obliged to redirect our missiles at installations which we firmly believe pose a threat to our national security, Putin warned. I am obliged to say this openly and honestly today. 15. The US determination to extend NATO to the east has other motives as well. From the 1820s, US planners resolved to dominate the Western Hemisphere, and during World War II, extended those aspirations to global dominance, intending to exercise control also over the Far East and the former British Empire, particularly Western Asia's energy resources. As Russia began to grind down Nazi armies after Stalingrad, and it was realized that Germany would not survive the war as a great power, the goals extended to as much of Eurasia as possible, at least its economic core in Western Europe. In this grand area, as planners called it, the United States would hold unquestioned power with military and economic supremacy, while ensuring the limitation of any exercise of sovereignty by states that might interfere with its global designs. It was always understood that Europe might choose to follow an independent course, perhaps the Gaullist vision of a Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals. NATO was partially intended to counter this threat. For similar reasons, Washington strongly favors expansion of NATO to include small states more likely to heed Washington's demands, thus diluting the influence of the old Europe condemned by Donald Rumsfeld, Germany and France, the Com. 174. Noam Chomsky. Commercial and Industrial Heartland. Expansion of NATO, and assigning new tasks to it, also furthers this goal of controlling Europe. 16. The grand area, however, is tottering, even at its core. As discussed earlier, Nixon's National Security Council concluded in 1971 that if the United States cannot control Latin America, it cannot expect to achieve a successful order elsewhere in the world, a policy problem that is becoming more serious as South America takes steps to escape US control. More generally, for some years, the international economy had been tripolar, with major centers in North America, Europe, and Northeast Asia, now increasingly South Asia and Southeast Asia as well. And there are other rising powers, notably Brazil, though they still lag well behind. There is however one dimension in which the United States reigns supreme, means of violence, on which it spends almost as much as the rest of the world combined, and is technologically far more advanced. 17 But in other respects the world is becoming more diverse and complex. Traditional methods of control have by no means been abandoned. Militarization of Latin America has already been discussed. Resort to economic strangulation continues worldwide, against Cuba, in opposition to US public opinion, to punish Palestinians for voting the wrong way in a free election, and increasingly against Iran. In March 2008, the US Treasury Department warned the world's financial institutions against dealings with Iran's major state-owned banks. The warnings have teeth, thanks to a provision of the Patriot Act that enables Washington to bar any financial institution violating US directives from access to the US financial system. That is a threat that few will dare to face, possibly not even China. Economic analyst John McGlynn hardly exaggerates when he describes the March Treasury warning as a declaration of war against Iran, which might substantially isolate Iran from the international economy. 18. McGlynn's analysis receives support from an unexpected source, a proposal for a militant new grand strategy issued in January 2008 by 5 high-level former NATO commanders, advising that nuclear weapons, and with them the option of first use, are indispensable, since there is simply no realistic prospect of a nuclear-free world. among the potential century's challenges. 175. Acts of war that we must guard against. They include abusing the leverage provided by weapons of finance. To be sure, they adopt the conventional doctrine that brandishing such weapons becomes an act of war only when it is in the hands of others. When we brandish such weapons, actually, not potentially, they are transmuted into righteous means of self-defense, as are any aggressive actions of one's own and by favored states, throughout history. 19. Europe so far has chosen to remain largely subordinate to the United States, Japan as well. China has followed an independent path, much to the discomfiture of Washington hawks, who are restrained because of the reliance of the U.S. economy on China. India has strengthened its alliance with the United States, while also maintaining a somewhat independent stance. China and India have been growing rapidly, but they face very severe internal problems. Whether they can be overcome is far from clear. One indication is the ranking on the UN Human Development Index, December 2008. India ranks 132 and China 94, a ranking that is more speculative in the case of China because of less easy access. The Middle East oil producers face even more dire problems despite the great wealth that they are now accumulating. 30 years ago, French economist Maurice Garnier, one of the founders of the Act, warned that the region is heading for tragedy unless it undertakes a rational investment policy to overcome its reliance on a wasting resource, a brief opportunity that will not return, and that has yet to be properly exploited. 20. These are only a few of the serious challenges that lie ahead. Failure to confront them seriously may well confirm the speculation of one of the great figures in modern biology, Ernst Mayr, that higher intelligence is an evolutionary error, incapable of survival for more than a passing moment of evolutionary time. 8. Turning point. The Obama-Netanyahu-Abbas meetings in May 2009, followed by Obama's speech in Cairo, have been widely interpreted as a turning point in U.S. Middle East policy, leading to consternation in some quarters, exuberance in others. Fairly typical is Middle East analyst Dan Fromkin of The Washington Post, who sees signs Obama will promote a new regional peace initiative for the Middle East, much like the one championed by Jordan's King Abdullah. And also, the first distinct signs that Obama is willing to play hardball with Israel. A closer look, however, suggests reservations. King Abdullah insists that there is no change to the Arab Peace Initiative, and there is no need to amend it. Any talk about amending it is baseless. To Abbas, the U.S. favorite and regularly described as the president of the Palestinian Authority, his term expired in January 2009, firmly agreed. The Arab Peace Initiative reiterates the long-standing international consensus that Israel must withdraw to the international border, perhaps with minor and mutual adjustments, to adopt official U.S. terminology before it departed sharply from world opinion in 1971, endorsing Israel's rejection of peace with Egypt in favor of large-scale settlement expansion, then in the northeastern Sinai a fateful decision, granting expansion priority over security, and firming up Israel's dependence on the United States. Furthermore, the consensus calls for 177. 178. Noam Chomsky. A Palestinian state to be established in United Gaza and the West Bank after Israel's withdrawal. The Arab Peace Initiative adds that the Arab states should then normalize relations with Israel. The initiative was later adopted by the Organization of Islamic States, including Iran, 3, which had already indicated its willingness to go along with this plan. Obama has praised the initiative and called on the Arab states to proceed to normalize relations with Israel, scrupulously evading the core of the proposal, reiteration of the international consensus. For his studied omission can only be understood as implicit reiteration of the U.S. rejectionist stand that has blocked diplomatic settlements since the 1970s along with its Israeli client, in virtual isolation, with rare and temporary, and highly instructive, exceptions. There are no signs that Obama is willing even to consider the Arab Peace Initiative, let alone promote it. That was underscored in Obama's much-heralded address to the Muslim world in Cairo on June 4, 2009, to which I will return. The U.S. Israel interactions, with Abbas on the sidelines, turn on two phrases, Palestinian state and natural growth of settlements. Let's consider these in turn. Obama has indeed pronounced the words Palestinian state, echoing Bush. In contrast, the unrevised 1999 platform of Israel's governing party, Netanyahu's Likud, flatly rejects the establishment of a Palestinian Arab state west of the Jordan River. The Bush-Obama position could, therefore, be understood as hardball, if it meant anything. And it is also useful to recall that it was Netanyahu's 1996 government that was the first in Israel to use the phrase Palestinian state. It agreed that Palestinians can call whatever fragments of Palestine are left to them a state if they like, or they can call them fried chicken. 5. The contemptuous reference to Palestinian aspirations by the 1996 Netanyahu government was a shift toward accommodation in Israeli policy. As he left office shortly before, Shimon Peres, regarded in the West as a leading dove, forcefully declared that there will never be a Palestinian state. 6. Peres was reaffirming the official 1989 position of the Israeli coalition government, Shimon Peres, fully endorsed by Washington, Secretary of State James Baker, that there can be no additional Palestinian. Turning point 179. State between Israel and Jordan, the latter declared to be a Palestinian state by U.S. Israeli fiat. Furthermore, in the Peres-Shimon Baker plan, the fate of the occupied territories was to be settled in terms of the guidelines established by the government of Israel, and Palestinians were permitted to take part in negotiations only if they accepted these guidelines, which ruled out Palestinian national rights. 7. Contrary to much misunderstanding, the Oslo Agreements of September 1993, the day of war, as the press described it, changed little in this regard. The Declaration of Principles that was signed ostentatiously by both parties, with Clinton standing over them, established that the end point of the process would be realization of the goals of UN 242, which accords no rights to Palestinians. And by 1993, the United States had long withdrawn its earlier interpretation of 242, still held by the world generally, Israel's side, which took the international border to be the pre-June 1967 Green Line, with perhaps minor and mutual adjustments. The Peres-Shimon Baker declarations of 1989 were in response to the official Palestinian acceptance of the international consensus on a two-state solution in 1988. That proposal was first formally enunciated in 1976 in a Security Council resolution introduced by the major Arab states with the tacit support of the PLO, vetoed by the United States, again in 1980. Since then U.S. Israeli rejectionism has persisted unchanged, with one brief but significant exception, in President Clinton's final month in office. Clinton recognized that the terms he had offered at the failed 2000 Camp David meetings were not acceptable to any Palestinians, and in December, proposed his parameters, inexplicit but more forthcoming. He then announced that both sides had accepted the parameters, though both had reservations. Israeli and Palestinian negotiators met in Taba, Egypt, to iron out the differences, and made considerable progress. A full resolution could have been reached in a few more days, they announced in their final joint press conference. But Israeli Prime Minister Barak called off the negotiations prematurely, and they have not been formally resumed. The single exception suggests that if an American president were willing to tolerate a meaningful diplomatic settlement, it might very well be reached. 180. Noam Chomsky. The facts are well documented in Hebrew and English sources. 8 But like much of the relevant history, they are regularly reshaped to suit doctrinal needs, for example by Jeffrey Goldberg, who writes that by December of 2000, Israel had accepted President Bill Clinton's parameters, offering the Palestinians all of the Gaza Strip, 94% to 96% of the West Bank and sovereignty over Arab areas of East Jerusalem. Arafat again rejected the deal. 9 That is a convenient and conventional fairy tale, demonstrably false or seriously misleading in all particulars, and another useful contribution to U.S. Israeli rejectionism. Returning to the phrase Palestinian state, the crucial question on the U.S. side is whether when Obama produces the words, he means the international consensus of fried chicken. So far it remains unanswered, except by careful omission, and, crucially, by Washington's steady funding of Israel's programs of settlement and development in the West Bank, recognized on all sides to be illegal, as already discussed. Probably Netanyahu would still accept his 1996 position. The contours of fried chicken are being carved into the landscape daily by U.S. backed Israeli programs. The general goals were outlined by Prime Minister Olmert in May 2006 in his Convergence program, later expanded to Convergence Plus. Under Convergence, Israel was to take over the territory within the illegal separation wall along with the Jordan Valley, thus imprisoning what is left, which is broken into cantons by several salients extending well to the east. The most important of these is the salient extending to the east of the greatly expanded Jerusalem area, including the town of Malajumim, whose lands extend virtually to Jericho, effectively bisecting the West Bank. Recently released Israeli documents revealed that it was planned for this purpose in 1974 by the Rabin Labour government, driving out Palestinians. Current Defense Minister Ed Barak, also Labour, informed the press in February 2009 that Malajumim will be an inseparable part of Jerusalem and State of Israel in any permanent settlement. 10 That includes the E1 corridor between Greater Jerusalem and Malajumim, where Israeli encroachment has been proceeding slowly. The construction of a huge police headquarters in the E1 corridor, like a colonial palace in the third turning point. 181. World was completed in 2008, intended to be connected to a new town that is on the drawing boards but has been held up for 5 years by US objections, which so far have blocked plans to develop the corridor. Press investigation discovered that the bulk of the funding for the Colonial Palace comes from far-right private donors operating within the Elad Foundation, whose stated purpose is the strengthening of Jewish ties to historic Jerusalem, which has nothing to do with the E1 corridor, intended to bisect the West Bank. The resort to private donors to build a major police headquarters for the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, is typical of the devious methods Israel has regularly used to conceal encroachment on Arab lands within Israel itself, and in its systematic takeover of the West Bank. The concealment is very shallow, but it works, if the paymaster chooses not to look. Several of the salients to the north carve up the rest of Palestinian territory. Israel has effectively annexed Greater Jerusalem, the site of most of its current construction projects, again driving out many Arabs. These Jerusalem projects not only violate international law, as do all the others, but also Security Council resolutions, at the time, still backed by the United States. The plans being executed right now are designed to leave Israel in control of the most valuable land in the West Bank, with Palestinians confined to unviable fragments, all separated from Jerusalem, the traditional center of Palestinian life. The separation wall also establishes Israeli control of the crucially important West Bank aquifer. Hence, Israel will be able to continue to ensure that Palestinians receive 1/4 as much water as Israelis, as the World Bank reported in April, in some cases below minimum recommended levels. In the other part of Palestine, Gaza, regular Israeli attacks and the merciless siege reduce consumption far below these levels. 11. Obama continues to support all of these programs, and has even called for substantially increasing military aid to Israel for an unprecedented 10 years. 12. It appears, then, that under Obama Palestinians may be offered fried chicken, but nothing more. Since the Oslo peace process was initiated in 1991, Israel has carried out a systematic policy of forced separation of Gaza from the West. 182. Noam Chomsky. Bank, with carefully calculated savagery, and in violation of Israel's repeated commitments. It was intensified with U.S. support after the unacceptable free election of January 2006. All of this too has been ignored in Obama's new initiative, thus underscoring his lack of commitment to any viable Palestinian state. 13. Gaza's separation from Palestine has been almost entirely consigned to oblivion, an atrocity to which we should not contribute by tacit consent. Israeli journalist Amira Kass, one of the leading specialists on Gaza, writes that the restrictions on Palestinian movement that Israel introduced in January 1991 reversed a process that had been initiated in June 1967. Back then, and for the first time since 1948, a large portion of the Palestinian people again lived in the open territory of a single country, to be sure, one that was occupied, but was nevertheless whole. The total separation of the Gaza Strip from the West Bank is one of the greatest achievements since of Israeli politics, whose overarching objective is to prevent a solution based on international decisions and understandings and instead dictate an arrangement based on Israel's military superiority. Since January 1991, Israel has bureaucratically and logistically merely perfected the split and the separation, not only between Palestinians in the occupied territories and their brothers in Israel, but also between the Palestinian residents of Jerusalem and those in the rest of the territories and between Gazans and West Bankers, Jerusalemites. Jews live in this same piece of land within a superior and separate system of privileges, laws, services, physical infrastructure and freedom of movement. 14. The leading academic specialist on Gaza, Harvard scholar Sarah Roy, adds that Gaza is an example of a society that has been deliberately reduced to a state of abject destitution, its once productive population transformed into one of aid-dependent paupers. Gaza's subjection began long before Israel's recent war against it, December 2008. The Israeli occupation, now largely forgotten or denied by the international community, has devastated Gaza's economy and people, especially since 2006. After Israel's December 2008 assault, Gaza's already compromised conditions have become virtually unlivable. Livelihoods, homes, and public infrastructure have been damaged or destroyed on a scale. Turning point? 183. That even the Israel Defense Forces admitted was indefensible. In Gaza today, there is no private sector to speak of and no industry. 80% of Gaza's agricultural crops were destroyed and Israel continues to snipe at farmers attempting to plant and tend fields near the well-fenced and patrolled border. Most productive activity has been extinguished. Today, 96% of Gaza's population of 1.4 million is dependent on humanitarian aid for basic needs. According to the World Food Programme, the Gaza Strip requires a minimum of 400 trucks of food every day just to meet the basic nutritional needs of the population. Yet, despite the 22nd of March, 2009, decision by the Israeli cabinet to lift all restrictions on foodstuffs entering Gaza, only 653 trucks of food and other supplies were allowed entry during the week of May 10, at best meeting 23% of required need. Israel now allows only 30 to 40 commercial items to enter Gaza compared to 4,000 approved products prior to June 2006.15. It cannot be too often stressed that Israel had no credible pretext for its 2008-9 attack on Gaza, with full U.S. support and illegally using U.S. weapons. Near universal opinion asserts the contrary, claiming that Israel was acting in self-defense. That is utterly unsustainable, in light of Israel's flat rejection of peaceful means that were readily available, as Israel and its U.S. partner in crime knew very well. 16 That aside, Israel's siege of Gaza is itself an act of war, as Israel of all countries certainly recognizes, having repeatedly justified launching major wars on grounds of partial restrictions on its access to the outside world, nothing remotely like what it has long imposed on Gaza. One crucial element of Israel's criminal siege, little reported, is the naval blockade. Peter Beaumont reports from Gaza that on its coastal littoral, Gaza's limitations are marked by a different fence where the bars are Israeli gunboats with their huge wakes, scurrying beyond the Palestinian fishing boats and preventing them from going outside a zone imposed by the warships. 17 According to reports from the scene, the naval siege has been tightened steadily since 2000. Fishing boats have been driven steadily out of Gaza's territorial waters and toward the shore by Israeli gunboats, often violently without warning and with many casualties. As a result of these naval actions, Gaza's fishing industry has virtually collapsed. Fishing is impossible near shore because of the contamination. 184. Noam Chomsky. Caused by Israel's regular attacks, including the destruction of power plants and sewage facilities. These Israeli naval attacks began shortly after the discovery by the BG, British Gas, Group, of what appear to be quite sizable natural gas fields in Gaza's territorial waters. Industry journals report that Israel is already appropriating these Gazan resources for its own use, part of its commitment to shift its economy to natural gas. The Standard industry source reports that Israel's finance ministry has given the Israel Electric Corporation approval to purchase larger quantities of natural gas from BG than originally agreed upon, according to Israeli government sources, which said the state-owned utility would be able to negotiate for as much as 1.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas from the marine field located off the Mediterranean coast of the Palestinian-controlled Gaza Strip. Last year, the Israeli government approved the purchase of 800 million cubic meters of gas from the field by the IC. Recently the Israeli government changed its policy and decided the state-owned utility could buy the entire quantity of gas from the Gaza marine field. Previously, the government had said it could buy half the total amount and the remainder would be bought by private power producers. 18. The pillage of what could become a major source of income for Gaza is surely known to U.S. authorities. It is only reasonable to suppose that the intention to appropriate these limited resources, either by Israel alone or together with a collaborationist Palestinian Authority, is the motive for preventing Gazan fishing boats from entering Gaza's territorial waters. There are some instructive precedents. In 1989, Australian Foreign Minister Gareth Evans signed a treaty with his Indonesian counterpart Ali Alatas granting Australia rights to the substantial oil reserves in the Indonesian province of East Timor. The Indonesia-Australia-Timor Gap Treaty, which offered not a crumb to the people whose oil was being stolen, is the only legal agreement anywhere in the world that effectively recognizes Indonesia's right to rule East Timor, the Australian press reported. Asked about his willingness to recognize the Indonesian conquest and to rob the sole resource of the conquered territory, which had been subjected to near genocidal slaughter by the Indonesian invader with their turning point. 185. Strong support of Australia, along with the United States and UK, and some others. Evans explained that there is no binding legal obligation not to recognize the acquisition of territory that was acquired by force, adding that the world is a pretty unfair place, littered with examples of acquisition by force. It should, then, be unproblematic for Israel to follow suit in Gaza. 19 A few years later, Evans became the leading figure in the campaign to introduce the concept responsibility to protect, known as R2P, into international law. R2P is intended to establish an international obligation to protect populations from grave crimes. Evans is the author of a major book on the subject and was co-chair of the International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, which issued what is considered the basic document on R2P. In an article devoted to this idealistic effort to establish a new humanitarian principle, the London Economist featured Evans and his bold but passionate claim on behalf of a three-word expression which, in quite large part thanks to his efforts, now belongs to the language of diplomacy: the responsibility to protect. The article is accompanied by a picture of Evans with the caption, "Evans, a lifelong passion to protect." His hand is pressed to his forehead in despair over the difficulties faced by his idealistic effort. The journal chose not to run a different photo that circulates in Australia, depicting Evans and electors exuberantly clasping their hands together as they toast the Timor Gap Treaty that they had just signed. In passing, we may note that it is common to conflate two crucially different versions of R2P, the one adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2005 and the one proposed by the Evans Commission. The latter grants NATO, and NATO alone, the right to use military force within what it determines unilaterally to be its area of jurisdiction boundless, as NATO has made clear by action and word, matters to which we return. The UN version, in contrast, reiterates positions already taken, with at most a shift of focus, and therefore was accepted with little opposition, at the same time that the countries of the South were bitterly and vociferously condemning the so-called right of humanitarian intervention, which is scarcely different from the Evans Commission version of R2P. The confusion on this. 186. Noam Chomsky. Issue, or deception, take your pick, is both remarkable and dangerous. 20 Though a protected population under international law, Gazans do not fall under the jurisdiction of the responsibility to protect, joining other unfortunates, in accord with the maxim of Thucydides, which holds with its customary precision. The kinds of restrictions on movement used to destroy Gaza have long been in force in the West Bank as well, less cruelly but with grim effects on life and the economy. The World Bank reports that Israel has established a complex closure regime that restricts Palestinian access to large areas of the West Bank. The Palestinian economy has remained stagnant, largely because of the sharp downturn in Gaza and Israel's continued restrictions on Palestinian trade and movement in the West Bank. The World Bank cited Israeli roadblocks and checkpoints hindering trade and travel, as well as restrictions on Palestinian building in the West Bank, where the Western-backed government of Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas holds sway. 21 Israel does permit, indeed encourage, a privileged existence for elites in Ramla and sometimes elsewhere, largely relying on European funding, a traditional feature of colonial and neo-colonial practice. All of this constitutes what Israeli activist Jeff Halper calls a matrix of control to subdue the colonized population. These systematic programs over more than 40 years aim to establish Defense Minister Moshe Dayan's recommendation to his colleagues shortly after the 1967 conquests, already cited, that we must tell the Palestinians in the territories that we have no solution, you shall continue to live like dogs, and whoever wishes may leave, and we will see where this process leads. Turning to the second bone of contention, settlements. There is indeed a confrontation, but it is rather less dramatic than portrayed. Washington's position was presented most strongly in Hillary Clinton's much-quoted statement rejecting natural growth exceptions to the policy opposing new settlements. Netanyahu, along with President Peres and in fact virtually the whole Israeli political spectrum, insists on permitting natural growth within the areas that Israel intends to annex, complaining that the United States is backing down on Bush's authorization of such expansion within his vision of a Palestinian state. Turning point 187. Senior Netanyahu cabinet members have gone further. Transportation Minister Yisrael Katz announced that the current Israeli government will not accept in any way the freezing of legal settlement activity in Judea and Samaria. 22. The term legal in U.S. Israeli parlance means illegal, but authorized by the government of Israel with a wink from Washington. In this usage, unauthorized outposts are termed illegal, though apart from the dictates of the powerful, they are no more illegal than the settlements granted to Israel under Bush's vision and Obama's scrupulous omission. The Obama-Clinton hardball formulation is not new. It repeats the wording of the Bush administration draft of the 2003 roadmap, which stipulates that in Phase I, Israel freezes all settlement activity, including natural growth of settlements. All sides formally accept the roadmap, modified to drop the phrase natural growth consistently, overlooking the fact that Israel, with U.S. support, at once added 14 reservations that render it inoperable. 23. If Obama were at all serious about opposing settlement expansion, he could easily proceed with concrete measures, for example, by reducing U.S. aid by the amount devoted to this purpose. That would hardly be a radical or courageous move. The Bush I administration did so, reducing loan guarantees, but after the Oslo Accord in 1993, President Clinton left calculations to the government of Israel. Unsurprisingly, there was no change in the expenditures flowing to the settlements. The Israeli press reported, Prime Minister Rabin will continue not to try out the settlements. The report concludes. And the Americans? They will understand. 24. Obama administration officials informed the press that the Bush-I measures are not under discussion, and that pressures will be largely symbolic. 25. In short, Obama understands, just as Clinton and Bush too did. At best, settlement expansion is a side issue, rather like the issue of illegal outposts, namely those that the government of Israel has not authorized. Concentration on these issues diverts attention from the fact that there are no legal outposts and that it is the existing settlements that are the primary problem to be faced. The U.S. press reports that a partial freeze has been in place for several years, but settlers have found ways around the strictures. Construct 188. Noam Chomsky. In the settlements has slowed but never stopped, continuing at an annual rate of about 1,500 to 2,000 units over the past 3 years. If building continues at the 2008 rate, the 46,500 units already approved will be completed in about 20 years. If Israel built all the housing units already approved in the nation's overall master plan for settlements, it would almost double the number of settler homes in the West Bank. 26. The probable source, Peace Now, which monitors settlement activities, estimates further that the two largest settlements would double in size, Ariel and Maladumim, built mainly during the Oslo years in the salients that subdivide the West Bank into cantons. Natural population growth is largely a myth, Israel's leading diplomatic correspondent, Akai Welder, points out, citing demographic studies by Colonel Rees Shaw Larelli, Deputy Military Secretary to former Prime Minister and incumbent Defense Minister Ed Barak. Settlement growth consists largely of Israeli immigrants in violation of the Geneva Conventions, assisted with generous subsidies. Much of it is in direct violation of formal government decisions, but carried out with the authorization of the government, specifically Barak, considered a dove in the Israeli spectrum. 27. Correspondent Jackson Diel derides the long-dormant Palestinian fantasy, revived by Abbas, that the United States will simply force Israel to make critical concessions, whether or not its democratic government agrees. 28. He does not explain why refusal to participate in Israel's illegal expansion, which, if serious, would force Israel to make critical concessions, would be improper interference in Israel's democracy. By his logic, we should stop our interference in Iran's internal affairs by refusing to help it develop nuclear weapons. Dail also refers to a recent Olmert peace plan of unprecedented generosity offered to Abbas, which he turned down, though it allegedly yielded just about everything to which Palestinians might reasonably aspire. Others have also referred to this mysterious plan and its rejection by Abbas. Efforts to unearth the plan have been unavailing. The only sources detected to date, June 2009, were comments by Palestinians in the Arab media that appear to be part of internal conflict about power sharing. Elliot Abrams dates the alleged plan to January 2009, citing unspecified press reports. 29. Turning point? 189. If there were any significance to this tale, it would be trumpeted by Israeli propaganda and its enthusiasts here with credible sources, as a welcome demonstration that Palestinians simply will not accept peace, even the most moderate of them. It is questionable on other grounds. For one thing, Olmert was in no position to offer any credible proposal, certainly, in January 2009. Having announced his resignation as he was facing indictment for serious corruption charges. The alleged plan is also hard to reconcile with the steady ongoing expansion of settlement under Olmert, vitiating even far less forthcoming offers. Returning to reality, all of these discussions about settlement expansion evade the most crucial issue about settlements, what the United States and Israel have already established in the West Bank. The evasion tacitly concedes that the illegal settlement programs already in place are somehow acceptable, putting aside the Golan Heights, annexed in violation of Security Council orders, though the Bush vision, apparently accepted by Obama, moves from tacit to explicit support for these violations of law. What is in place already suffices to ensure that there can be no viable Palestinian self-determination. Hence, there is every indication that even on the unlikely assumption that natural growth will be ended, Israeli rejectionism will persist, blocking the international consensus as before. Subsequently, Prime Minister Netanyahu declared a 10-month suspension of new construction, with many exemptions, and entirely excluding Greater Jerusalem, where expropriation in Arab areas and construction for Jewish settlers continues at a rapid pace. Hillary Clinton praised these unprecedented concessions on illegal construction, eliciting anger and ridicule in much of the world. 30. It might be different if a legitimate land swap were under consideration, a solution approached at Taba and spelled out more fully in the Geneva Accord reached in informal high-level Israel-Palestine negotiations. The accord was presented in Geneva in October 2003, welcomed by much of the world, rejected by Israel, and ignored by the United States. 31. Obama's June 4 Cairo address to the Muslim world kept pretty much to his well-honed blank slate style, with little of substance, but presented in a personable manner that allows listeners to write on the slate. 190. Noam Chomsky. What they want to hear. CNN captured its spirit in headlining a report Obama looks to reach the soul of the Muslim world. Obama had announced the goals of his address in an interview with New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman. "We have a joke around the White House," the president said. "We're just going to keep on telling the truth until it stops working, and nowhere is truth-telling more important than the Middle East." The White House commitment is most welcome, but it is useful to see how it translates into practice. 32. Obama admonished his audience that it is easy to point fingers. But if we see this conflict only from one side or the other, then we will be blind to the truth. The only resolution is for the aspirations of both sides to be met through two states, where Israelis and Palestinians each live in peace and security. Turning from Obama-Friedman truth to truth, there is a third side, with a decisive role throughout the United States. But that participant in the conflict Obama omitted. The omission is understood to be normal and appropriate, hence unmentioned. Friedman's column is headlined Obama's speech aimed at both Arabs and Israelis. The front-page Wall Street Journal report on Obama's speech appears under the heading Obama chides Israel, Arabs in his overture to Muslims. Other reports are the same. The convention is understandable on the doctrinal principle that though the U.S. government sometimes makes mistakes, its intentions are by definition benign, even noble. In the world of attractive imagery, Washington has always sought desperately to be an honest broker, yearning to advance peace and justice. The doctrine trumps truth, of which there is little hint in the speech or the mainstream coverage. Obama once again echoed Bush's vision of two states, without saying what he means by the phrase Palestinian state. His intentions are clarified not only by the crucial omissions already discussed, but also by his one explicit criticism of Israel. The United States does not accept the legitimacy of continued Israeli settlements. This construction violates previous agreements and undermines efforts to achieve peace. It is time for these settlements to stop. That is, Israel should live up to Phase I of the 2003 roadmap, rejected at once by Israel with tacit U.S. support, as turning point. 191. Noted. Through the truth is that Obama has ruled out even steps of the Bush-I variety to withdraw from participation in these crimes. The operative words are legitimacy and continued. By omission, Obama indicates that he accepts Bush's vision. The vast existing settlement and infrastructure projects are legitimate, thus ensuring that the phrase Palestinian state means fried chicken. Always even-handed, Obama also had an admonition for the Arab states. They must recognize that the Arab Peace Initiative was an important beginning, but not the end of their responsibilities. Plainly, it cannot be a meaningful beginning if Obama continues to reject its core principles, implementation of the international consensus. But to do so is evidently not Washington's responsibility in Obama's vision. No explanation given, no notice taken. On democracy, Obama said that we would not presume to pick the outcome of a peaceful election as in January 2006, when Washington picked the outcome with a vengeance, turning at once to severe punishment of the Palestinians because it did not like the outcome of the peaceful election, all with Obama's apparent approval judging by his words before and actions since taking office. Obama politely refrained from comment about his host, President Mubarak, one of the most brutal dictators in the region, though he has had some illuminating words about him. As Obama was about to board the plane to Saudi Arabia and Egypt, the two moderate Arab states, Mr. Obama signaled that while he would mention American concerns about human rights in Egypt, he would not challenge Mr. Mubarak too sharply, because he is a force for stability and good in the Middle East. Mr. Obama said he did not regard Mr. Mubarak as an authoritarian leader. No, I tend not to use labels for folks, Mr. Obama said. The president noted that there had been criticism of the manner in which politics operates in Egypt, but he also said that Mr. Mubarak had been a stalwart ally, in many respects, to the United States. 33. When a politician uses the word folks, we should brace ourselves for the deceit or worse that is coming. Outside of this context, there are people, or often villains, and using labels for them is highly merito. 192. Noam Chomsky. Riot. Obama is right, however, not to have used the word authoritarian, which is far too mild a label for his friend. Just as in the past, support for democracy, and for human rights as well, keeps to the pattern that scholarship has repeatedly discovered, correlating closely with strategic and economic objectives. There should be little difficulty in understanding why those whose eyes are not closed tight shut by rigid doctrine dismiss Obama's yearning for human rights and democracy as a joke in bad taste. There had been some verbal pressure from the Bush administration for relaxing Mubarak's harsh despotism, though it amounted to very little, and as a special report in the Financial Times observes, U.S. pressure ended after the electoral gains of the Muslim Brotherhood and the Hamas victory in parliamentary polls in the Palestinian territories, putting an end to neo-confrontation with democracy rhetoric. Under Obama, however, such U.S. pressure as there was for political reform dramatically eased, and the dictatorship has proceeded to tighten its grip on politics, harassing opponents and ensuring that no challenges emerge, showing that even an experiment with cosmetic reforms can be reversed. 34. The regime also felt free to unleash the brutality of the security forces against the non-violent international activists who arrived in Egypt to protest the savage siege of Gaza, to which the government of Egypt is contributing still further by building a steel wall at its border, deep into the ground to prevent the desperate prisoners from digging tunnels to obtain some limited sustenance beyond the trickle permitted by their captors. All of this a remarkable exercise in coordinated sadism, evidently tolerable to Western elite opinion. The Egyptian actions were barely reported in the United States. 35. With his endorsement of the brutal Mubarak tyranny, Obama made clear that he does not intend to depart from the traditional policy of supporting harsh dictatorships for geostrategic ends, a policy of course not limited to the Middle East, even though often salient there. The consequences of the policy have long been understood, and have been considered acceptable by planners. George W. Bush was probably genuinely puzzled when he asked, "Why do they hate us?" And his response at a turning point. 193. Hate our freedom may reflect what he learned at school. But the diplomatic and historical record, and the specialist literature, provide more compelling answers. More than half a century before Bush's plaintive query, President Eisenhower expressed his concern about the campaign of hatred against us in the Arab world, not by the governments but by the people. The reasons from the campaign of hatred were outlined by the National Security Council. In the eyes of the majority of Arabs, the United States appears to be opposed to the realization of the goals of Arab nationalism. They believe that the United States is seeking to protect its interest in Near East oil by supporting the status quo and opposing political or economic progress. Furthermore, the perceptions are accurate. Our economic and cultural interests in the area have led not unnaturally to close U.S. relations with elements in the Arab world whose primary interest lies in the maintenance of relations with the West and the status quo in their countries, blocking democracy and development. 36. Popular attitudes in the Arab world were particularly striking at that time, 1958, shortly after Eisenhower had expelled Israel, Britain, and France from the Sinai. Polls after 9/11 showed that much the same remained true, even among elite elements deeply embedded in the U.S.-dominated globalized economic order. By then, of course, there were other reasons from the hatred, among them the murderous Iraq sanctions, unnoticed in the West but taken seriously in the region, and U.S. support for Israeli crimes. The Afghanistan and particularly the Iraq invasion only exacerbated these feelings. Government studies draw the same conclusion. A Pentagon advisory panel, the Defense Science Board, responded to Bush's question by concluding that Muslims do not hate our freedom, but rather they hate our policies, adding that when American public diplomacy talks about bringing democracy to Islamic societies, this is seen as no more than self-serving hypocrisy. 37. The views are conventional among specialists, who also understand that these U.S. policies are a gift to the extremists among the jihadis, whose goal is to incite violent retaliation against the populations that they are seeking to mobilize. As Gardner summarizes the fairly broad specialist consensus, for so long as the jihadis can rely on the USA to stand by it. 194. Noam Chomsky. Arab allies, such as the House of Saud and President Mubarak. The Bin Laden franchise's monstrous bet that it can foment a clash of civilizations may be evil, but it is not wholly mad. If we continue to connive in the survival of tyranny, then we abet the onward march of the jihadis, for whom Western policy is their most consistently reliable ally. If reducing terror had been a high priority after 9/11, Washington would have used the ample opportunities to isolate and eliminate bin Laden by encouraging the bitter condemnation of his opportunism and violence by the majority even of the jihadis. Instead, the Bush administration chose to unify the jihadi movement in support of bin Laden and to mobilize many others to his cause by supporting his charges, preferring violence for its own purposes. With good reason, the hawkish Michael Sewer, in charge of tracking bin Laden for the CIA for many years, concludes that the United States of America remains bin Laden's only indispensable ally. 38. Apart from rhetorical flourishes, Obama seems committed to following the same path, as his praise for Mubarak and other policies illustrate. Obama also had observations on nuclear weapons, a matter of no slight significance in the light of his focus on Iran. Obama repeated his hope for their general abolition and called on all signers of the Non-Proliferation Treaty to abide by the responsibilities it imposes. His comments pointedly excluded Israel, which like India and Pakistan is not a signer of the NPT, all of them supported by the United States in their development of nuclear weapons, Pakistan particularly under Reagan, India under Bush II and Obama. Israel, India, and Pakistan are now escalating their nuclear weapons programs to a level that is highly threatening. But our significant role in this nuclear confrontation, from the outset and continuing, confers no responsibility. 39. Small wonder that outside the West few can take U.S. charges against Iran very seriously, not only the alleged concern for human rights, which Obama clarified with regard to Egypt, but also the primary charges that Iran is concealing something from the International Atomic Energy Agency, as it doubtless is. Others are concealing nothing at all. For example, the three countries that have never signed the NPT, continuing to rely on U.S. support for their nuclear weapons programs. At the peak of the furor about Iran, a turning point. 195. Few months after Obama's trip to Cairo, India announced that it can now build nuclear weapons with the same destructive power as those in the arsenals of the world's major nuclear powers. This was India's immediate reaction to Security Council Resolution 1887, September 24, 2009, which called on all states to join the NPT and to resolve any disputes within that framework, without the threat or use of force in violation of the UN Charter, a provision directed solely at the United States and Israel. At the same time, the AIA passed a resolution calling on Israel to join the NPT and open up its nuclear facilities to inspection. The United States and Europe tried to block the resolution, and when they failed, voted against it. It passed anyway. President Obama immediately assured Israel that the United States would support its rejection of the resolution. The AIA also overwhelmingly passed a resolution calling for application of the agency safeguards to the Middle East. 103-4, United States, Israel, Canada, Georgia opposed. The White House also assured its Indian ally that it can ignore Security Council resolutions on nuclear weapons, most recently Resolution 1887.40. These actions provide further evidence about Obama's concerns about proliferation of nuclear weapons. Obama reacted to Resolution 1887 in a different way as well. 2 days after he was awarded the Nobel Prize for his inspiring commitment to peace, the Pentagon announced that it was accelerating delivery of the most lethal weapons in the arsenal short of nuclear weapons, 13-ton bombs to be delivered by B-52 stealth bombers, designed to destroy deeply hidden bunkers shielded by 10,000 pounds of reinforced concrete. There is no secret about what they are for. Planning for these massive ordnance penetrators began in the Bush years, but languished, until Obama called for developing them rapidly when he came into office. 41. Obama's assurance to Israel adheres to the unacknowledged rules since Nixon. It is generally believed that Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir informed Nixon that Israel had already acquired the bomb and pledged to keep it invisible, that is, untested, undeclared, and in low political salience. Nixon agreed to end American annual visits to the nuclear reactor at Dimona and no longer press Israel to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. 42. 196. Noam Chomsky. Some who have placed their hopes in Obama have cited remarks of Assistant Secretary of State Rose Gottemoeller, universal adherence to the NPT itself, including by India, Israel, Pakistan and North Korea, also remains a fundamental objective of the United States. But the concern that her comment might mean something was quickly allayed by the report of the senior Israeli diplomat that Israel had received assurances that Obama will not force Israel to state publicly whether it has nuclear weapons, but will stick to a decades-old U.S. policy of don't ask, don't tell. And as the Institute for Public Accuracy reminds us, the Bush administration had also adopted Gottemoeller's stand, calling for universal adherence to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. 43. It appears, then, that universality applies to Iran's suspected programs, but not to the actual ones of U.S. allies and clients, not to speak of Washington's own obligations under the NPT. With regard to Iran's nuclear programs, Obama chose his words carefully. He said that any nation, including Iran, should have the right to access peaceful nuclear power if it complies with its responsibilities under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. His words again reiterate the Bush administration's position. It too held that Iran could access peaceful nuclear power. But as Obama and his associates know well, the contentious issue has been whether Iran has the rights guaranteed to signers of the NPT under Article 4. Which go well beyond access, say, by the goodwill of outside powers. The words of the NPT are quite clear. Nothing in this treaty shall be interpreted as affecting the inalienable right of all the parties to the treaty to develop research, production and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes without discrimination and in conformity with Articles I and II of this treaty, which refer to nuclear weapons. There is a considerable difference between research and production, as Article 4 permits, and access, which Bush and Obama have been willing to permit, meaning access from the outside. That has been at the heart of the dispute, and remains so. The non-aligned movement, most of the world's states, has forcefully affirmed Iran's rights under Article 4, which have also been supported by the majority of Americans. The international community, a technical term referring to Washington and whoever hap. Turning point. 197. Pence, to agree with it, opposes allowing Iran the rights guaranteed to NPT signers, and Obama, with his customary scrupulous choice of misleading words, indicates his continued adherence to this stand. It is also worth repeating that despite much fevered rhetoric, rational souls understand that the Iranian threat is not the threat of attack, which would be suicidal. Wayne White, former Deputy Director of the Near East and South Asia Office of State Department Intelligence, INR, quite plausibly estimates the likelihood that the Iranian leaders would carry out a nuclear attack against Israel, thus leading to the instant destruction of Iran and themselves, as down there with that 1% possibility. He dismisses the possibility that Supreme Leader Khamenei and the clerical elite, who hold power in Iran, would throw away the vast amounts of money and huge economic empires they have created for themselves in some quixotic attack against Israel with a nuclear weapon, even if they had one. Also timely is his confirmation that Israel's 1981 attack on Iraq's nuclear reactor did not end Saddam's nuclear weapons program, but initiated it. U.S. or Israeli bombing of Iranian facilities, White and other specialists observe, might have the same effect. Violence consistently elicits more violence in response. 44. Among specialists, including rational hawks, it is well understood that if Iran is pursuing a weapons program, it is for deterrence. Israeli military historian Martin van Grieve writes that the world has witnessed how the United States attacked Iraq for, as it turned out, no reason at all. Had the Iranians not tried to build nuclear weapons, they would be crazy. In the conservative national interest, former CIA weapons inspector David Case speculates that Iran might be moving toward nuclear weapons capability, with the strategic goal of countering a U.S. threat that is real in Tehran's eyes, for good reasons that he reviews. He notes further that perhaps the biggest agitator of all in this is the United States, with its abbreviated historical memory and diplomatic ADD. White too agrees that Iran might seek weapons capability, which is not the same as weapons, for deterrence. 45. These matters are well understood by informed hardliners. The leading neoconservative expert on Iran, Reuel Mark Gerecht, formerly in the 198. Noam Chomsky, CIA Middle East Division, wrote in 2000 that Tehran certainly wants nuclear weapons, and its reasoning is not illogical. Iran was gassed into surrender in the First Persian Gulf War. Pakistan, Iran's ever more radicalized Sunni neighbor to the southeast, has nuclear weapons. Saddam Hussein, with his Scuds and his weapons of mass destruction ambitions, is next door. Saudi Arabia, Iran's most ardent and reviled religious rival, has long-range missiles. Russia, historically one of Iran's most feared neighbors, is once again trying to reassert its dominion in the neighboring Caucasus, and Israel could, of course, blow the Islamic Republic to bits. Having been vanquished by a technologically superior Iraq at a cost of at least 500,000 men, Iran knows very well the consequences of having insufficient deterrence. And the Iranians possess the essential factor to make deterrence work: sanity. Tehran or Isfahan in ashes would destroy the Persian soul, about which even the most hardline cleric cares deeply. As long as the Iranians believe that either the US or Israel or somebody else in the region might retaliate with nuclear weapons, they won't do something stupid. 46. Gerecht also understands very well the real security problem posed by Iranian nuclear weapons, should it acquire them. A nuclear-armed Islamic Republic would of course check, if not checkmate, the United States maneuvering room in the Persian Gulf. We would no doubt think several times about responding to Iranian terrorism or military action if Tehran had the bomb and a missile to deliver it. During the lead-up to the Second Gulf War, ruling clerical circles in Tehran and Qom were abuzz with the debate about nuclear weapons. The mullahs agreed. If Saddam Hussein had had nuclear weapons, the Americans would not have challenged him. For the left and the right, this weaponry is the ultimate guarantee of Iran's defense, its revolution, and its independence as a regional great power. With appropriate translations for the doctrinal terms, Gerecht's concerns capture realistically the threat posed by an Iran with a deterrent capacity. Also generally discounted is the likelihood that Iran might provide nuclear weapons or technology to terrorists or rogue states, though such transfers have happened, notably by the infamous AQ-Khan network protected by US ally Pakistan. Such actions would place Iran itself. Turning point 199. At great risk for no conceivable gain except possibly deterrence, and even that is a very remote contingency. It is difficult to disagree with strategic analyst Leonard Weiss of the Center for International Security and Cooperation at Stanford and the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. The assumption that Iran, if it had nuclear weapons, would attack Israel, he writes, amounts to assuming that Iran's leaders are insane, that the Iranian cleric's hatred of Israel is so intense that in order to destroy it they would launch a nuclear attack that would kill not only Jews but also up to 1.5 million Muslims living in Israel, as well as triggering an Israeli nuclear counterattack, which, would turn back the clock on Iran's development for many decades and reduce its leaders to radioactive dust. As for the speculation that Iran might transfer such weapons to third parties, not only could Iran not be sure that the transfer will be perfectly secure from discovery or that the weapons will be used as intended, but it would undoubtedly be treated as if it came from Tehran, again resulting in Iran's utter destruction. 47. As all eyes were focused on Iran's possible violations of the NPT in late 2009, Obama initiated a reconfiguration of the missile defense systems planned for Eastern Europe, evoking lively controversy as to whether he was selling out to the Russians or providing a better way to protect the world from Iranian aggression. The debate was resolved in January 2010, when Obama decided to place the systems in northern Poland, 35 miles from Kaliningrad, thus posing a threat to Russia but without any obvious relation to Iran, and shortly after in Romania, again immediately arousing Russian concerns. The chief of Russia's general staff warned that the perceived threat to Russian security was holding up negotiations on the crucial Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, START. Throughout, the debate skillfully avoided the central issue: are these systems designed for defense against an Iranian attack, as advertised? That is hardly plausible, for the reasons just discussed. Zbigniew Brzezinski is perceptive in describing these systems as based on a non-existent defense technology, designed against a non-existent threat, and designed to protect West Europeans, who weren't asking for the protection. 48. 200. Noam Chomsky. We should recall, however, that anti-missile systems, were they to become functional, do serve a military purpose, as a first strike weapon, potentially eliminating a deterrent, in this case ensuring that Iran is open to U.S. Israeli attack. The same reasoning holds for U.S. delivery to Israel of Patriot anti-missile systems, and Obama's decision in January 2010 to place special ships off the Iranian coast and anti-missile systems in at least 4 Arab countries, not for defense as the government professes and the media uncritically repeat. The anti-missile systems supplement the more direct first strike threats, keeping all options on the table, including the threat of force, in violation of the UN Charter and repeated UN resolutions, most recently Security Council Resolution 1887. Also, training maneuvers that take Iran as the obvious target, development of super weapons aimed just at Iran, and much else, including such actions as dispatch of Israeli warships and Israel's German-made Dolphin-class submarines capable of carrying nuclear missiles, virtually undetectable, through the Suez Canal and Red Sea into positions where they can attack Iran, with Egyptian permission, though Egypt denies it. 49. In February 2010, General Petraeus, head of the U.S. Central Command with jurisdiction over the Middle East region, confirmed the near-unanimous view among specialists that a military strike on Iran could have the unintended consequence of stirring nationalist sentiment to the benefit of Tehran's hardline government, a significant blow to the democratic movement in Iran, not to speak of the human disaster and the likelihood of Iranian retaliation. 50. No one wants Iran, or anyone, to develop nuclear weapons, but it should be recognized that the perceived threat is not that they will be used in a suicide mission, but rather the threat of deterrence of U.S. Israeli actions to extend their own domination of the region. And to repeat, if the concern were Iranian nuclear weapons, there would be sensible ways to proceed, to which, furthermore, the United States is officially committed, namely, to join in the overwhelming international support, including a large majority of Americans, for a nuclear weapons-free zone, including Iran, Israel, and U.S. forces deployed there. Adequate verification is by no means impossible. That should mitigate, if not terminate. Turning point? 201. The regional nuclear weapons threat. Even steps toward that goal would have a positive impact. But it is not on the agenda. Obama's new initiative for the Middle East was spelled out most extensively by John Kerry, chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a regular emissary to the region, in an important speech at the Brookings Institution on March 4, 2009.51. In interpreting Kerry's words, we have to recognize that the actual facts of history are irrelevant. What is important in his address is not the contrived picture of past and present, but the plans outlined. Kerry urges that we face the unpleasant fact that our honourable efforts to bring about a political settlement have failed, primarily because of the unwillingness of the Arab states to make peace. Furthermore, all of our efforts to give the Israelis a legitimate partner for peace, for which Israel has always yearned, have founded on Palestinian intransigence. Now, however, there is a welcome change. With the Arab Peace Initiative of 2006, the Arab states have finally signaled their willingness to accept Israel's presence in the region. Even more promising is the unprecedented willingness among moderate Arab nations to work with Israel against our common enemy Iran. Moderate here is used in its technical meaning, willing to conform to U.S. demands, irrespective of the nature of the regime. This realignment can help to lay the groundwork for progress towards peace, Kerry said, as we reconceptualize the problem, focusing on the Iranian threat. This brings the United States into alignment with the wishes of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who speaks for the Israeli right wing, which unfortunately means most of the country after the sharp shift to the jingoist right in Israel in the past few years. Kerry goes on to explain that there is also at last some hope that a legitimate partner can be found for our peace-loving Israeli ally, Abbas and the Palestinian Authority. How then do we proceed to support Israel's new legitimate Palestinian partner? Most importantly, this means strengthening General Keith Dayton's efforts to train Palestinian security forces that can keep order and fight terror. Recent developments have been extremely encouraging. During the invasion of Gaza, Pales. 202. Noam Chomsky. Palestinian security forces largely succeeded in maintaining calm in the West Bank amidst widespread expectations of civil unrest. Obviously, more remains to be done, but we can help do it. Routinely, Kerry describes the attack on Gaza as entirely right and just, by definition, since the United States crucially participated in it. It doesn't matter, then, that the pretext lacks any credibility, under principles that we all accept, with regard to others, that is, matters already discussed. Furthermore, it is evidently right and just, indeed admirable, to use force to prevent Palestinians from publicly expressing concern at the slaughter and destruction underway in the other half of Palestine. Armed and trained in Jordan, or in the occupied West Bank by Jordanian instructors with Israeli participation and supervision, General Dayton's Palestinian Authority Security Forces, PASF, are described by Israeli journalist Gideon Levy as subcontractors to the Israeli security. Accurate enough, and from his pen that is not praise. It is, however, a good reason the PASF is so admired by the Israeli army, by the Obama administration, and by U.S. journalists. 52. Some recognize that not all is going quite as well as Kerry describes. Charles Levinson, like others, reports that their PASF won exceptional praise from Israeli officers for their effectiveness keeping a check on protests in the West Bank during the December to January Gaza war. But there is concern that the PASF may not have won the battle of public opinion, and was seen as protecting the Israeli army, quoting the official in charge of the European police training team. That is, they are seen as Israeli subcontractors. Levinson cites an incident in which Palestinian forces swept into a West Bank town on the heels of the Israeli army, only to be chased out by angry residents and an internal memo of General Dayton's training team warning. There are growing signs that the local population are increasingly losing respect for the PASF. He also quotes a PASF commander who describes his troops as disillusioned. Operations against Hamas and other anti-Israel groups appeared at odds with the Palestinian public that increasingly viewed him and his men as doing Israel's bidding and getting little in return. 53. The Dayton Army is the soft side of population control, under their turning point. 203. Political State Department supervision. According to knowledgeable observers, the tougher and more brutal forces are trained by the CIA, General Intelligence and Preventive Security. 54. Kerry is right that Washington can do more to ensure that West Bank Palestinians are so effectively controlled that they cannot even protest the atrocities suffered by Palestinians in Gaza, let alone take a step toward meaningful self-determination or even protection of the shreds of Palestine left to them under the U.S. Israeli encroachment schemes that are constantly underway. To do more to support the Dayton Army and its more brutal associates, the United States can draw on a long history of colonial practice, developed in exquisite detail during the U.S. occupation of the Philippines after the murderous conquest a century ago, then widely applied elsewhere. This sophisticated refinement of traditional imperial practice has been highly successful in U.S. dependencies, while also providing means of population control at home. These matters are spelled out in path-breaking work by historian Alfred McCoy. 55. The approach relies on a variety of means to dismantle resistance to colonial domination, using rumor, slander, and the highest available technology of surveillance and control, enlisting cooperative domestic elites, and the mail fist, the Philippine Constabulary and U.S. forces, when needed. Kerry is surely familiar with these techniques from his service in South Vietnam. Applying these measures to Palestine, collaborationist paramilitary forces can be employed to subdue the domestic population with the cooperation of privileged elites, granting the United States and Israel free rein to carry forward Bush's vision and Olmert's Convergence Plus, and their later versions. Gaza can meanwhile be kept under a strangling siege as a prison and occasional shooting gallery. Washington's new initiative for Middle East peace, so it is hoped, will integrate Israel among the moderate Arab states as a bulwark for U.S. domination of the vital energy-producing regions. It fits well into Obama's broader programs for Afghanistan and Pakistan, where military operations are escalating and huge embassies are being constructed on the model of the city-within-city called an embassy in Baghdad, clearly signaling Obama's longer-term intentions. 56. 204. Noam Chomsky. The reconceptualization is evidently satisfactory to U.S. high-tech industry, which continues to enhance its intimate relations with Israel. One striking illustration is a gigantic installation that Intel is constructing in its Kiryat Gat facility in Israel to implement a revolutionary reduction in the size of computer chips, expected to set a new industry standard and to supply much of the world with parts. 57. Relations between U.S. and Israeli military industry remain particularly close. So much so that Israel has been shifting development and manufacturing facilities for its advanced military industry to the United States, where access to U.S. military aid is easier, and is also considering transfer of production of armored vehicles to the United States over the objections of thousands of Israeli workers who will lose their jobs. 58. The relations are also very lucrative for U.S. military producers, doubly so, in fact, because U.S. government-funded weapons supplies to Israel, themselves very profitable, also function as teasers that induce the rich Arab dictatorships, moderates, to purchase great amounts of less sophisticated military equipment. Close intelligence cooperation goes back over half a century. Israel also continues to provide the United States with a strategically located overseas military base for pre-positioning weapons and other functions, most recently in January 2010, when the U.S. Army moved to double the value of emergency military equipment it stockpiles on Israeli soil, raising the level to $800 million. Missiles, armored vehicles, aerial ammunition and artillery ordnance are already stockpiled in the country. The deal also allows Israel access to a wider spectrum of military ordnance, aiding Israel in its effort to bolster its weapons stockpiles for use in an emergency. Israel's stores of aerial and artillery ammunition were depleted during the Second Lebanon War in 2006, nearly reaching levels the IDF considers dangerously low. 59. The prepositioning goes back to 1990. The quiet announcement that the United States was sending weapons to Israel during the U.S. Israeli assault on Gaza in December to January 1999 to 2000 raised a few eyebrows, but the Pentagon explained, probably accurately, that the weapons were not intended for use in Gaza but were being prepositioned for future use by U.S. forces in the region. 60. Turning point. 205. These are among the unparalleled services that Israel provides for U.S. militarism and global dominance, as well as for the U.S. high-tech economy. They afford Israel a certain leeway to defy Washington's orders, though it is skating on thin ice if it tries to push its luck too far, as history has repeatedly shown. So far, the jingoist extremism of the current government has been constrained by more sober elements. But if Israel goes too far, there might indeed erupt U.S.-Israel confrontation of the kind that many commentators perceive today, so far with little basis. 9. Elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. The word that immediately rolled off of every tongue after the presidential election was historic. And rightly so. A black family in the White House is truly a momentous event. There were some surprises. One was that the election was not over after the Democratic Convention. One might expect that the opposition party would have a landslide victory during a severe economic crisis, after 8 years of disastrous policies on all fronts, including the worst record on job growth of any post-war president and a rare decline in median wealth, with an incumbent so unpopular that his own party had to disavow him, and a dramatic collapse in U.S. standing in world opinion. The Democrats did win, barely. If the financial crisis had been slightly delayed, they might not have. A good question is why the margin of victory for the opposition party was so small, given the circumstances. One possibility is that neither party reflects public opinion at a time when 80% think the country is going in the wrong direction and that the government is run by a few big interests looking out for themselves, not for the people, and a stunning 94% object that government does not attend to public opinion. As many studies show, both parties are well to the right of the population on many major issues, domestic and international. 1. 207. 208. Noam Chomsky. It could be argued that no party speaking for the public would be viable in a society that is business run to an unusual extent. Evidence for that description is substantial. At a very general level, evidence is provided by the predictive success of political economist Thomas Ferguson's investment theory of politics, which holds that policies tend to reflect the wishes of the powerful blocs that invest every 4 years to control the state, an analysis that gains more force from recent events, and is poised to become even more successful with the Supreme Court decision of January 21, 2010, already discussed. More specific illustrations are numerous. To select one enlightening example, for 60 years the United States has failed to ratify the core principle of international labor law, which guarantees freedom of association. Legal analysts call it the untouchable treaty in American politics, and observe that there has never even been any debate about the matter. 2. And many have noted Washington's dismissal of conventions of the International Labour Organization as contrasted with the intense dedication to enforcement of monopoly pricing rights for corporations, intellectual property rights. The weakness of social democratic, welfare state programs in the United States as compared to Europe is often attributed to the American character, individualist, liberty-loving, anti-government, but super-patriotic, firm in the belief that hard work reaps rewards and that those who fall by the wayside are somehow defective, etc. There may be some elements of truth to these common portrayals, but they are hard to square with the historical record, or even with studies of popular attitudes. We return to attitudes toward healthcare, often misrepresented. More generally, on welfare state measures, public support is quite high. Even among those who identify themselves as anti-government in polls, overwhelming majorities support maintaining or expanding spending on social security, childcare, and aid to poor people and other social welfare measures, though support in these groups fell off significantly only when it came to aid to blacks and welfare recipients. Half of the staunchest conservatives believed that spending is too little on assistance to the poor. In the population as a whole, according to the 2008 National Opinion Research Center's General Social Survey, 71%. Elections 2008, hope confronts the real world. 209 of respondents thought the government was spending too little to improve and protect the nation's health. 58% said spending on social security was too little, 58% thought we should spend more to deal with drug addiction, and 55% thought spending to be too little on programs to assist people to secure child care, though again, there were exceptions on aid for blacks and welfare recipients. 3. The persistence of generally social democratic attitudes is noteworthy in the face of huge propaganda campaigns to efface any such ideas, a prominent feature of a society dominated to an unusual extent by a highly class-conscious business community, dedicated to winning what they call the everlasting battle for the minds of men and to beating back threats of political power of the masses, a serious hazard to industrialists and more recently to the increasingly dominant financial institutions. Over the years, the campaigns have had two primary enemies: unions, naturally, and government. The anti-government campaigns have to be nuanced and sophisticated, because the architects of policy understand very well the need for a powerful state that intervenes massively in the economy and abroad to ensure that their own interests are most peculiarly attended to. The goal of sophisticated business propaganda is to engender fear and hatred of government among the population, so that they are not seduced by subversive notions of democracy and social welfare, while maintaining support for the powerful nanny state for the rich. A difficult course, but one that has been maneuvered with considerable skill. 4. There is much to explore here, but this is not the place. The two candidates in the 2008 Democratic primary were a woman and an African American. That too was historic. It would have been unimaginable 40 years ago. The fact that the country has become civilized enough to accept this outcome is a considerable tribute to the activism of the 1960s and its aftermath, an observation with lessons from the future. In some ways, the election followed familiar patterns. The McCain campaign was honest enough to announce clearly that they would skirt issues. Sarah Palin's hairdresser received twice the salary of McCain's foreign policy advisor. Probably an accurate reflection of significance for the 210. Noam Chomsky. Campaign. 5 Obama's message of hope and change offered a virtual blank slate on which supporters could write their wishes. One could search websites for position papers, but correlation of these two policies is hardly spectacular, and in any event, what enters into voters' choices is what the campaign places front and center, as party managers know well. The Obama campaign greatly impressed the public relations industry, which named Obama Advertising Age's Marketer of the Year for 2008, easily beating out Apple Computers. 6 A good predictor of the election a few weeks later. The industry's regular task is to create uninformed consumers who will make irrational choices, thus undermining markets as they are conceptualized in economic theory, but benefiting the masters of the economy. And it recognizes the benefits of undermining democracy in much the same way, creating uninformed voters who make often irrational choices between the factions of the business party that amass sufficient support from concentrated private capital to enter the electoral arena, then to dominate campaign propaganda. The Financial Times reported the enthusiasm of the PR industry over the marketing of brand Obama. Particularly impressed were those who helped pioneer the packaging of candidates as consumer brands 30 years ago, when they designed the Reagan campaign. Obama, some felt, is likely to have more influence on boardrooms than any president since Ronald Reagan, who redefined what it was to be a CEO by teaching the lesson that you had to give them a vision. Reagan's visionary performance led to the 1980s and 1990s reign of the imperial CEO, an office that registered such towering successes as destroying the financial system and exporting much of the real economy while amassing huge personal fortunes based largely on ability to choose the boards that determine salary and bonuses, thanks to regulations established by the nanny state for the rich. 7. Obama himself had expressed his admiration for Reagan as a transformative figure. Obama was not referring to the rivers of blood that the Reagan spilled from Central America to Southern Africa and beyond. Nor was he referring to Reagan's great effectiveness in helping transform Pakistan into a nuclear-armed state with powerful radical Islamic forces. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 211. With consequences that Obama regards as the major foreign challenge to his administration. So, yes, Reagan was a transformative figure abroad, though not in Obama's sense of the term. And at home as well, though Obama was not referring to Reagan's crucial role in transforming the United States from the world's leading creditor to the world's leading debtor, or converting it from an industrial society rather resembling Europe to one in which real wages for the majority stagnate and social indicators decline while a few who are favored by government policy gain fabulous wealth, among other forms of social malaise. Rather, Obama was referring to the colossus whose spirit seems to stride the country, watching us like a warm and friendly ghost, the semi-divinity constructed by a remarkable PR campaign, which anointed Reagan as the high priest of free markets and small government, culminating in a reverential commemoration of the great man that was reminiscent of the veneration of Kim Il-sung, one of the more embarrassing moments of the modern history of Western political culture. The imagery is untainted by Reagan's breaking modern records in government intervention in the economy, while also somewhat increasing the size of government. Just to mention a few highlights. He was by far the most protectionist president in post-war American history, virtually doubling protectionist barriers in order to try to save the U.S. economy from takeover by more efficient Japanese producers. He carried out the first too big-to-fail bailout, Continental Illinois, while setting the stage for the huge savings and loan financial crisis. His Star Wars fantasies were sold to the business world as a huge taxpayer-funded bonanza to high-tech industry. His out-of-control spending binges burying our children and grandchildren under a mountain of unsustainable debt, to quote House Republican leader John Boehner, referring, however, to the evil Obama, and omitting to mention, as did the press reporting him, that the projected interest burdens for Reagan and Obama are virtually identical as a proportion of GDP. And on. 8. Reagan's vision, like most heralded visions, is entirely independent of his deeds. The vision that was constructed by the doctrinal institutions is one of dedication to unfettered free markets and democracy. 212. Noam Chomsky. Promotion. In the light of the facts, the creation of the vision was indeed a marketing triumph, of which those who helped pioneer the packaging of candidates as consumer brands 30 years ago should be proud, as they celebrate their greatest triumph yet in 2008. The Center for Responsive Politics, CRP, which monitors campaign contributions, reports that once again elections were bought. The best-funded candidates won 9 out of 10 contests, and all but a few members of Congress will be returning to Washington. Obama outspent McCain by almost 2-1. The executive director of the CRP observed that the 2008 election will go down in U.S. history as an election of firsts. But this was far from the first time that money was overwhelmingly victorious on election day. 9. Before the conventions, the viable candidates with most funding from financial institutions were Obama and McCain. Preliminary results suggest that by the end, Obama's campaign contributions, by industry, were concentrated among financial institutions and law firms, including lobbyists, favoring him by a considerable margin. The investment theory of politics suggests some conclusions about guiding policies of the new administration, and they were soon verified, with interesting consequences, to which we return when Obama veered slightly from the path laid out by his sponsors. As discussed earlier, the power of financial institutions reflects the increasing shift of the economy from production to finance since the liberalization of finance in the 1970s. One of the root causes of the greatest economic crisis since the Great Depression, the financial collapse of 2007-8, deep and ongoing recession in the real economy, and the miserable performance of the economy for the large majority, whose real wages stagnated for 30 years, while benefits and social indicators declined. The steward of this impressive record, Alan Greenspan, St. Alan as he was sometimes called during his glory years, attributed his success to greater worker insecurity, which led to atypical restraint on compensation increases, and corresponding increases into the pockets of those who mattered. 10 Greenspan's failure even to perceive the $8 trillion housing bubble, following the collapse of the earlier tech bubble that he oversaw, was there. Elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 213. Immediate cause of the current financial crisis, as he ruefully conceded. But he was not alone in that among the economic profession and regulators. Reactions to the election from across the spectrum commonly adopted the soaring rhetoric of the Obama campaign. Veteran correspondent John Hughes wrote that America has just shown the world an extraordinary example of democracy at work. While to British historian journalist Tristram Hunt, the election showed that America is a land where miracles happen, such as the glorious epic of Barack Obama. Leftist French journalist Jean Daniel. In no other country in the world is such an election possible, said Catherine Durandin of the Institute for International and Strategic Relations in Paris. Many others were no less rapturous. 11. The rhetoric may have some justification if we keep to the West, but elsewhere matters are different. Consider the world's largest democracy, India. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, which is larger than all but a few countries of the world and is notorious for horrifying treatment of women, is not only a woman, but Dalit, untouchable, at the lowest rung of India's disgraceful caste system. Turning to the Western Hemisphere, consider its two poorest countries, Haiti and Bolivia. In Haiti's first democratic election in 1990, grassroots movements were organized in the slums and hills, and though without resources, elected their own candidate, the populist priest Jean-Bertrand Aristide. The results astonished observers who expected an easy victory for the candidate of the elite and the United States, a former World Bank official. True. This victory for democracy was soon overturned by a military coup, followed by years of terror and suffering to the present, with crucial participation of the two traditional torturers of Haiti, France and the United States. But the victory itself was a far more extraordinary example of democracy at work than the miracle of 2008. The same is true of the 2005 election in Bolivia. The indigenous majority, the most oppressed population in the hemisphere, elected a candidate from their own ranks, a poor peasant, Evo Morales. The electoral campaign did not feature soaring rhetoric about hope and change, or body language and fluttering of eyelashes, but was focused on crucial is. 214. Noam Chomsky. Sus, very well known to the voters, control over resources, cultural rights, questions of justice in a complex multi-ethnic society, and so on. Furthermore, the election went far beyond pushing a lever on election day or even efforts to get out the vote. It was just one stage in long and intense popular struggles in the face of severe repression, which had won major victories, such as defeating the efforts to deprive poor people of water through privatization. These popular movements did not take instructions from party leaders. Rather, they formulated the policies that their candidates were chosen to implement. That is quite different from the Western model of democracy, as we see quite clearly in the reactions to Obama's victory. In the liberal Boston Globe, the headline of the lead story observed that Obama's grassroots strategy leaves few debts to interest groups, labor unions, women, minorities, or other traditional Democratic constituencies. That is only partially right, because massive funding by concentrated sectors of financial capital is ignored, perhaps not considered an interest group. But leaving the detail aside, the report is correct in saying that Obama's hands are not tied, because his only debt is to a grassroots army of millions who took instructions that contributed essentially nothing to formulating his program. At the other end of the doctrinal spectrum, a headline in the Wall Street Journal reads, "Grassroots army is still at the ready, namely, ready to follow instructions to push his agenda, whatever it might turn out to be." 12. Obama's organizers regard the network they constructed as a mass movement with unprecedented potential to influence voters, the Los Angeles Times reported. The movement, organized around the Obama brand, can pressure Congress to hew to the Obama agenda. But they are not to develop ideas and programs and call on the representatives to implement them. These would be among the old ways of doing politics from which the new idealists are breaking free, 13 preferring the model of obedience to the maximal leader. It is instructive to compare this picture to the workings of a functioning democracy such as Bolivia. The popular movements of the Third World do not accept the Western doctrine that the function of the IG. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 215. Ignorant and meddlesome outsiders. The population is to be spectators of action but not participants. Walter Lippmann, articulating a standard progressive view. In earlier periods of American history, the public refused to keep to its assigned function. Popular activism has repeatedly brought about substantial gains in freedom and justice. The authentic hope of the Obama campaign is that the grassroots army organized to take instructions from the leader might break free and return to old ways of doing politics, by direct participation in action. In Bolivia, as in Haiti, efforts to promote democracy, social justice, and cultural rights, and to bring about desperately needed structural and institutional changes are, naturally, bitterly opposed by the traditional rulers, the Europeanized, mostly white elite in the eastern provinces, the site of most of the natural resources currently desired by the West. Also naturally, their quasi-secessionist movement is supported by Washington, which once again scarcely conceals its reflexive distaste for democracy when outcomes do not conform to strategic and economic interests. To punish Bolivians for showing the world a truly extraordinary example of democracy at work, the Bush administration canceled trade preferences, threatening tens of thousands of jobs, on the pretext that Bolivia was not cooperating with U.S. counter-narcotic efforts. In the real world, the UN estimates that Bolivia's coca crop increased 5% in 2007, as compared with a 26% increase in Colombia, the terror state that is Washington's closest regional ally and the recipient of enormous military aid. AP reports that cocaine seizures by Bolivian police working with DEA agents had also increased dramatically during the Morales administration. 14. As discussed earlier, drug wars are curious affairs. The same is true of condemnation and decertification for alleged non-compliance with U.S. demands on counter-narcotic efforts. One interesting case is Mexico, probably the leading narco state in the world after U.S. ally Colombia. In part that seems to be a consequence of NAFTA, which undermined much of the economy and also led to flight of peasants from land that now, according to Mexican journalists, is planted in poppy and guarded. 216. Noam Chomsky. By narco-guerrillas and the army. They also say that investigation and reporting on the narco-trafficking industry is so hazardous that little of what they discover appears in print. Some does, however, for example, that over 200,000 peasant women work for narco-traffickers because it is the only option for survival under the new liberalized economy. Also published was the report by the respected analyst Edgardo Buscaglia, a UN specialist and professor of law and economy, that the war on drugs of US ally Felipe Calderon is a caricature, which has left untouched the major private economic powers that participate massively in the racket. 15. Bolivia was decertified by the Bush administration, then by Obama, for alleged lack of cooperation with U.S. anti-drug efforts. Mexican President Calderon, in contrast, is highly praised. And Mexico is certified, though over the very strong objections of the National Narcotic Officers Association Coalition, which testified to Congress on the failure of Mexico to take even elementary steps to control the plague, which has now penetrated the southwest United States as well. Priorities and criteria are, again, clearly illuminated. 16. Turning to the future, what could we realistically have expected of the Obama administration as it took office? We have two sources of information: actions and rhetoric. The most important actions prior to taking office are selection of staff and advisors. The first selection was for Vice President Joe Biden, one of the strongest supporters of the Iraq invasion among Senate Democrats, a longtime Washington insider, who consistently votes with his fellow Democrats, though not always, as when he brought cheer to financial institutions by supporting a measure to make it harder for individuals to erase debt by declaring bankruptcy. 17. The first post-election appointment was from the crucial position of Chief of Staff, Rahm Emanuel, one of the strongest supporters of the Iraq invasion among House Democrats, and like Biden, a long-term Washington insider. Emanuel is also one of the biggest recipients of Wall Street campaign contributions. The Center for Responsive Politics reports that he was the top House recipient in the 2008 election cycle. Elections 2008, hope confronts the real world. 217. Of contributions from hedge funds, private equity firms and the larger securities investment industry. Since being elected to Congress in 2002, he has received more money from individuals and PACs in the securities and investment business than any other industry. These are also among Obama's top donors. His task was to oversee Obama's approach to the worst financial crisis since the 1930s, for which his and Obama's funders share ample responsibility. 18. In an interview with an editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emanuel was asked what the incoming Obama administration would do about the Democratic congressional leadership, which is brimming with left-wing barons who have their own agenda, such as slashing defense spending and angling for steep energy taxes to combat global warming, not to speak of the outright lunatics in Congress who toy with slavery reparations and even sympathize with Europeans who want to indict Bush administration war criminals for war crimes. Barack Obama can stand up to them, Emanuel assured the editor. The administration will be pragmatic, fending off left extremists. 19. Labour journalist and lawyer Steve Early wrote that while running for office, Obama said he strongly backed the Employee Free Choice Act, a long overdue labour law reform measure that should be part of his promised economic stimulus plan. However, when Obama introduced his top economic advisers on taking office and talked about steps to jolt the economy, the act was not part of the package, and Chief of Staff Emanuel declined to say whether the White House will support the Employee Free Choice Act. Workers will be watching closely to see whether their plight merits the same helping hand so quickly extended to Wall Street. 20. The answer has been sharp and clear, and working people did not have to wait very long to find it out. IFCA quickly vanished. And to make priorities even clearer, a few weeks after taking office, President Obama decided to show his solidarity with workers by giving a talk at a factory in Illinois, February 12, 2009. He chose a Caterpillar plant over objections of church, peace, and human rights groups, who were protesting Caterpillar's role in providing Israel with the means to devastate the Dur. 218. Noam Chomsky. It occupies and to destroy the lives of the population, also killing an American volunteer, Rachel Coy, who tried to block the destruction of a home. 21. Apparently forgotten, however, was something else. Following Reagan's lead with the dismantling of the Air Traffic Controllers Union, the new hardline CEO of Caterpillar, Donald Feitz, rescinded the contract with United Auto Workers in 1991, instituted a lockout, threatened to bring in permanent replacement workers, scabs, and later did so, for the first time in generations in manufacturing industry. The practice was illegal in other industrial countries apart from South Africa at the time. Now the United States appears to be in splendid isolation. It is hard to imagine that Obama and his advisors purposely chose a corporation that led the way to undermine labor rights. More likely, they were unaware of the facts, which would be an even worse indictment of the business-run doctrinal system. At the time of Caterpillar's innovation in labor relations, Obama was a community organizer in Chicago and visiting fellow at the University of Chicago Law School. He must have been reading the Chicago Tribune, which ran a careful study of these events. 22. They reported that the union was stunned to find that unemployed workers crossed the picket line with no remorse, while Caterpillar workers found little moral support in their community, one of the many where the union had lifted the standard of living for entire communities. Wiping out of those memories is another victory in the campaign to destroy workers' rights and democracy that is relentlessly waged by the highly class-conscious American business sector. Elementary facts about American society that the union leadership had stubbornly refused to understand. It was only in 1978 that President Doug Fraser recognized what was happening and criticized the leaders of the business community for having chosen to wage a one-sided class war in this country, a war against working people, the unemployed, the poor, the minorities, the very young and the very old, and even many in the middle class of our society, and for having broken and discarded the fragile, unwritten compact previously existing during a period of growth and progress. 23. Elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 219. Placing one's faith in a compact with owners and managers is suicidal. The EU is discovering that again today, as the state corporate leadership proceeds to eliminate the hard-fought gains of working people while dismantling the productive core of the American economy, with government assistance. Continuing to run through Obama's appointments, his transition team was headed by John Podesta, Clinton's chief of staff. The leading figures in his initial economic team were Robert Rubin and Lawrence Summers, both enthusiasts for the deregulation that was a major factor in the current financial crisis. As Treasury Secretary, Rubin worked hard to abolish the Glass-Steagall Act, which had separated commercial banks from financial institutions that incur high risks. Economist Tim Canova comments that Rubin had a personal interest in the demise of Glass-Steagall. Soon after leaving his position as Treasury Secretary, he became chair of Citigroup, a financial services conglomerate that was facing the possibility of having to sell off its insurance underwriting subsidiary. The Clinton administration never brought charges against him for his obvious violations of the Ethics in Government Act. 24. Not surprisingly, Citigroup was a leading beneficiary of the Bush-Paulson bailout. That breaks little new ground. Walter Easton, the CEO of its predecessor Citicorp, followed World Bank, IMF advice and lent so heavily to Latin America that when the debt crisis broke out in 1982, only a bailout, via the IMF, saved Citicorp from a preemptive run on its interbank deposits, which could have been fatal, international economist David Felix wrote. He adds that Riston, like the Treasury Secretaries, was a firm believer in pure laissez-faire, for others, not themselves. These are the normal workings of state capitalism, for other industries as well. 25. A curious feature of commentary on the 2008 financial industry bailout is that it was perceived as a radical departure from the norm, raising the threat of socialism. That is far from true for the economy in general, though the financial industry did adhere more closely to market doctrines, leading to repeated crises, increasing in severity and requiring state intervention to rescue the casualties among the wealthy and powerful. 220. Noam Chomsky. The bailout of Rubin's Citigroup was necessary, Paul Krugman wrote, but it was done in a manner that was an outrage, a lousy deal for the taxpayers. That holds of the bailout generally. His fellow Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz observed that as we pour money in, they can pour money right out if we don't have a veto. If the government, in a functioning democracy, the public, does not have a degree of control, the banks can pour the public funds into their own pockets for recapitalization or acquisitions or loans to government-guaranteed borrowers, thus undermining the alleged purpose of the bailout. That appears to be what happened, though details are obscure, because the recipients refuse to say what they are doing with a gift from taxpayers. Indeed, they regard the question as outrageous, so the app discovered when it sought answers. No bank provided even the most basic accounting for the federal money, most ignoring the request or saying that we are choosing not to disclose that. 26. Again, the normal workings of state capitalism. The general population is to be satisfied with necessary illusion and emotionally potent oversimplifications, as the distinguished moralist Reinhold Niebuhr advised. After leaving the government for Citigroup, Rubin was replaced as Treasury Secretary by Summers, who presided over legislation barring federal regulation of derivatives, the weapons of mass destruction, Warren Buffett, that helped plunge financial markets to disaster. He ranks as one of the main villains in the current economic crisis, according to Dean Baker, one of the few economists to have warned accurately of the impending crisis. Placing financial policy in the hands of Rubin and Summers is a bit like turning to Osama bin Laden for aid in the war on terrorism, Baker adds. 27. Another achievement of Rubin and Summers, together with Greenspan, was to prevent Brooks Seaborn, the head of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, from regulating credit default swaps in 1998, more WMD. The best example of politics thwarting effective regulation, Baker writes. Obama's appointment for Treasury Secretary, Timothy Geithner, a close associate of Summers, elicited a favorable reaction from Wall Street. Elections 2008, hope confronts the real world. 221. Which may be hoping that little would change with Geithner at Treasury, Tim Conover observes. Supporters of President-elect Obama will be tempted to embrace the experience argument, and it is true that Geithner and Summers have lots of experience at crisis management and doling out bailout funds to their Wall Street clientele. As the crisis began to hit, Geithner hinted that he would use the enormous leverage he had as president of the New York Fed to impose some controls on exotic financial instruments, but there is no evidence. Conover writes that there has been much action, even though Geithner has used his time to negotiate multi-billion-dollar bailouts and deals associated with the collapse of Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, AIG, and now Citigroup. He adds that the selection of Geithner and Summers to top administrative posts rewards past failure and protects special interests, and also sends the wrong message to those who thought they were voting for change. 28. Not much help in changing the world of finance could be expected from the Democratic Congress either. Charles Schumer, who led the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, broke records in obtaining contributions from Wall Street, helping the Democrats win Congress and increasing the industry's clout in the Capitol, the New York Times reported. He also helped save financial institutions billions of dollars in higher taxes or fees. He succeeded in limiting efforts to regulate credit rating agencies, sponsored legislation that cut fees paid by Wall Street firms to finance government oversight, pushed to allow banks to have lower capital reserves, and called for the revision of regulations to make corporations' balance sheets more transparent, the last to move to which rational business groups would have no objection. He also weakened efforts to regulate bank debt and supervised the credit rating agencies, also agents of disaster. His personal reward was to collect more campaign contributions from the financial industry than anyone in Congress except for John Kerry. He built his career in large part based on his ties to Wall Street, and has given the street what it wanted, said the director of a leading firm that advises investors on the regulatory system. 29. The business press reviewed the records of Obama's Transition Economic Advisory Board, which met on November 7, 2008, to determine. 222. Noam Chomsky. How to deal with the financial crisis. Bloomberg News columnist Jonathan Weil concluded that many of them should be getting subpoenas as material witnesses right about now, not places in Obama's inner circle. About half have held fiduciary positions at companies that, to one degree or another, either fried their financial statements, helped send the world into an economic tailspin, or both. Is it really plausible that they won't mistake the nation's needs for their own corporate interests? He also pointed out that Chief of Staff Emanuel was a director at Freddie Mac in 2000 and 2001 while it was committing accounting fraud. 30. Dean Baker observes that Obama faced the same sort of problem as those hoping to de-Ba'athify Iraq following the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. It would have been almost impossible to establish a government without including members of the Ba'ath Party, since membership was a virtual requirement for holding a position of responsibility under Saddam Hussein. Similarly, it would have been almost impossible to get to the top echelons of power, or even the middle ranks, during the Clinton-Bush years without giving lip service to the policies of one-sided financial deregulation and bubble-driven growth that were so fashionable at the time. And those leading Obama's economic team gave more than lip service. They were instrumental in designing the policies that have led to the present crisis. 31. Early on, as noted earlier, the chair of the prestigious corporate law firm Sullivan & Cromwell predicted that Wall Street, after getting billions of taxpayer dollars, will emerge from the financial crisis looking much the same as before markets collapsed. In fact, strengthened, as it turned out. The reasons were explained by Simon Johnson, former chief economist of the IMF. Throughout the crisis, the government has taken extreme care not to upset the interests of the financial institutions, or to question the basic outlines of the system that got us here, and the elite business interests, who played a central role in creating the crisis, making ever larger gambles, with the implicit backing of the government, until the inevitable collapse. Are now using their influence to prevent precisely the sorts of reforms that are needed, and fast, to pull the economy out of its nosedive while the government seems helpless, or Elections 2008, hope confronts the real world. 223. Willing to act against them. Again no surprise, at least to those who remember their Adam Smith. 32. The outcome was nicely captured by two adjacent front-page stories in the New York Times. Headline: $3.4 billion profit at Goldman revives gilded pay packages and in recession, a bleaker path for workers to slog. 33. A headline in the Financial Times reads, Applause as Obama picks all-star team. No one is relevantly mentioned who is not on the right. Bush speechwriter David Frum said, "I cannot recall the last time Republicans felt so positive towards a Democratic presidential figure." Fellow speechwriter Michael Gerson wrote that Obama's appointments reveal not just moderation but maturity. Whatever the caveats, Obama is doing something marvelously right, where the term right should be understood in its dual meaning. 34. Critical choices in foreign affairs followed much the same script, eliciting applause from Henry Kissinger, among others. Even Super Hawk Richard Perle felt relieved. "Contrary to expectations, I don't think we would see a lot of change from the Bush neocons." Retiring senior Republican Senator John Warner, former chair of the Armed Services Committee, said the triumvirate of Gates, Clinton and Jones to lead Obama's national security team instills great confidence at home and abroad and further strengthens the growing respect for the president-elect's courage and ability to exercise sound judgment in selecting the best and the brightest to implement our nation's security policies. 35. Hillary Clinton and Robert Gates need no comment. James Jones is less known. Security analyst Robert Dreyfuss describes former Marine Commandant Jones, Obama's new national security advisor, as Obama's hawk, who seems least compatible with Obama among his hawkish team, though there is little reason beyond hope to justify the judgment about compatibility. Jones, Dreyfuss observes, is a fierce advocate of NATO expansion, Clinton's policy that reneged on gentlemen's agreements with Gorbachev, guaranteeing confrontation with an encircled Russia. Jones urged that NATO should move to the south as well as the east to expand U.S. control over Middle East energy supplies. Impri. 224. Noam Chomsky. Third terminology, safeguarding energy security. He also advocates a NATO response force, which will give the U.S.-run military alliance much more flexible capability to do things rapidly at very long distances. Europe has been reluctant, but will probably succumb to pressure from a militaristic and expansionist administration in Washington. 36. The new Director of National Intelligence is Dennis Blair, former head of the U.S. Pacific Command. In that post, he was a strong supporter of U.S. military ties with the murderous Suharto regime in Indonesia, sometimes skirting State Department and congressional objections. In early 1999, Indonesian violence began to increase again in East Timor, surpassing anything officially attributed to Serbia in Kosovo prior to the NATO bombing, and of course the background of atrocities was vastly worse than anything in the Balkans, and incomparably more significant for the West on elementary moral grounds, not only because the U.S./UK-backed Indonesian crimes were in the course of outright aggression. In contrast, the West then insisted that Kosovo must be part of Serbia, but because these were our own crimes, not someone else's. Reactions among the intellectual classes were the opposite of what elementary moral principles would dictate, in conformity to the historical norm. Blair was sent by the National Security Council to urge Indonesian General Wiranto to curb the violence. Instead, Blair took a cordial approach, the outstanding correspondent Alan Nen reported. He told Wiranto that he looks forward to the time Indonesia will resume its proper role as a leader in the region, according to U.S. officials who reviewed a cable written about the trip, which coincided with a particularly brutal slaughter in a church in Likiza, leaving at least dozens killed. Blair proposed new U.S. training programs for Indonesia, which were implemented right through the last paroxysms of violence in September 1999 that practically destroyed what was left of the tortured country. 37. As his special assistant on the Middle East, Obama selected Dan Kurtzer, Clinton Bush ambassador to Egypt and Israel, respectively. According to Israel's leading diplomatic correspondent, Akiva Elder, Kurtzer took part in writing Obama's speech to the Israeli lobbying organization AIPAC in June 2008. This remarkable text went well beyond Bush in its elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 225. Obsequiousness, even declaring that Jerusalem will remain the capital of Israel, and it must remain undivided, a position so extreme that his campaign had to explain that his words didn't mean what they said. Kurtzer is close to Obama advisor Dennis Ross, whose position as a negotiator for the failed Camp David negotiations was that Israel has needs including parts of the occupied territories, while Palestinians only have wants, which therefore are less significant. His disgraceful book on the negotiations evades the major issue, the illegal Israeli settlements that expanded steadily under Clinton, and terminates conveniently just before the book's major thesis about Arafat's culpability completely collapsed at the Taba negotiations, in Clinton's last month in office. 38. Like other Obama Middle East advisors, Ross has been closely associated with the Washington Institute for Middle East Policy, YNEP, an offshoot of AIPAC and a barely disguised component of the Israeli lobby. Hillary Clinton's record of support for Israeli extremism is well known. Asked in a press conference about the recycling of familiar faces, Obama responded that, as the New York Times reported, Americans would be rightly troubled if he overlooked experience simply to create the perception of change. Explaining further, he said, "What we are going to do is combine experience with fresh thinking. But understand where the vision for change comes from first and foremost, it comes from me." 39. That should satisfy doubters, mesmerized by the soaring and persuasive rhetoric about change and hope. It was hoped, and indeed with some early degree of realism, that Obama would reverse some of the more flagrant abuses of the Bush administration in dismantling the legal system. But it was not easy to be too confident. Obama's choice for Attorney General, Eric Holder, had a good reputation in the legal profession. However, he had explained on CNN that we cannot adhere to the Geneva Conventions in interrogation of those accused of terrorism, which seems to mean that torture of suspects is legitimate, in gross violation of the foundations of international humanitarian law, by which the United States is theoretically bound. 40 Those suspicions were unfortunately confirmed, along with much more to which we return in Chapter 11. 226. Noam Chomsky. The primary concern for the administration was to arrest the financial crisis and the simultaneous recession in the real economy. But there is also a monster in the closet, the notoriously inefficient privatized and scarcely regulated health care system, which threatens to overwhelm the federal budget if current tendencies persist. A majority of the public has long favored a national health care system, which should be far less expensive and more effective, comparative evidence indicates, along with many studies. 41 The United States is alone in relying on such a system, which, quite apart from its impact on those who are left out, introduces numerous wasteful inefficiencies, complex billing costs, close surveillance of doctors by insurance company bureaucrats, advertising, profits, the expenses of cherry-picking and denial of treatment on the basis of small print, reliance on expensive emergency room care for the tens of millions of uninsured and underinsured, etc. Largely for these reasons, and because of the legislation, unique to the United States, that bars government negotiation of drug prices, per capita health care costs in the United States are about twice those of other industrial countries, and outcomes rank low among them. As recently as 2004, any government intervention in the healthcare system was described in the press as politically impossible and lacking political support, meaning opposed by the insurance industry, pharmaceutical corporations, and others who count, whatever the irrelevant public may think. In 2008, however, first John Edwards, then Obama and Hillary Clinton, advanced proposals that approached what the public has long preferred. These ideas now have political support. What has changed? Not public opinion, which remains much as before. But by 2008, major sectors of power, primarily manufacturing industry, had come to recognize that they are being severely damaged by the privatized healthcare system. Hence the public will is coming to have political support. The shift tells us something about dysfunctional democracy and the struggles that lie ahead. The aftermath tells us more. Obama quickly abandoned the popular and sensible single-payer option that he had previously said he favored. He also made a secret deal with drug companies that the government would not negotiate drug prices and elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 227. Demand additional rebates from drug manufacturers, under pressure from lobbyists and in opposition to a mere 85% of the public. A public option, essentially an option of Medicare for all, lingered, but came under intense attack on the interesting grounds that private insurers would not be able to compete with a more efficient government plan. More sophisticated pretexts were only marginally less sought. As of June 2009, it was favored by over 70% of the population, despite the unremitting and often hysterical attack mostly traceable back to the insurance industry. 2 months later, the cover story of Business Week was headlined "The Health Insurers Have Already Won, How United Health and Rival Carriers, Maneuvering Behind the Scenes in Washington, Shaped Health Care Reform for Their Own Benefit." The industry has succeeded in redefining the terms of the reform debate to such a degree that no matter what specifics emerge in the voluminous bill Congress may send to President Obama this fall, the insurance industry will emerge more profitable. Insurance CEOs ought to be smiling. 42. By mid-September, as the committee bills were coming to the floor of the Congress, business groups expressed their support for the version proposed by Senator Max Baucus's Finance Committee, which had worked in close talks with employer groups. More so than others, they approvingly related the House proposals they rejected as not sufficiently business-friendly. The chairman of the Business Roundtable described the Senate Finance Committee proposal as very closely aligned to its principles, particularly in that it doesn't call for creation of a public plan. 43. Of course, no success is enough, another intrinsic property of a market system. Hence, as the health care reform struggle virtually paralyzed Congress in late 2009, business lobbies undertook a major campaign to gain even more, and they did. The public option was finally scuttled along with a related Medicare buy-in that would have permitted people 55 or older to join the national health care system. At that point the public favored the public option by a 56 to 38% majority, and the Medicare buy-in by an even greater 64 to 30%. The poll yielding these results was reported, but with these facts omitted, the heading read, "Polls. Majority disapprove of health care legislation." The report leaves. 228. Noam Chomsky. The impression that the public is joining the right-wing assault against government and involvement in health care led by the business classes, contrary to what this very poll reveals, and what polls have shown for decades, and what polls continued to show into 2010. A CBS poll released on January 11 found that 60% of Americans disapprove of how the President and Congress are dealing with healthcare. The detailed figures show that of those who object to the way the proposal regulates insurance companies, a large majority feel that it does not go far enough, 43% not far enough, versus 27% too far. A Wall Street Journal NBC poll found that 64% of voters disapprove of the Republicans' handling of healthcare, 55% disapproved of Obama's handling. Healthcare was an issue in the January 2010 Massachusetts senatorial election, in which Republican Scott Brown was the victor. Among Democrats who abstained or switched to Brown, 60% felt that the healthcare program did not go far enough. 85% among those who abstained. Among both abstainers and Democrat Brown voters, about 85% favored a public option. 44. In brief, The evidence indicates that there was indeed growing popular anger about Obama's health care bill, primarily because it was too limited, though there was more, to which we turn directly. The insurance executives were smiling along with the directors of the major financial institutions, who not only emerged unscathed from the catastrophe they precipitated, but even gained in wealth and power, and were in an improved position to move on to create the next financial crisis, as we have already discussed. The power of the business world to undermine democracy was again revealed very clearly, along with the institutional imperative to rank short-term gain above such externalities as severe consequences for the species not far down the road, as the petroleum industry at once began to mimic the successful tactics of the insurance industry in the manner already described. While the financial industry had every reason to feel satisfied about the outcome of their efforts to have their man Obama elected, the love affair was turning sour by January 2010, as Obama began to react to rising public anger about the gilded pay packages for bankers while they. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 229. Were mired in a bleaker path for workers to slog. He adopted populist rhetoric, criticizing the huge bonuses of those who had been rescued by the public, and even proposed some measures to constrain the excesses of the big banks, including the Volcker rule, which would partially reinstate Glass-Steagall, preventing commercial banks with government insurance from using depositors' funds for risky investment. The punishment for his deviation was swift. The major banks announced prominently that they would shift funding to Republicans if Obama's talk about regulation and rhetoric about greedy bankers continued. Leading the charge, the press reported, was Jamie Dimon, chair of J.P. Morgan Chase, which along with the perennial champion Goldman Sachs, was one of the major beneficiaries of the bailout programs. Chase executives were also big Democratic donors from Chicago's Democratic dynasty, reportedly close to the White House as well. In reaction to Obama's veering from the approved path, Chase's Political Action Committee is sending the Democrats a pointed message, the press reported, rebuffing solicitations from the National Democratic House and Senate campaign committees and donating instead to their Republican counterparts, who are rushing to capitalize on what they call Wall Street's buyer's remorse with the Democrats. Meanwhile, industry executives and lobbyists are warning Democrats that if Mr. Obama keeps attacking Wall Street fat cats, they may fight back by withholding their cash, which had poured into Obama's campaign in record amounts from the securities and investment business. The shift reflects the hard political edge to the industry's campaign to thwart Mr. Obama's proposals for tighter financial regulations, the press reported, along with his harsh criticism of excessive bonuses. Obama heard the message. Within days he informed the business press that bankers are fine guys, singling out Dimon and Goldman Sachs chair Lloyd Blankfein for praise, and assuring the business world that I, like most of the American people, don't begrudge people's success or wealth, such as the huge bonuses and profits that are infuriating the public. That's part of the free market system, Obama continued, not inaccurately, as free markets are interpreted in state capitalist doctrine. 45. 230. Noam Chomsky. A revealing snapshot of Smith's maxim in action. In a parallel thrust, there was a massive infusion of funds for Republican Scott Brown from financial executives in the final days of the Massachusetts senatorial campaign, helping to swing the election to Brown, and providing Republicans with a magical 41st seat in the Senate. 46. The 41st seat gains its significance from a new development in American politics since the Republicans lost power. By now, the Republican Party scarcely resembles a traditional U.S. political party. With rare exceptions, they vote in a uniform bloc, whatever the issue, under strict party discipline, rather like the old Communist Party. And their most prominent plank is no to anything the majority initiates. With the cooperation of right-wing Democrats, Called moderates, they have been able to change the filibuster from a device that had been occasionally used to an automatic mechanism to require a supermajority, 60 to 40, for any legislation that Obama might propose, even nominations for federal positions. Hence the Brown victory, or a shift by a single Democrat, provides the Republican Party with a mechanism to undermine majority rule on virtually any issue by threatening a filibuster, at least, as long as the Democrats acquiesce to these means of undermining majority rule, or the public tolerates the blows to democracy. In the Massachusetts vote, the party of note took over the seat of the late Edward Kennedy, the liberal lion of the Senate for many years, for whom health care reform had been a prime concern throughout his long career. The outcome was depicted as a right-wing revolt of an angry population against the excesses of the liberal elitists who run the government and are taking our country away from us, and so on. But the data tell a rather different story, not just the flood of funding from the financial institutions in punishment for Obama's belated populist rhetoric and proposals. The official data showed that Brown was carried to victory by very high voting and enthusiasm in the affluent suburbs, alongside low turnout and general apathy in the urban areas that are largely Democratic. Furthermore, 55% of Republican voters said they were very interested in the election, the Wall Street Journal reported, compared with 38% of Democrats. The outcome can be construed as an up. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 231. Rising against Obama's policies, for the wealthy, he was not doing enough to enrich them further, while for the poorer sectors, he was doing too much to achieve the 10.47. Doubtless there was some impact of the populist image crafted by the PR machine. I'm Scott Brown, this is my truck, regular guy, nude model, daughter an American Idol contestant, etc. But this appears to have had only a secondary role. The popular anger is quite understandable, with the banks thriving thanks to bailouts while the population remains in deep recession. Official unemployment is at 10% and in manufacturing industry at the level of the Great Depression, with 1 out of 6 unemployed, as was reported the day of the Massachusetts election, and with few prospects for recovering the kinds of jobs that are lost as a result of the increasing financialization of the economy and concomitant hollowing out of productive industry. The poll results on health care conform to this conclusion, as noted. 48. There is more to say about the Democrats' compromises on health care. One striking fact about the election was that the majority of union members, Obama's natural constituency, voted for Brown. The reasons were explained in the labor press. Union leaders and activists reported that workers were angered at Obama's record generally, but particularly incensed over his stance on health care. He didn't insist on a public option nor a strong employer mandate to provide insurance. It was hard not to notice that the only issue on which he took a firm stand was taxing benefits for health care, contrary to his campaign pledge, a tax that hits unionized workers. 49. The effects of the election of the 41st seat were felt at once. Health care reform, such as it was, drifted to the back burner. Congressional efforts to do something about the looming environmental crisis, weak enough to begin with, were immediately scaled back, which means that other countries are unlikely to make the required moves either. Apparently emboldened by the Magic 41, the Republican minority on the Security and Exchange Commission accused the agency of placing the imprimatur of the commission on the agenda of the social and environmental policy lobby by issuing guidelines encouraging corporations. 232. Noam Chomsky. To disclose the effects of climate change on their businesses, the Republican hold on the nomination of a pro-union lawyer to the National Labor Relations Board, what's left of it, was invigorated as the 41st vote arrived, another step in carrying forward the determined government assault on unions that took off when Reagan came into office. Republican Senator Richard Shelby carried the obstructionism a long way forward by announcing that he would place a hold on at least 70 Obama nominations, unless he received some special earmarks, paralyzing a good part of the government. Shelby also announced that he would no longer cooperate with Senator Dodd's legislation on financial reform, even though it had been greatly weakened to accommodate Republican demands. The main issue he brought up was the last residue of consumer protection that remained. An administration effort to take billions of dollars from the profits of private lenders and give it directly to students stalled thanks to a vigorous lobbying campaign, which picked up steam after the Supreme Court decision and the Brown vote. With business having its reliable 41st obstructionist seat, and the court having declared open season on buying elections, the sky's the limit. 50. The consequences of the undermining of any reasonable environmental legislation are likely to be dire. In the domestic arena, the unwillingness of the political class to allow health care reform to be addressed will also have serious consequences, not only for those who suffer from the rationing of health care by wealth but for the economy generally. Economists David Rosnick and Dean Baker show that the huge death numbers that are being used to scare the country, especially the young, are largely projections of how much debt today's young will pass on to future generations, primarily because per person health care costs are projected to far outpace the rate of per capita GDP growth unless there is serious reform of the dysfunctional health care system. The more general impact of turning Congress into a comical version of 17th-century Poland, with nobles having a right of veto, is also not pleasant to contemplate, however inadequate the government has been from the standpoint of the public good. 51. The business community can appeal to respectable antecedents in its dedicated campaign to increase its already overwhelming power in elections. 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 233. The political system. James Madison framed the constitutional order so that power would be in the hands of the Senate, which represents the wealth of the nation, the more capable set of men, who have respect for property owners and their rights and understand the need for government to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. Though it was not long before he came to deplore the daring depravity of the times, as the stock jobbers will become the Praetorian band of the government, at once its tools and its tyrant, bribed by its largesses, and overawing it by clamours and combinations. 1792. 52. Returning to the Obama programs, internationally, there was never much of substance on the largely blank slate of the political campaign. What there was gave little reason to expect much change from Bush's second term, which stepped back from the radical ultranationalism and aggressive posture of the first term, also discarding some of the extreme figures like Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz. Cheney could not be sent away, because he virtually was the administration. The immediate issues had to do mostly with the Middle East. On Israel-Palestine, rumors began circulating that Obama might depart from the U.S. rejectionism that has blocked a political settlement for over 30 years, with rare exceptions already discussed. The record, however, never provided any basis for taking the rumors seriously. Before the primaries, I reviewed Obama's formal positions at the time. 53. They gave no reason for any expectations beyond uncritical and in fact enthusiastic support for Israeli crimes. Above, we have seen how his position evolved since he took office, pp. 177 f. Even before, he had made them quite clear. Particularly revealing was his reaction to Israel's sharply accelerated assault on Gaza, opening with its violation of the ceasefire on November 4, 2008, as voters were going to the polls to elect Obama, then breaking out in full fury on December 27 after rejection of Hamas' initiatives to reinstate the ceasefire. To these crimes Obama's response was silence, unlike, say, the late November terrorist attack in Mumbai, which he was quick to denounce, along with the hateful ideology that lay behind it. In the case of Gaza, his staff hid behind the mantra that there is one president at a time, and repeated his comment when he visited the 234. Noam Chomsky. Israeli town of Sderot in July 2008. If missiles were falling where my two daughters sleep, I would do everything in order to stop that. As it happened, no Hamas missiles were falling, because Hamas was strictly observing the ceasefire, as the government of Israel conceded, even though Israel had not relieved the punishing siege, an active war. But he was able to do nothing, not even make a statement, when US jets and helicopters with Israeli pilots were causing incomparably worse suffering to Palestinian children. The Israeli attack was carefully timed to end as Obama came into office, so that he could then content himself with familiar rhetoric about how we must move on and put the past behind us, when it's our crimes, that is, the crimes of others, can never be forgotten or forgiven. 54. Israeli President Shimon Peres had informed the press that on his July 2008 trip to Israel, Obama had told him that he was very impressed with the Arab League peace proposal that calls for full normalization of relations with Israel along with Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories, basically, the long-standing international consensus that the United States and Israel have unilaterally blocked, and that Peres always rejected when in office, as noted earlier. That might have suggested a significant change of heart, except that the right-wing Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu said that on the same trip, Obama had told him that he was very impressed with Netanyahu's plan, which called for indefinite Israeli control of the occupied territories. The paradox was resolved by Israeli political analyst Olaf Ben, who observed that Obama's main goal was not to screw up or ire anyone. Presumably he was polite, and told his hosts their proposals were very interesting, they leave satisfied and he hasn't promised a thing. Understandable for a politician, but it leaves us with nothing except his fervent professions of love for Israel and disregard for Palestinian suffering. 55. On Iraq, Obama has frequently been praised for his principled opposition to the war. In reality, as he has made clear, his opposition has been entirely unprincipled throughout. The war, he said, was a strategic blunder. When Kremlin critics of the invasion of Afghanistan called it a strategic blunder, we did not say that they were taking a principled stand. Elections 2008, hope confronts the real world. 235. After intensive debate, the government of Iraq finally agreed on a status of forces agreement, SOFA, on the U.S. military presence in Iraq. The U.S. position, released by the White House in November 2007, called for facilitating and encouraging the flow of foreign investments to Iraq, especially American investments, and for a military presence with no specified limits, allegedly to combat terrorism and deter foreign aggression against Iraq. Foreign, of course, does not include the United States. The talks dragged on, the Washington Post reported, because Iraq insisted on, and obtained, some major concessions, including the establishment of the 2011 withdrawal date instead of vague language favored by the Bush administration, and also rejected long-term U.S. military bases on its soil. Iraqi leaders consider the firm deadline for withdrawal to be a negotiating victory, Reuters reported. Washington long opposed setting any timetable for its troops to withdraw, but relented in recent months, unable to overcome Iraqi resistance. 56. Throughout the negotiations, the press regularly dismissed the obstinate stance of the Maliki government as pandering to public opinion, understandable for reasons of politics, but regrettable, on the assumption that what is decided is no more the business of Iraqis than it is of Americans. U.S.Run polls continued to report that a large majority of Iraqis opposed any U.S. military presence, and believed that U.S. forces make the situation worse, including the surge. That judgment was supported, among others, by Middle East specialist and security analyst Stephen Simon, wrote in Foreign Affairs that the Petraeus counterinsurgency strategy is stoking the three forces that have traditionally threatened the stability of Middle Eastern states: tribalism, warlordism, and sectarianism. States that have failed to control these forces have ultimately become ungovernable, and this is the fate for which the surge is preparing Iraq. A strategy intended to reduce casualties in the short term will ineluctably weaken the prospects for Iraq's cohesion over the long run. It may lead to a strong, centralized state ruled by a military junta that would resemble the Ba'athist regime Washington overthrew in 2003, or something very much like the imperial protectorates in the Middle East of the first half of the 20th century, in which the club of patrons in the capital would dole out. 236. Noam Chomsky. Goods to tribes through favored conduits. In the Petraeus system, the U.S. military is performing the role of the patrons, creating an unhealthy dependency and driving a dangerous wedge between the tribes and the state, undermining prospects for a stable, unitary Iraq. As David Gardner observed while reviewing the dismal consequences of the surge, the Iraq invasion, seen in the region as the epitome of U.S. unilateralism, powered by a deadly combination of arrogance and ignorance, has both proliferated jihadism and primed a sectarian time bomb in the heart of the Arab world, leaving Arabs shocked but not so much awed as disgusted and enraged by this bloody fiasco. 57. Iraqi opposition to the U.S. presence was underscored by reporting from across Iraq after parliamentary approval of the Iraqi version of the SOFA. The International Herald Tribune, drawing from interviews by Iraqi journalists from around the country, reported opposition to the pact on grounds that the Iraqi government had been bullied into a deal by an occupying force, that the United States would not live up to its terms, and that the central government gained too much power. Apart from one voice disturbed by the parliamentary brawl, there was no report of opposition on grounds that U.S. forces were needed to defend Iraqi interests. 58. The latest Iraqi success culminates a long process of resistance to demands of the U.S. invaders. Washington fought tooth and nail to prevent elections, but was finally forced to back down in the face of popular demands for democracy, symbolized by the Ayatollah Sistani. The Bush administration then managed to install their own choice as prime minister, and sought to control the government in various ways, meanwhile also building huge military bases around the country and an embassy that is a virtual city within Baghdad, all funded by congressional Democrats and, as noted above, set to expand under Obama along with similar embassies in Islamabad and Kabul. If the invaders do live up to the SOFA that they were compelled to accept, it will constitute yet another significant triumph of nonviolent resistance. Insurgents can be killed, but mass nonviolent resistance is much harder to quell. Though the conclusion is unpopular in the United States, it is understood by the most knowledgeable and astute observers of Iraq. 59. Elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 237. Many comparisons are being drawn between Vietnam and Iraq, most of them untenable. One, which is not being discussed, is of some interest. In both cases, Washington was faced with strong pressure from the invaded countries to withdraw. JFK discovered a few months before his assassination that the U.S. client regime was seeking a peaceful diplomatic settlement that would lead to U.S. withdrawal. To avert this threat, his administration backed a military coup to install a more compliant regime in South Vietnam. As the internal and public record demonstrate, while JFK did contemplate withdrawal, as was accurately reported at the time, he always imposed a crucial condition: only after U.S. victory was assured. The record shows that he remained dedicated to this goal to the end. In the case of Iraq, in contrast, Washington has been unable to resort to such means to get rid of the government that is calling upon it to leave. There are many reasons for the differences. One is that the domestic population today is much less willing to tolerate U.S. aggression than it was in the early 60s. A few years later strong opposition did develop, but only when the US invasion of Vietnam far exceeded the scale of its aggression and crimes in Iraq. 60. Within the political class and the media it is reflexively assumed that Washington has the right to demand terms for the SOFA in Iraq. No such right was accorded to Russian invaders of Afghanistan, or indeed to anyone except the United States and its clients. For others, we rightly adopt the principle that invaders have no rights, only responsibilities, including the responsibility to attend to the will of the victims, and to pay massive reparations for their crimes. In this case, the crimes include strong support for Saddam Hussein through his worst atrocities on Reagan's watch, then on to Saddam's massacre of Shiites under the eyes of the US military after the First Gulf War, the Clinton sanctions that were termed genocidal by the distinguished international diplomats who administered them and resigned in protest, then the invasion and its hideous aftermath. No such thoughts can be voiced in polite society. The Iraqi government spokesman said that the tentative SOFA matches the vision of US President-elect Barack Obama. 61. Obama's vision was in fact left somewhat vague, but presumably he would go. 238. Noam Chomsky. Along in some fashion with the demands of the Iraqi government. If so, that might require modification of US plans to ensure privileged access to Iraq's enormous oil resources while establishing a major military presence in a client state, and thus reinforcing its dominance over the world's major energy-producing region. Obama's announced vision was to shift forces from Iraq to Afghanistan. That stand evoked a lesson from the editors of the Washington Post. While the United States has an interest in preventing the resurgence of the Afghan Taliban, the country's strategic importance pales beside that of Iraq, which lies at the geopolitical center of the Middle East and contains some of the world's largest oil reserves. 62. Increasingly, as Washington has been compelled to accede to Iraqi demands, tales about democracy promotion and other self-congratulatory fables have been shelved in favor of recognition of what had been obvious throughout to all but the most doctrinaire ideologists, that the United States would not have invaded if Iraq's exports were asparagus and tomatoes and the world's major energy resources were in the South Pacific. The NATO command is also coming to recognize reality in public. In June 2007, NATO Secretary-General Jaap de Hoop informed a meeting of NATO members that NATO troops have to guard pipelines that transport oil and gas that is directed for the West, and more generally to protect sea routes used by tankers and other crucial infrastructure of the energy system. This may turn out to be the sole operative component of the fabled responsibility to protect. The decision extends the post-Cold War policies of reshaping NATO into a U.S.-run global intervention force, with the side effect of deterring European initiatives toward Gaullist-style independence. Presumably the task includes the projected $7.6 billion DAPI pipeline that would deliver natural gas from Turkmenistan to Pakistan and India, running through Afghanistan's Kandahar province, where Canadian troops are deployed. The goal is to block a competing pipeline that would bring gas to Pakistan and India from Iran and to diminish Russia's dominance of Central Asian energy exports, the Toronto Globe and Mail reported, plausibly outlining some of the contours of the new Great Game. 63. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 239. Obama strongly endorsed the Bush administration policy of attacking suspected al-Qaeda leaders in countries that Washington has not, yet, invaded, disclosed by the New York Times shortly after the election. The doctrine was illustrated again on October 26, 2008, when U.S. forces based in Iraq raided Syria, killing 8 civilians, allegedly to capture an al-Qaeda leader. Washington did not notify Iraqi Prime Minister al-Maliki or President Talabani, both of whom have relatively amicable relations with Syria, which has accepted 1.5 million Iraqi refugees and is bitterly opposed to al-Qaeda. Syria protested, claiming, credibly, that if notified they would have eagerly apprehended this common enemy. According to the Asia Times, Iraqi leaders were furious, and hardened their stance in the SOFA negotiations, insisting on provisions to bar the use of Iraqi territory to attack neighbors. The Syria raid was harshly condemned in the Arab world. In government newspapers, the Bush administration was denounced for lengthening its loathsome legacy, Lebanon, while Syria was urged to march forward in your reconciliatory path and America to keep going backwards with your language of hatred, arrogance and the murder of innocents. Kuwait. For the region generally, it was another illustration of what the government-controlled Saudi press condemned as not diplomacy in search of peace, but madness in search of war. Obama was silent. So were the Democrats. Political scientist Stephen Zunes contacted the offices of every Democrat on the House and Senate Foreign Relations Committees, but was unable to find any critical word on the U.S. raid on Syria from occupied Iraq. 64. Presumably, Obama also accepts the more expensive Bush doctrine that the United States not only has the right to invade countries as it chooses, unless it is a blunder, too costly to us, but also to attack others that Washington claims are supporting resistance to its aggression. In particular, Obama is relying more heavily than Bush on the raids by drones that have killed many civilians in Pakistan. Former Petraeus counterinsurgency advisor David Kilcullen reported that drones have killed about 14 alleged terrorists and 700 civilians, a hit rate of 2%. 65. These raids of course have consequences. People have the odd characteristic of objecting to slaughter of family members and friends. There. 240. Noam Chomsky. Has been a vicious mini-war waged in the tribal area of Bajaur in Pakistan, adjacent to Afghanistan. BBC described widespread destruction from intense combat, reporting further that many in Bajaur trace the roots of the uprising to a suspected U.S. missile strike on an Islamic seminary, or madrasa, in November 2006, which killed around 80 people. The attack on the school, killing 80 to 85 people, was reported in the mainstream Pakistani press by physicist and dissident activist Pervez Hudpoi, but ignored in the United States as insignificant. Events often look different at the other end of the club. 66. Hudpoi observed that the usual outcome of such attacks has been flattened houses, dead and maimed children, and a growing local population that seeks revenge against Pakistan and the US. The Bajaur may be an illustration of the familiar pattern. On November 3, 2008, General Petraeus, the newly appointed head of the U.S. Central Command that covers the Middle East region, had his first meeting with Pakistani President Asif Ali Zardari, Army Chief General Ashfaq Parvez Kiani, and other high officials. Their primary concern was U.S. missile attacks on Pakistani territory, which had increased sharply in previous weeks. Continuing drone attacks on our territory, which result in loss of precious lives and property, are counterproductive and difficult to explain by a democratically elected government, Zardari informed Petraeus. His government, he said, is under pressure to react more aggressively to the strikes. These could lead to a backlash against the US, which is already deeply unpopular in Pakistan. Petraeus said that he had heard the message, and we would have to take Pakistani opinions on board when attacking the country. A practical necessity, no doubt, when over 80% of the supplies for the U.S. NATO war in Afghanistan pass through Pakistan. 67. The United States had generally supported Pakistani dictators since the country's independence. The most extreme case was Reagan. His administration pretended not to see when Pakistan developed nuclear weapons, outside the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, so as to ensure that congressional resolutions would not hinder Reagan's unstinting support for the ruthless and vindictive dictator Zia Haq, whose elections 2008 hope confronts the real world. 241. rule had the most long-lasting and damaging effect on Pakistani society, one still prevalent today, Ahmed Rashid observes. With Reagan's firm backing and Saudi funding, Zia moved to impose an ideological Islamic state upon the population. These are the immediate truths of many of today's problems: the militancy of the religious parties, the mushrooming of madrasas and extremist groups, the spread of drug and Kalashnikov culture, and the increase in sectarian violence. Hudpoy adds that radical extremism is the illegitimate offspring of a union between the United States under Ronald Reagan and Pakistan under General Zia-ul-Haq. Former CIA analyst Bruce Riedel, a specialist on the region, concludes that all of the nightmares of the 21st century come together in Pakistan, including Lashkar-e-Taiba, the militant group blamed for the terrorist atrocities in Mumbai in November 2008 and other atrocities. 68. The Reaganites also built up their Inter-Services Intelligence Directorate, into a formidable intelligence agency that ran the political process inside Pakistan while promoting Islamic insurgencies in Kashmir and Central Asia. Rashid continues. This global jihad launched by Zia and Reagan was to sow the seeds of Al-Qaeda and turn Pakistan into the world center of jihadism for the next 2 decades. Meanwhile, Reagan's immediate successors left Afghanistan in the hands of the most vicious jihadis, later handing it over to warlord rule under Rumsfeld's direction. The fearsome Mirza continues to play both sides of the street, supporting the resurgent Taliban and simultaneously acceding to some U.S. demands. The United States and Pakistan are reported to have reached tacit agreement in September 2008. On the Don't Ask Don't Tell policy that allows unmanned Predator aircraft to attack suspected terrorist targets in Pakistan, according to unidentified senior officials in both countries. The officials described the deal as one in which the U.S. government refuses to publicly acknowledge the attacks while Pakistan's government continues to complain noisily about the politically sensitive strikes. 69. Once again, problems are caused by the annoying population who dislike being bombed by an increasingly hated enemy from the other side of the world. 242. Noam Chomsky. Shortly before this report on the tacit agreement appeared, a suicide bombing in the conflicted tribal areas killed 8 Pakistani soldiers, retaliation for an attack by a U.S. Predator drone that killed 20 people, including 2 Taliban leaders. The Pakistani parliament called for dialogue with the Taliban. Echoing the resolution, Pakistani Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi said, "There is an increasing realization that the use of force alone cannot yield the desired results." 70. Afghan President Hamid Karzai's first message to President-elect Obama was much like that delivered to General Petraeus by Pakistani leaders, and U.S. airstrikes that risk civilian casualties. His message was sent shortly after coalition troops bombed a wedding party in Kandahar province, reportedly killing 40 people. There is no indication that his opinion was taken on board. Karzai has informed the Afghan public that he is powerless to halt U.S. airstrikes in his country and he would stop American warplanes if he could, the Voice of America reported. He told a UN Security Council delegation visiting Kabul that he has demanded a timeline for withdrawal of foreign forces from his country. But this plea has also not been taken on board. 71. The British command has warned that there is no military solution to the conflict in Afghanistan and that there will have to be negotiations with the Taliban, risking a rift with the United States, the Financial Times reports. Correspondent Jason Burke, who has long experience in the region, reported that the Taliban have been engaged in secret talks about ending the conflict in Afghanistan in a wide-ranging peace process sponsored by Saudi Arabia and supported by Britain, and such efforts have apparently been pursued since. 72. Some Afghan peace activists have reservations about this approach, preferring a solution without foreign interference. A network of activists is calling for negotiations and reconciliation with the Taliban through the National Peace Jirga, a Grand Assembly of Afghans, formed in May 2008. At a meeting in support of the Jirga, 3,000 Afghan political figures and intellectuals, mainly Pashtuns, the largest ethnic group, criticized the international military campaign against Islamic militants in Afghanistan and called for dialogue to end the fighting, Agence France-Presse reported. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 243. The interim chairman of the National Peace Jirga, Bakhtar Aminzai, told the opening gathering that the current conflict could not be resolved by military means and that only talks could bring a solution. He called on the government to step up its negotiations with the Taliban and Hizb Islami groups. The latter is the party of the extremist radical Islamist warlord Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, a Reagan favorite responsible for many terrible atrocities, now reported to provide core parliamentary support from the Karzai government and to be pressing it toward a form of re-Talibanization. 73. Aminzai said further that we need to pressure the Afghan government and the international community to find a solution without using guns. A spokeswoman added that we are against Western policy in Afghanistan. They should bury their guns in a grave and focus on diplomacy and economic development. A leader of Awaken Youth of Afghanistan, a prominent anti-war group, says that we must end Afghanicide, the killing of Afghanistan. In a joint declaration with German peace organizations, the National Peace Jirga claimed to represent a wide majority of Afghan people who are tired of war, calling for an end to escalation and initiation of a peace process. The deputy director of the umbrella organization of NGOs in the country says that of roughly 1,400 registered NGOs, nearly 1,100 are purely Afghan operations, women's groups, youth groups, and others, many of them advocates of the National Peace Jirga. 74. Though polling in war-torn Afghanistan is an uncertain process, there are some suggestive results. A Canadian-run poll found that Afghans favor the presence of Canadian and other foreign troops, the result that made the headlines in Canada. The small print suggests some qualifications. Only 20% think the Taliban will prevail once foreign troops leave. 3/4 support negotiations between the Karzai government and the Taliban, and more than half favor a coalition government. The great majority therefore strongly disagrees with the U.S. NATO focus on further militarization of the conflict, and appears to believe that peace is possible with a turn toward diplomacy and negotiations. 75. 244. Noam Chomsky. Though the question was not asked, it is reasonable to surmise that the foreign presence is favored for aid and reconstruction. More evidence in support of this conjecture is provided by reports about the progress of reconstruction in Afghanistan 6 years after the U.S. invasion. 6% of the population has electricity, AP reports, primarily in Kabul, which is artificially wealthy because of the huge foreign presence. There, the rich, powerful, and well-connected have electricity, but few others. In contrast to the 1980s under Russian occupation, when the city had plentiful power and women in Kabul were relatively free under the occupation and the Russian-backed Najibullah government that followed, possibly more so than now, though they did have to worry about attacks from U.S.-backed radical Islamists, like Hekmatyar, who felt it his duty to throw acid in the faces of young women he thought were improperly dressed. 76. Such considerations suggest that Afghans really would welcome a foreign presence devoted to aid and reconstruction, as we can perhaps read between the lines in the polls. There are, of course, numerous questions about polls in countries under foreign military occupation, particularly in places like southern Afghanistan where the government, NATO presence is limited. But the results conform reasonably well to other evidence, and should not be dismissed. A study of Taliban foot soldiers carried out by the Toronto Globe and Mail, though not a scientific survey as they point out, nevertheless yields considerable insight. All were Pashtuns, from the Kandahar area. They described themselves as mujahideen, following the ancient tradition of driving out foreign invaders. Almost a third reported that at least one family member had died in aerial bombings in recent years. Many said that they were fighting to defend Afghan villages from airstrikes by foreign troops. Few claimed to be fighting a global jihad, or had allegiance to Taliban leader Mullah Omar, who is reported to be in Quetta, Pakistan. Most saw themselves as fighting for principles, an Islamic government, not a particular leader. Again, the results suggest possibilities for negotiated peaceful settlement, without foreign interference. 77. A valuable perspective on such prospects is provided by Sir Roderick Braithwaite, a specialist on Afghanistan who was UK ambassador to Elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 245. Moscow. During the crucial 1988-92 period when the Russians withdrew, and the USSR collapsed, then became chair of the British Joint Intelligence Committee. On a fall 2008 visit, Braithwaite spoke to Afghan journalists, former mujahideen, professionals, people working for the U.S.-based coalition, in general, to natural supporters for Western claims to bring peace and reconstruction. He reports that they were contemptuous of President Hamid Karzai, regarding him as another one of the puppets installed by foreign force. Their favorite was Mohammad Najibullah, the last communist president, who attempted to reconcile the nation within an Islamic state, and was butchered by the Taliban in 1996, having been overthrown in 1992 by the warlords who virtually destroyed Kabul. DVDs of his speeches are being sold on the streets. Things were, they said, better under the Soviets. Kabul was secure, women were employed, the Soviets built factories, roads, schools and hospitals, Russian children played safely in the streets. The Russian soldiers fought bravely on the ground like real warriors, instead of killing women and children from the air. Even the Taliban were not so bad, they were good Muslims, kept order, and respected women in their own way. These myths may not reflect historical reality, but they do measure a deep disillusionment with the coalition and its policies. 78. These matters were discussed at the time by Razel Basu, UN Development Programme Senior Advisor to the Afghan Government for Women's Development, 1986-88. She reported enormous strides for women under the Russian occupation. Illiteracy declined from 98% to 75%, and they were granted equal rights with men in civil law and in the constitution. Unjust patriarchal relations still prevailed in the workplace and in the family, with women occupying lower-level sex-type jobs. But the strides women took in education and employment were very impressive. In Kabul I saw great advances in women's education and employment. Women were in evidence in industry, factories, government offices, professions and the media. With large numbers of men killed or disabled, women shouldered the responsibility of both family and country. I met a woman who specialized in war medicine, which dealt with trauma and reconstructive surgery for the war wounded. This represented empowerment to her. 246. Noam Chomsky. Another woman was a road engineer. Roads represented freedom, an escape from the oppressive patriarchal structures. By 1988, however, Basu could see the early warning signals as Russian troops departed and the fundamentalist Islamist extremists favored by the Reagan administration took over, brushing aside the more moderate mujahideen groups. Saudi Arabian and American arms and ammunition have been vital in giving fundamentalist groups an edge over the moderates, providing them with military hardware used, according to Amnesty International, to target unarmed civilians, most of them women and children. Then followed much worse horrors as the U.S. Saudi favorites overthrew the Najibullah government. The suffering of the population was so extreme that the Taliban were welcomed when they drove out Reagan's freedom fighters. Another chapter in the triumph of Reaganite reactionary ultranationalism, worshipped today by those dedicated to defaming the honorable term conservative. Basu is a distinguished advocate for women's rights, including a long career with the UN during which she drafted the World Plan of Action for Women and the Draft Program for the Women's Decade, 1975-85, adopted at the Mexico City Conference, 1975, and the Copenhagen Conference, 1980. But her words on Kabul under Russian occupation were not welcome in the United States. Her 1988 report was submitted to the Washington Post, New York Times, and Miss Magazine, but rejected. 79 also rejected were Basu's recommendation of practical steps that the West, particularly the United States, could take to protect women's rights. Highly relevant in this connection is the testimony of the remarkable young Afghan woman Malala Joya, who has spoken out with incredible courage against the torturers of the Afghan people, the Soviet invaders, the Islamic fundamentalists unleashed by Reagan and the Pakistani intelligence agencies, the medieval Taliban fanatics trained in the U.S./Sauda-backed madrasas established by Pakistani dictators ul-Haq, and finally the US forces and their NATO subordinates who restored the rule of the warlords and are now themselves killing and destroying in the name of liberation and women's rights. The United States lost little time in demonstrating that the fine words of Colin Powell and others about pro-elections 2008, hope confronts the real world. 247. Protecting women's rights was cynical farce. Joy observes. It was obvious from the very first days that the United States had compromised the rights of Afghan women by supporting some of the worst enemies of women that our country had ever seen, as she relates in painful detail. 80. After having been expelled from the House of Warlords, called the Parliament for denouncing the corruption and crimes of the warlord rulers, Joy lives in hiding, moving secretly from place to place, protected by bodyguards and a wide network of supporters. But she continues, relentlessly, to reveal ongoing atrocities from all sides and to call for democracy and justice. In her powerful 2009 memoir and commentary, she writes that the situation in Afghanistan is getting progressively worse, not just for women but for all Afghans, caught between two enemies, the Taliban on one side and the U.S./NATO forces and their warlord friends on the other. What Afghans really need is not landmines, bullets, and bombs, but an invasion of hospitals, clinics and schools for boys and girls. Whatever hope Obama might have aroused at first, his military build-up will only bring more suffering and death to innocent civilians, and more violence and corruption by his warlord associates. Liberation will not be brought by outsiders, even if they were to try. These values must be fought for and won by the people themselves. They can only grow and flourish when they are planted by the people in their own soil and watered by their own blood and tears, ideas with a distinguished pedigree in the West but drowned in imperial greed and arrogance. Apart from the record of her own life and work, perhaps the most captivating part of her powerful memoir, and surely the most uplifting, is the account of how supporters rallied to her side, braving terror and violence, including many women protesting with empty hands, evidence that we are not only victims, and that women have the power to make changes in their lives and in their country. Joy also has advice for the West. The very first thing that the international community must do is to reject the United States-led war. The next task is to send real humanitarian aid, most importantly to the many great, small projects run by democratically minded Afghans, which are almost never reached by Western funds. Then to put an end. 248. Noam Chomsky. To the rule of the warlords and withdraw all foreign troops. Joya feels confident, based on her own rich experience and Afghan history prior to the last terrible decades, that if foreign countries stop meddling in Afghanistan and if we are left free from occupation, then a strong progressive and democratic force will emerge. Afghanistan may recover the path to progress that was brutally reversed by foreign intervention, and may join Latin Americans and others who are escaping from imperial domination and taking steps toward progressive change. Joya has won many prestigious awards for her impressive work. None will compare in value to careful attention to her eloquent words. Also highly relevant, from a different point of view, are the investigations by Nikolai Lenin, a former soldier in the Russian army in Afghanistan, bringing out striking comparisons between Russian commentary during the occupation and that of their NATO successors today. 81, a topic that in general merits careful study. Specialists on the region urge that U.S. strategy should shift from more troops and attacks in Pakistan to a diplomatic grand bargain, forging compromise with insurgents while addressing an array of regional rivalries and insecurities. 82. They warn that the current military focus and the attendant terrorism might lead to the collapse of nuclear-armed Pakistan, with grave consequences. They urge the Obama administration to put an end to the increasingly destructive dynamics of the Great Game in the region through negotiations that recognize the interests of the concerned parties within Afghanistan as well as Pakistan and Iran, but also India, China, and Russia, who have reservations about a NATO base within their spheres of influence and concerns about the threats posed by the United States and NATO as well as by Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. The immediate goal should be lowering the level of violence in the region and moving the global community toward genuine agreement on the long-term goals, thus allowing Afghans to confront their internal problems in relative peace. The then incoming U.S. president must put an end to Washington's keenness for victory as the solution to all problems, and the United States' reluctance to involve competitors, opponents, or enemies in diplomacy. Elections 2008, Hope confronts the real world. 249. It appears that there may be feasible alternatives to escalation of the cycle of violence, but there was little hint of such possibilities in the electoral campaign or political commentary. Afghanistan and Pakistan did not even appear among foreign policy issues on the Obama campaign's website. Iran, in contrast, figured prominently on the campaign website, though not, of course, as compared with effusive support for Israel. Palestinians remained unmentioned, apart from a vague reference to a two-state settlement of some unspecified kind. For Iran, Obama called for tough direct diplomacy without preconditions in order to pressure Iran directly to change their troubling behavior, namely pursuing a nuclear program and supporting terrorism, presumably referring to support for Hamas and Hezbollah, terrorists in U.S. doctrine not because of their crimes. Others not so designated have much worse records, but because they resist 2.s. backed aggression and violence. If Iran abandons its troubling behavior, the United States might move toward normal diplomatic and economic relations, Obama proposed, but if Iran continues its troubling behavior, we will step up our economic pressure and political isolation. And as Obama informed the Israeli lobby AIPAC, I will do everything in my power to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, repeatedly stressing everything up to nuclear war, if he meant what he said. 83. Furthermore, Obama proceeded, he will strengthen the NPT so that countries like North Korea and Iran that break the rules will automatically face strong international sanctions. He made no mention of the conclusion of U.S. intelligence that Iran had not had a weapons program for 5 years, unlike U.S. allies Israel, Pakistan, and India, the three countries that maintain extensive nuclear weapons programs, with direct U.S. support, all mentioned as well. We have already discussed their current defiance of the Security Council and the IA, with Obama's full support. The final mention of Iran on their website is in the context of Obama's strong support for Israel's right to self-defense and its right to protect its citizens. This commitment Obama demonstrated by recalling his co-sponsorship of a Senate resolution against Iran and Syria's involvement in the war, and insisting that Israel should not be pressured into a cease. 250. Noam Chomsky. ceasefire that did not deal with the threat of Hezbollah missiles. The reference is to Israel's U.S.-backed invasion of Lebanon in 2006, with pretexts that are hardly credible in light of Israel's regular practices of kidnapping, hijacking, and internment in secret prisons, as already discussed. 84. The invasion that Obama supported so enthusiastically, Israel's fifth, killed over 1,000 Lebanese and once again destroyed much of southern Lebanon as well as parts of Beirut. This is the sole mention of Lebanon among foreign policy issues on Obama's campaign website. Evidently, Lebanon has no right of self-defense. In fact, who could possibly have a right of self-defense against the United States or its clients? While ignored as irrelevant to policy formation, American public opinion at the time was close to that of serious analysts and also to world opinion. As already discussed, large majorities opposed threats against Iran, thus rejecting the Bush-Obama position that the United States must be an outlaw state, violating the UN Charter, which bars the threat of force. The public also joined the majority of the world's states in endorsing Iran's right, as a signer of the NPT, to enrich uranium for nuclear energy, the position endorsed also by Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Kissinger, and others when Iran was ruled by the tyrant imposed by U.S.U.K subversion. Most important, the public favors establishment of a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East, which would mitigate and perhaps eliminate this highly threatening issue, a plan to which the U.S.U.K have a particularly strong commitment, as already discussed. 85. Such observations as these suggest an interesting thought experiment. What would be the content of the Obama brand if the public were to become participants rather than mere spectators in action? It is an experiment well worth undertaking, not just in this case, and there is some reason to suppose that the results might point the way to a saner and more decent world. 10. Obama on Israel-Palestine. Barack Obama is recognized to be a person of acute intelligence, a legal scholar, careful with his choice of words. He deserves to be taken seriously, both what he says and what he omits. Particularly significant is his first substantive statement on foreign affairs after assuming office, on January 22, 2009, at the State Department, when introducing George Mitchell to serve as his special envoy for Middle East peace. 1. Mitchell's assignment was to focus his attention on the Israel-Palestine problem, in the wake of the recent U.S. Israeli invasion of Gaza. During the murderous assault, Obama and his staff remained silent apart from expressing their deep sympathy with Israeli children who face rocket attacks, because of Israel's refusal to accept a ceasefire, as they failed to mention. As for the hundreds of Palestinian children being butchered by U.S. arms, he unfortunately could not speak, because there was only one president. On January 22, however, the one president was Barack Obama. He still could not comment, however, because the attack on Gaza had been called off, by coincidence no doubt, just before the inauguration. And we must look forward. Obama's State Department talk emphasized his commitment to a peaceful settlement. He left its contours vague, apart from one specific. 251. 252. Noam Chomsky. Proposal. The Arab Peace Initiative, Obama said, contains constructive elements that could help advance these efforts. Now is the time for Arab states to act on the initiative's promise by supporting the Palestinian government under President Abbas and Prime Minister Fayyad, taking steps towards normalizing relations with Israel, and by standing up to extremism that threatens us all. Obama was not directly falsifying the Arab League proposal, but his carefully framed characterization of it is instructive. The Arab League peace proposal does indeed call for normalization of relations with Israel in the context, in the context, of a two-state settlement in terms of the long-standing international consensus, which the United States and Israel have blocked for 35 years. The core of the Arab League proposal, as Obama and his Middle East advisors know very well, is its call for a peaceful political settlement in these terms, which are well known and recognized to be the only basis for the peaceful settlement to which Obama professes to be committed. The omission of that crucial fact can hardly be accidental, and signals clearly that Obama envisions no departure from U.S. rejectionism. His call for the Arab states to act on a corollary to their proposal, while the United States ignores even the existence of its central content, which is the precondition from the corollary, surpasses cynicism. The most significant acts to undermine a peaceful settlement are the daily U.S.-backed actions in the occupied territories, all recognized to be criminal, taking over valuable land and resources and constructing what the leading architect of the plan, Ariel Sharon, regarded as Bantustans for Palestinians. To the comparison has been bitterly attacked as unfair, a charge that has some merit, though not in the sense intended. The Bantustans had to be sustained as relatively viable, unlike the fragments left to Palestinians under Sharon's conception, now being realized. For good reasons, South Africa relied on black labor, but Israel's goal is to remove the Palestinians, at least from sight. The United States and Israel even continue to oppose a political settlement in words, most recently in December 2008, when the two rejectionist states, and a few Pacific dependencies, voted against a UN resolution supporting their Obama on Israel-Palestine. 253. Right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, passed 173 to 5. U.S. Israel opposed, with evasive pretexts. Obama had nothing to say about the settlement and infrastructure developments in the West Bank, and the carefully crafted measures to control Palestinian existence, designed to undermine the prospects for a peaceful two-state settlement, as openly conceded decades ago. 3. His silence was an eloquent refutation of his oratorical flourishes about how I will sustain an active commitment to seek two states living side by side in peace and security. Also unmentioned was Israel's use of U.S. arms in Gaza in violation not only of international but also U.S. law. Or Washington's shipment of new arms to Israel, allegedly prepositioning for potential U.S. use, right at the peak of the U.S. Israeli attack, surely not unknown to Obama's Middle East advisors. They apparently have not deigned to respond to an Amnesty International study released a few weeks later reviewing the arms used illegally in the Gaza attack, almost all from the United States, and calling for an arms embargo on shipments of arms to Israel, that is, for the United States to observe international and domestic law, a milestone in the conflict, Norman Finkelstein rightly observes. 4. Obama was firm, however, that smuggling of arms to Gaza must be stopped. He endorses the agreement of Condoleezza Rice and then Israeli Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni that the Egyptian Gaza border must be closed, a remarkable exercise of imperial arrogance, as the Financial Times observed. As they stood in Washington congratulating each other, both officials seemed oblivious to the fact that they were making a deal about an illegal trade on someone else's border, Egypt in this case. The next day, an Egyptian official described the memorandum as fictional. Egypt's objections were ignored, and soon overcome, as we shall see. 5. In referring to the constructive Arab League proposal, Obama called for support for the defeated political party in the January 2006 Palestinian election, to which the United States and Israel reacted, as we have seen, by severely punishing Palestinians for their failure to understand what we mean by democracy. A minor technicality is that Abbas's term had run out on January 9, and that Fayyad was appointed without. 254. Noam Chomsky. Confirmation by the Palestinian parliament, many of them kidnapped and held in Israeli prisons without credible charge, or any at all. Haaretz describes Fayyad as a strange bird in Palestinian politics. On the one hand, he is the Palestinian politician most esteemed by Israel in the West. However, on the other hand, he has no electoral power whatsoever in Gaza or the West Bank. The report also notes Fayyad's close relationship with the Israeli establishment, notably his friendship with Sharon's extremist advisor Dof Wizglass. Though lacking popular support, he is regarded as competent and honest. 6. Obama's insistence that only Abbas and Fayyad exist conforms to the consistent Western contempt for democracy unless it is under control, recognized in scholarship and so well documented that it takes true genius to remain oblivious to the facts. 7. Obama repeated the familiar reasons for ignoring the elected government led by Hamas. To be a genuine party to peace, Obama declared, the Quartet, United States, EU, Russia, UN, has made it clear that Hamas must meet clear conditions, recognize Israel's right to exist, renounce violence, and abide by past agreements. Unmentioned, also as usual, is the inconvenient fact that the United States and Israel firmly reject all three conditions for themselves. In international isolation, they bar a two-state settlement, thus rejecting Palestinian national rights. They of course do not renounce violence. And they reject the Quartet's central proposal, the road map. Israel formally accepted it, but with 14 reservations that effectively eliminate its contents, tacitly backed by the United States. As already discussed, CP 302, Note 23, it is the great merit of Jimmy Carter's Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid to have brought these facts to public attention for the first time, and in the mainstream, the only time, it appears. But even this was quickly effaced. It follows, by Obama's reasoning, that neither the United States nor Israel is a genuine party to peace. But that cannot be. It is not even a phrase in the English language. It is perhaps unfair to criticize Obama for this further exercise of cynicism, because it is close to universal, unlike his evisceration of the core component of the Arab League proposal, which is his original contribution. Obama on Israel-Palestine. 255. Also near universal are the standard references to Hamas, a terrorist organization, dedicated to the destruction of Israel, or maybe all Jews. Omitted is the fact that the United States and Israel are not only dedicated to the destruction of any viable Palestinian state, but are steadily implementing those policies. Or that unlike the two leading rejectionist states, Hamas has called for a two-state settlement in the terms of the international consensus, publicly and repeatedly. 8 Israel and the United States object that the Hamas proposals do not go far enough. Perhaps so, but they surely go much farther toward the international consensus than the firm and unwavering U.S. Israeli rejectionist stance, reiterated obliquely by Obama in his State Department talk. Obama began his remarks by saying, "Let me be clear, America is committed to Israel's security. And we will always support Israel's right to defend itself against legitimate threats." He had nothing to say about the right of Palestinians to defend themselves against far more extreme threats, such as those being implemented daily, with U.S. support, in the occupied territories. But that, again, is the norm. Also normal is the enunciation of the principle that Israel has the right to defend itself, as if that were in question. It is not. So does everyone. But in the context the cliché is worse than vacuous, it is a further exercise in cynical deceit, for reasons already reviewed. As a well-trained specialist in the law, Obama surely is aware that the real issue is whether Israel had the right to defend itself by force, after having rejected peaceful means that it has every reason to believe will suffice. It is a useful propaganda technique to stand up heroically in defense of rights that are not contested, while systematically effacing the only issue at stake. The deceit is particularly striking in this case because the occasion was the appointment of George Mitchell as special envoy. Mitchell's primary achievement was his leading role in bringing about a peaceful settlement in Northern Ireland. The settlement that Mitchell helped to negotiate called for an end to both IRA terror and British violence. There was no question that Britain had the right to defend itself from terror. At issue was whether it had the right to do so by force when there were. 256. Noam Chomsky. Peaceful alternatives that could be explored. Recognition of the legitimate grievances of the Irish Catholic community that were at the roots of IRA terror. When Britain adopted that sensible course, the terror ended. The implications for Mitchell's mission with regard to Israel-Palestine need not be spelled out. And omission of them is, again, a striking indication of the commitment of the Obama administration to traditional U.S. rejectionism and opposition to peace, except on its own extremist terms. Obama also praised Jordan for its constructive role in training Palestinian security forces and nurturing its relations with Israel, which contrasts strikingly with U.S. Israeli refusal to deal with the freely elected government of Palestine while savagely punishing Palestinians for electing it, with pretexts that do not withstand a moment's scrutiny. It is true that Jordan joined the United States and Israel in arming and training Palestinian security forces so effectively that they were able to suppress any manifestation of support for the miserable victims of the U.S. Israeli assault in Gaza, also arresting supporters of Hamas and the prominent journalist Khaled Omeira. Meanwhile, the faction that the United States supports was organizing their own demonstration in support of Abbas and Fatah, in which most participants were civil servants and school children who were instructed by the Palestinian Authority to attend the rally, according to the Jerusalem Post. Our kind of democracy. 9. Obama made one further substantive comment. As part of a lasting ceasefire, Gaza's border crossings should be open to allow the flow of aid and commerce, with an appropriate monitoring regime. He did not mention that the U.S. Israel had rejected much the same agreement after the January 2006 election, and that Israel had never observed similar subsequent agreements on opening borders. Also missing is any reaction to Israel's announcement that it rejected the ceasefire agreement, so that the prospects for a ceasefire to be established, let alone to be lasting, are not auspicious. The reasons were reported prominently and repeatedly in the press. Israel will not allow border crossings with Gaza to open, and will insist that Gazan life be reduced to a bare minimum, unless Gilad Shalit is released. Furthermore, the government planned to use the issue to bargain for his release, another gross. Obama on Israel-Palestine. 257. Violation of the core provisions of international humanitarian law. 10. Shalit's capture is a persistent and prominent issue in the West, an other indication of Hamas's criminality. Whatever one thinks about his capture, it is uncontroversial that capture of a soldier of an attacking Red Army is a far lesser crime than kidnapping of civilians, exactly what Israeli forces did one day before the capture of Shalit, invading Gaza City and kidnapping two brothers, the Muammar brothers, then spiriting them across the border where they disappeared into Israel's opaque prison system. Unlike the much less significant case of Shalit, that crime was virtually unreported and was quickly forgotten, along with Israel's regular practice for decades of kidnapping and killing of civilians in Lebanon and on the high seas, often imprisoning them without charge in Israel. 11. But it is the capture of Shalit that bars a ceasefire, under the principles of imperial ideology. Israel's routine kidnapping of civilians and similar crimes continue unabated and unnoted. To recall one example cited earlier, the very reliable Gazan human rights organization, Al-Mezan Center for Human Rights, reports that on September 6, 2009, the IDF carried out another regular infiltration into Gaza and kidnapped 5 Palestinian children who were on their way home after grazing sheep, ages 15 to 17, taking them to Israel under cover of helicopter fire around the Bedouin village from which they were abducted. Their press release provided the names. The crime, needless to say far more severe than the capture of Shalit, passed unnoticed. 12. Obama's State Department talk about the Middle East continued with the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The central front in our enduring struggle against terrorism and extremism. A few hours later, U.S. planes attacked a remote village in Afghanistan, intending to kill a Taliban commander. Village elders, though, told provincial officials there were no Taliban in the area, which they described as a hamlet populated mainly by shepherds. Women and children were among the 22 dead, they said, according to Hamiduddin Abdul Ramzai, the head of the provincial council. 13. Afghan President Karzai's first message to Obama after he was elected in November 2008 was a plea to end the bombing of Afghan. 258. Noam Chomsky. Civilians, reiterated a few hours before Obama was sworn in. This was considered as significant as Karzai's call for a timetable for departure of the U.S. and other foreign forces. 14. The rich and powerful have their responsibilities. Among them, the New York Times reported, is to provide security in southern Afghanistan, where the insurgency is homegrown and self-sustaining. All familiar. From Pravda in the 1980s, for example. 11. The torture memos. The torture memos released by the White House solicited shock, indignation, and surprise. The shock and indignation are understandable, particularly the testimony in the Senate Armed Services Committee report on Cheney-Rumsfeld desperation to find non-existent links between Iraq and Al-Qaeda, links that were later concocted out of thin air as justification for the invasion. Former Army psychiatrist Major Charles Burney testified that a large part of the time we were focused on trying to establish a link between Al-Qaeda and Iraq. The more frustrated people got in not being able to establish this link. There was more and more pressure to resort to measures that might produce more immediate results, that is, torture. McClatchy newspapers reported the comments of a former senior intelligence official familiar with the interrogation issue. The Bush administration applied relentless pressure on interrogators to use harsh methods on detainees in part to find evidence of cooperation between Al-Qaeda and the late Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein's regime. Cheney and Rumsfeld demanded that the interrogators find evidence of Al-Qaeda-Iraq collaboration. There was constant pressure on the intelligence agencies and the interrogators to do whatever it took to get that information out of the detainees, especially the few high-value ones we had, and when people kept coming up empty, they were told by Cheney's and Rumsfeld's people to push harder. 1. 259. 260. Noam Chomsky. These were the most significant revelations, barely reported. While such testimony about the criminality of the Bush administration should indeed be shocking, the surprise at the general picture revealed is nonetheless surprising. A narrow reason is that even without inquiry, it was reasonable to suppose that Guantanamo was a torture chamber. Why else send prisoners where they would be beyond the reach of the law, incidentally, a place that Washington is using in violation of a treaty that was forced on Cuba at the point of a gun? Security reasons are alleged, but they are hard to take seriously. The same expectations held for secret prisons and rendition, and were fulfilled. A broader reason is that torture has been routine practice from the early days of the conquest of the national territory, and then beyond, as the imperial ventures of the infant empire, as George Washington called the new republic, extended to the Philippines, Haiti, and elsewhere. Furthermore, torture was the least of the many crimes of aggression, terror, subversion, and economic strangulation that have darkened U.S. history, much as in the case of other great powers. Accordingly, it is surprising to see the reactions even by some of the most eloquent and forthright critics of Bush malfeasance, for example, that we used to be a nation of moral ideals and never before Bush have our leaders so utterly betrayed everything our nation stands for. 2. To say the least, that common view reflects a rather slanted version of history. In the past 60 years, victims worldwide have endured the CIA's torture paradigm, developed at a cost reaching $1 billion annually, according to historian Alfred McCoy, who shows that the methods resurfaced with little change in Abu Ghraib. There is no hyperbole when Jennifer Harbury entitles her penetrating study of the U.S. torture record Truth, Torture, and the American Way. It is highly misleading when investigators of the Bush gang's descent into the gut lament that in waging the war against terrorism, America had lost its way. 3. Bush-Cheney-Rumsfeld et al. Did introduce some important innovations. Ordinarily, torture is farmed out to subsidiaries under U.S. supervision, not carried out by Americans directly in their government-established torture chambers. Alan N., who has undertaken some of the most free. The Torture Memos. 261. Revealing and Courageous Investigations of Torture, points out that what the Obama ban on torture ostensibly knocks off is that small percentage of torture now done by Americans while retaining the overwhelming bulk of the system's torture, which is done by foreigners under U.S. patronage. Obama could stop backing foreign forces that torture, but he has chosen not to do so. Obama did not shut down the practice of torture, N observes, but merely repositioned it, restoring it to the norm, a matter of indifference to the victims. Since Vietnam, the U.S. has mainly seen its torture done for it by proxy, paying, arming, training and guiding foreigners doing it, but usually being careful to keep Americans at least one discrete step removed. Obama's ban doesn't even prohibit direct torture by Americans outside environments of armed conflict, which is where much torture happens anyway since many repressive regimes and in armed conflict. His is a return to the status quo ante, the torture regime of Ford through Clinton, which, year by year, often produced more U.S. backstrapped down agony than was produced during the Bush-Cheney years. 4. Sometimes engagement in torture is more indirect. In a 1980 study, Latin Americanist Lars Scholz found that U.S. aid has tended to flow disproportionately to Latin American governments which torture their citizens. To the hemisphere's relatively egregious violators of fundamental human rights. That includes military aid, is independent of need, and runs through the Carter years. Broader studies by Edward Herman found the same correlation, and also suggested an explanation. Not surprisingly, U.S. aid tends to correlate with a favorable climate for business operations, and this is commonly improved by murder of labor and peasant organizers and human rights activists, and other such actions, yielding a secondary correlation between aid and egregious violation of human rights. 5 More matters that cannot enter consciousness. These studies precede the Reagan years, when the topic was not worth studying because the correlations were so clear, and the tendencies continue to the present. Small wonder that the President advises us to look forward, not backward, a convenient doctrine for those who hold the clubs. Those who are beaten by them tend to see the world differently, much to our annoyance. 262. Noam Chomsky. An argument can be made that implementation of the CIA's torture paradigm does not violate the 1984 UN Torture Convention, at least as Washington interprets it. Alfred McCoy points out that the highly sophisticated CIA paradigm, based on the KGB's most devastating torture technique, keeps primarily to mental torture, not crude physical torture, which is considered less effective in turning people into pliant vegetables. McCoy writes that the Reagan administration carefully revised the International Torture Convention with 4 detailed diplomatic reservations focused on just one word in the convention's 26 printed pages. That word was mental. Whose intricately constructed diplomatic reservations redefined torture, as interpreted by the United States, to exclude sensory deprivation and self-inflicted pain, the very techniques the CIA had refined at such great cost. When Clinton sent the UN Torture Convention to Congress for ratification in 1994, he included the Reagan reservations. The President and Congress therefore exempted the core of the CIA torture paradigm from the U.S. interpretation of the Torture Convention, and those reservations, McCoy observes, were reproduced verbatim in domestic legislation enacted to give legal force to the UN Convention. That is the political landmine that detonated with such phenomenal force in the Abu Ghraib scandal and in the shameful Military Commissions Act that was passed with bipartisan support in 2006, later effectively restored by Obama. For such reasons, after the first exposure of Washington's resort to torture, constitutional law professor Sanford Levinson commented that it could perhaps be justified in terms of the interrogator-friendly definition of torture adopted by Reagan and Clinton in the revision of international human rights law. 6. Bush, of course, went beyond his predecessors in authorizing prima facie violations of international law, and several of his extremist innovations were struck down by the courts. While Obama, like Bush, eloquently affirms our unwavering commitment to international law, and differs from Bush in that he is familiar with it, he seems intent on substantially reinstating the extremist Bush measures. In the important case of Boumediene v. Bush in June 2008, the Supreme Court rejected as unconstitutional the Bush administration. The torture memos. 263. Claim that prisoners in Guantanamo are not entitled to the right of habeas corpus. Glenn Greenwald reviews the aftermath. Seeking to preserve the power to abduct people from around the world and imprison them without due process, the Bush administration decided to ship them to Bagram, in Afghanistan, treating the Boumediene ruling, grounded in our most basic constitutional guarantees, as though it was some sort of the silly game. Fly your abducted prisoners to Guantanamo and they have constitutional rights, but fly them instead to Bagram and you can disappear them forever with no judicial process. Obama adopted the Bush position, filing a brief in federal court that, in 2 sentences, declared that it embraced the most extremist Bush theory on this issue. Obama's argument amounts to saying that prisoners flown to Bagram from anywhere in the world, in the case in question, Yemenis and Tunisians captured in Thailand and UAE, can be imprisoned indefinitely with no rights of any kind, as long as they are kept in Bagram rather than Guantanamo. In March, a Bush-appointed federal judge rejected the Bush-Obama position and held that the rationale of Boumediene applies every bit as much to Bagram as it does to Guantanamo. The Obama administration announced that it would appeal the ruling, thus placing Obama's Department of Justice squarely to the right of an extremely conservative, pro-executive power, Bush 43 appointed judge on issues of executive power and due process-less detentions, in radical violation of Obama's campaign promises and earlier stance. 7. The case of Russell v. Rumsfeld appears to be following a similar trajectory. The 4 plaintiffs charged that Rumsfeld and other high officials were responsible for their torture in Guantanamo, where they were sent after they were captured by Uzbeki warlord Rashid Dostum. Dostum is a notorious thug who was then a leader of the Northern Alliance, the Afghan faction supported by Russia, Iran, India, Turkey, and the Central Asian states, joined by the United States as it attacked Afghanistan in October 2001. Dostum then turned them over to U.S. custody, allegedly for bounty money. The plaintiffs claimed that they had traveled to Afghanistan to offer humanitarian relief. The Bush administration sought to have the case. 264. Noam Chomsky. Dismissed. Obama's Department of Justice filed a brief supporting the Bush position that government officials are not liable for torture and other violations of due process in this case, because the courts had not yet clearly established the rights that prisoners enjoy. 8. With mostly cosmetic changes, Obama reinstated military commissions, one of the ugly violations of the rule of law during the Bush years. There is a reason. Officials who work on the Guantanamo issue say administration lawyers have become concerned that they would face significant obstacles to trying some terrorism suspects in federal courts. Judges might make it difficult to prosecute detainees who were subjected to brutal treatment, or for prosecutors to use hearsay evidence gathered by intelligence agencies. 9. A serious flaw in the criminal justice system by Obama's standards, it appears. The right wing in the United States takes much the same stance, demanding that accused terrorists be tried in military courts because the law grants defendants too many rights, a regular theme of talk radio hosts. It is perhaps of interest that this stance of utter contempt for the values that the country has professed to uphold since its earliest days is called patriotic. There is much debate about whether torture has been effective in eliciting information, the assumption being, apparently, that if it is effective, then it may be justified. By the same logic, when Nicaragua captured U.S. pilot Eugene Hasenfuss in 1986 after shooting down his plane delivering aid to Reagan's Contra forces, they should not have tried him, found him guilty, and then sent him back to the United States, as they did. Rather, they should have applied the CIA torture paradigm to try to extract information about other terrorist atrocities being planned and implemented in Washington, no small matter for a tiny and poor country under terrorist attack by the global superpower. And Nicaragua should certainly have done the same if they had been able to capture the chief terrorism coordinator, John Negroponte, then ambassador to Honduras, later appointed counterterrorism czar, without eliciting a murmur. Cuba too should have done the same if they had been able to lay hands on the Kennedy brothers and their successors in the terrorism racket. There is. The torture memos. 265. No need to bring up what victims should have done to Kissinger, Reagan, and other leading terrorist commanders, whose exploits leave Al-Qaeda far in the distance, and who doubtless had ample information that could have prevented further ticking bombs. Such considerations, which abound, never seem to arise in public discussion. Accordingly, we know at once how to evaluate the pleas about valuable information and ticking bombs, or the fury about terrorism, by enemies. There is, to be sure, a response. Our terrorism, even if surely terrorism, is benign, emanating as it does from the city on the hill. Perhaps the most eloquent exposition of this thesis was presented by New Republic editor Michael Kinsley, designated at that time by the media as a spokesman of the left. America's Watch, then a branch of Human Rights Watch, had protested State Department confirmation of official orders to Washington's terrorist forces to attack soft targets and defended civilian targets, and to avoid the Nicaraguan army, as they could do thanks to CIA control of Nicaraguan airspace and the sophisticated communications systems provided to these rather unusual guerrillas. In a gentle reprimand, Kinsley explained that U.S. terrorist attacks on civilian targets are justified if they satisfy pragmatic criteria. A sensible policy should meet the test of cost-benefit analysis, an analysis of the amount of blood and misery that will be poured in, and the likelihood that democracy will emerge at the other end. 10. Democracy as U.S. elites determine. His thoughts elicited no comment, to my knowledge, apparently deemed acceptable. It would seem to follow, then, that U.S. leaders and their agents are not culpable for conducting such sensible policies in good faith, even if their judgment might sometimes be flawed. Perhaps culpability would be greater, by prevailing moral standards, if it were discovered that Bush administration torture cost American lives. That is, in fact, the conclusion drawn by U.S. Major Matthew Alexander, pseudonym, one of the most seasoned interrogators in Iraq, who elicited the information that led to the U.S. military being able to locate Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the head of al-Qaeda in Iraq. Correspondent Patrick Coburn reports. Alexander expresses only contempt for their 266. Noam Chomsky. Harsh interrogation methods, the use of torture by the U.S., he believes, not only elicits no useful information but has proved so counterproductive that it may have led to the death of as many U.S. soldiers as civilians killed in 9/11. From hundreds of interrogations, Alexander discovered that foreign fighters came to Iraq in reaction to the abuses at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, and that they and their domestic allies turned to suicide bombing and other terrorist acts for the same reason. 11. There is also mounting evidence that Cheney-Rumsfeld torture created terrorists even more directly. One carefully studied case is that of Abdullah al-Ajmi, who was locked up in Guantanamo on the charge of engaging in 2 or 3 firefights with the Northern Alliance. He had come to Afghanistan after having failed to reach Chechnya to fight against the Russian invasion. After 4 years of brutal treatment in Guantanamo, he was returned to Kuwait. He later found his way to Iraq, and in March 2008 drove a bomb-laden truck into an Iraqi military compound, killing himself and 13 soldiers, the single most heinous act of violence committed by a former Guantanamo detainee, the Washington Post reports. The direct result of his abusive imprisonment, his Washington lawyer concludes. 12. All much as a reasonable person would expect, and something we should bear in mind when reading about released prisoners turning to terror. Another standard pretext for torture is the context, the war on terror that Bush declared after 9/11, an atrocity that was a crime against humanity carried out with wickedness and awesome cruelty, as Robert Fisk reported. 13 9/11 rendered traditional international law quaint and obsolete. Bush was advised by his legal counsel Alberto Gonzales, later appointed Attorney General. The doctrine has been widely reiterated in one or another form in commentary and analysis. The 9/11 attack was doubtless unique, in many respects. One is where the guns were pointing. Typically it is in the opposite direction. Another unique feature is the scale of terror by a non-state actor. But horrifying as it was, it could have been worse, as on the first 9/11, already discussed, p. 27. But in that case responsibility traces straight back. The torture memos. 267. To Washington, so that the analogy, though clearly appropriate, does not enter consciousness, while the facts are consigned to the abusive reality that the naive call history. It should also be recalled that Bush did not declare the war on terror, he redeclared it. 20 years earlier, the Reagan administration came into office declaring that a centerpiece of its foreign policy would be a war on terror, the plague of the modern age and a return to barbarism in our time, to sample the fevered rhetoric of the day. That war on terror has also been expunged from historical consciousness, because the outcome cannot readily be incorporated into the canon. Hundreds of thousands slaughtered in the ruined countries of Central America and many more elsewhere, among them an estimated 1.5 million in the terrorist wars sponsored in neighboring countries by Reagan's favored ally, apartheid South Africa, which had to defend itself from Nelson Mandela's African National Congress, one of the world's more notorious terrorist groups, so Washington determined in 1988. In fairness, it should be added that 20 years later Congress voted to remove the ANC from the list of terrorist organizations, so that Mandela is now at last able to enter the United States without obtaining a waiver from the government. 14. The reigning doctrine is sometimes called American exceptionalism. It is nothing of the sort. It is probably close to universal among imperial powers. France was hailing its civilizing mission while the French Minister of War called for exterminating the indigenous population of Algeria. Britain's nobility was a novelty in the world, John Stuart Mill declared, while urging that this angelic power delay no longer in completing its liberation of India. This classic essay on humanitarian intervention was written shortly after the public revelation of Britain's horrifying atrocities in suppressing the 1857 Indian Rebellion. The conquest of the rest of India was in large part an effort to gain a monopoly of opium for Britain's huge narco-trafficking enterprise, by far the largest in world history, designed primarily to compel China to accept Britain's manufactured goods. Similarly, There is no reason to doubt the sincerity of Japanese militarists who were bringing an earthly paradise to China under benign Japanese tutelage, and protecting innocents from Chinese bandits, as 268. Noam Chomsky. They carried out the rape of Nanking and other hideous crimes. History is replete with similar glorious episodes. As long as such exceptionalist theses remain firmly implanted, the occasional revelations of the abuse of reality can backfire, serving to efface terrible crimes. The My Lai massacre is an example. It was a mere footnote to the vastly greater atrocities of the post-Tet pacification programs, ignored while indignation focused on this single crime. Watergate was doubtless criminal, but the furor over it displaced incomparably worse crimes at home and abroad. The FBI organized the assassination of black organizer Fred Hampton as part of the infamous COINTELPRO repression, or the bombing of Cambodia, to mention two egregious examples. 15. Torture is hideous enough. The invasion of Iraq is a far worse crime. Quite commonly, selective attention to atrocities has this unfortunate function. Historical amnesia is a dangerous phenomenon, not only because it undermines moral and intellectual integrity, but also because it lays the groundwork for crimes that lie ahead. 12. 1989 and beyond. The month of November 2009 was marked by the joyous 20th anniversary celebration of what British historian Timothy Garth Nash calls the biggest year in world history since 1945. That remarkable year changed everything, thanks primarily to Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms within Russia and his breathtaking renunciation of the use of force. A luminous example of the importance of the individual in history, leading to the partially open Russian elections of March 1989 and culminating in the fall of the Berlin Wall on November 9, which opened the way to liberation of Eastern Europe from Russian tyranny. The general mood was captured well by barrister Matthew Ryder, speaking for the Niners, the generation that is now providing global leadership, with Barack Obama in the lead, their conception of history having been shaped by a world changed without guns in 1989, events that gave them confidence in the power of dedication to non-violence and justice. 1. The accolades for November 9 are deserved, and the events are indeed memorable. And the picture is compelling, as long as we keep rigorously to a dominant principle of imperial culture, focus laser-like on the crimes of enemies, and on a high-minded and courageous condemnation of their crimes. But crucially, make sure never to look at ourselves. The principles. 269. 270. Noam Chomsky. Apply in the familiar way to the events of November 1989, and the memories that remain 20 years later. Some alternative perspectives may be instructive. One was provided, unintentionally, by German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who called on all of us to use this invaluable gift of freedom to overcome the walls of our time. 2 excellent advice, and we can easily follow it. One good start would be to dismantle the massive wall, dwarfing the Berlin Wall in scale and length, which is snaking its way through Palestinian territory in gross violation of international law. Like virtually every state action, the annexation wall, as it should be termed, is justified in terms of security. But as is commonly the case, the claim lacks any credibility. If security were the concern, it would be built along the border, and could be made impregnable. The purpose of this illegal monstrosity, constructed with decisive U.S. support and European complicity, is to allow Israel to take over valuable Palestinian land and the main water resources of the region, one part of a much broader annexation project, recognized from the start to be in direct violation of international law, an understanding since confirmed by the World Court. The anniversary celebrations of the fall of the wall had barely subsided when it was announced that the second leading recipient of U.S. aid, the Egyptian dictatorship, had begun constructing a huge steel wall along its border with the Gaza Strip, 6 to 7 miles long and 18 meters deep, designed by American Army engineers to be impenetrable. 3. That completes the imprisonment of Gaza from land and sea, and cuts off the last lifeline to escape Israeli strangulation. Those who wish to follow Merkel's good advice need not limit their efforts to the 2 leading recipients of U.S. aid. They can turn to the United States itself, and the huge construction along the Mexican border to bar the flight of desperate people from the south, many of them victims of U.S. terror in Central America and of NAFTA. Another perspective on the 2009 celebrations is provided by the work of the leading scholar, advocate of democracy promotion, neo-Reaganite Thomas Carothers, reviewed earlier. He ruefully concludes that all U.S. leaders have been schizophrenic, supporting democracy if and 1989 and beyond. 271. Only if it conforms to strategic and economic objectives, hence in Soviet satellites but not U.S. client states. 4. These judgments were once again confirmed by the events that reached their culmination in November 1989, and again on the 20th anniversary. The fall of the Berlin Wall was rightly celebrated in November 2009, but there was virtually no notice of what had happened once a week later in El Salvador, on November 16, 1989, the brutal assassination of 6 prominent Latin American intellectuals, Jesuit priests, along with their housekeeper Julia Elba and her daughter Selena, by the elite Cattle Battalion, armed and trained by Washington. The battalion had just returned from a several-month refresher course at the JFK Special Warfare School at Fort Bragg, and a few days before the murders underwent a further training exercise run by U.S. Special Forces flown to El Salvador. Heralded as El Salvador's best, the cream of Washington's terrorist army in El Salvador, the battalion had already left a bloody trail of the usual victims during the horrendous decade of the 1980s, which opened with the assassination of Archbishop Oscar Romero, the voice for the voiceless, by much the same hands. The story was similar throughout Central America, leaving hundreds of thousands of corpses and general misery during a reign of torture, murder, and destruction led by the Reagan administration under the guise of the War on Terror. 5. It was surmised at the time that the murder of the Jesuits was probably planned by the high command of the Salvadoran army. That was confirmed in November 2009 by publication in the Spanish press of a copy of the document ordering the murders and those of any witnesses, signed by the Chief of Staff and his associates, all of them so closely connected to the Pentagon and the embassy that it is hard to imagine that Washington was unaware. 6. The revealing discoveries appear to have passed unreported in the United States. One can easily understand why the consciousness of the Niners was shaped by dedication to nonviolence and the power of idealism. That's fair enough, if attention is rigorously guided by the culture of imperialism, focused on their crimes, with hours far removed from sight or memory. 272. Noam Chomsky. The contrast through the 1980s between the liberation of Soviet satellites and the violent crushing of hope in U.S. domains is striking and instructive, and becomes even more so when we broaden the perspective. The assassination of the Jesuit intellectuals was a crushing blow to liberation theology, the remarkable revival of Christianity that had its roots in the initiatives of Pope John XXIII and Vatican II, which he opened in 1962, an event that ushered in a new era in the history of the Catholic Church, in the words of the distinguished theologian Hans Kung, an epoch-making and irrevocable turning point. Inspired by Vatican II, Latin American bishops adopted the preferential option for the poor, renewing the radical pacifism of the Gospels that had been put to rest when the Emperor Constantine established Christianity as the religion of the Roman Empire, instituting a revolution that in less than a century converted the persecuted church to a persecuting church. Kung. In the post-Vatican II attempt to revive the Christianity of the pre-Roman period, priests, nuns, and lay persons took the message of the Gospels to the poor and the persecuted. brought them together in base communities, and encouraged them to take their fate into their own hands and to work together to overcome the misery of survival in the harsh realms of US power. 7. The preferential option for the poor, drawn from the Gospels, was recognized by the masters to be a grave and intolerable heresy, and the reaction was swift. In 1964, a military coup, for which the basis was laid by the Kennedy administration, established a neo-Nazi-style national security state in Brazil, overthrowing a mildly social democratic government and instituting a regime of torture and oppression. In the wake of the Brazilian coup, the dominoes began to fall, and a monstrous plague of repression spread through the hemisphere under similar murderous tyrannies. Included was the first 9/11, in Chile, by any objective measure far more severe than the second 9/11 in 2001, and also the regime of the killers and torturers in Argentina, perhaps the worst of all of them and Reagan's special favorite. The plague finally struck Central America in full force throughout the 1980s. In the course of the terror and slaughter, the practitioners of liberation theology were a prime target, among 1989 and beyond. 273. The martyrs of the Church, whose execution in November 1989 was commemorated on the 20th anniversary with resounding silence, barely broken. Forgotten almost completely are Julia Elba and Selena Marais et Ramos. The one survivor of the massacre, Father John Sobrino, reminds us that they are the symbols of the suffering masses of El Salvador and the world. 8 would remind us if you were willing to listen. There has been much debate about who deserves the credit for the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was also a topic of a meeting of the three presidents most directly involved. Germany's Helmut Kohl concluded the meeting by saying, "I know now how heaven helped us." George H.W. Bush generously praised the East German people, who for too long had been deprived of their God-given rights. Gorbachev suggested that the United States needs its own perestroika. 9. There are no such doubts about the demolition of the attempt to revive the Church of the Gospels. The School of the Americas, since renamed, famous for its training of Latin American killers, proudly announces as one of its talking points that liberation theology was defeated with the assistance of the U.S. Army 10, given a helping hand, to be sure, by the Vatican, using the gentler means of expulsion and suppression, particularly under the guidance of the Vatican enforcer, Cardinal Ratzinger, now Pope Benedict XVI. The bitter campaign to reverse the heresy set in motion by Vatican II received an incomparable literary expression in Dostoevsky's parable of the Grand Inquisitor. In this tale, set in Seville at the most terrible time of the Inquisition, Jesus Christ suddenly appeared on the streets, softly, unobserved, and yet, strange to say, everyone recognized him and was irresistibly drawn to him. The Grand Inquisitor, recognizing the grave danger, bid the guards take him and lead him away to prison, where the old man accuses Christ of coming to hinder us in our great work of destroying the subversive ideas of freedom and community. We have taken the sword of Caesar and follow him, not thee, the Inquisitor admonished Jesus. We seek to be rulers of the earth so that we can teach the weak and vile multitude that they will only become free when they renounce their freedom to us and submit to us. Then they will be timid. 274. Noam Chomsky. And frightened and happy. So tomorrow I must burn thee and put an end to thy evil ways. But finally the old man relented, and let him out into the dark alleys of the town. The prisoner went away. The pupils of Fort Bragg learned a harsher lesson. In 1977, the highly respected Jesuit priest Rutilio Grande preached in El Salvador of his fears that very soon the Bible and the Gospel will not be allowed within our country. We'll get the covers and nothing more, because all its pages are subversive. And I fear, my brothers, that if Jesus of Nazareth returned, they would arrest him. They would take him to the courts and accuse him of being unconstitutional and subversive. His insight into policy was all too accurate. A few weeks later he was assassinated, again by much the same hands. 11 The two events, the collapse of Russian tyranny and the destruction of the evil ways of the Gospels, were linked symbolically when the hero of 1989, Václav Havel, came to Washington shortly after the assassination of his Salvadoran counterparts. Speaking before a joint session of the Congress, he received thunderous applause when he praised the United States as the defender of freedom. The intellectual classes were entranced. The Washington Post described Havel's message as a voice of conscience that speaks compellingly of the responsibilities that large and small powers owe each other. Others wondered why American intellectuals do not ascend these lofty heights. Commentators were deeply moved by Havel's explanation for the passivity of the Czech security forces when faced with the forces of love, tolerance, non-violence, the human spirit and forgiveness. 12 If only the Salvadoran Jesuits had grasped these lofty thoughts when facing the guns of Washington's Cattle Battalion. One may imagine the reactions if the circumstances had been reversed, a thought experiment that could teach us a good deal about ourselves. At the extreme dissident end, Anthony Lewis hailed Havel for teaching us that we live in a romantic age. Lewis, however, had in mind another wondrous achievement of the world changed without guns in the new era of non-violence and idealism that shaped the consciousness of the Ninas, the victory of the U.S. candidate in the Nicaraguan election. 1989 and beyond. 275. An experiment in peace and democracy, Lewis wrote, which gives fresh testimony to the power of Jefferson's idea, government with the consent of the governed, as Václav Havel reminded us the other day. To say so seems romantic, but then we live in a romantic age. 13. Others too exulted in the victory of peace and democracy in Nicaragua. Headlines in the New York Times proclaimed that Americans are united in joy, North Korean style, over this victory for U.S. fair play. The modalities of U.S. fair play were not concealed. Time magazine praised the methods that were used to bring about the latest of the happy series of democratic surprises as democracy burst forth in Nicaragua. The methods were to wreck the economy and prosecute a long and deadly proxy war until the exhausted natives overthrow the unwanted government themselves, with a cost to us that is minimal, leaving the victim with wrecked bridges, sabotaged power stations, and ruined farms, and thus providing the U.S. candidate with a winning issue, ending the impoverishment of the people of Nicaragua and unmentioned, an end to the terrorist war that was destroying the country and would continue. President Bush I instructed Nicaraguans, unless they gave Americans reason to be united in joy. The only issue dividing conservatives and liberals, Time correctly concludes, is who should claim credit for this triumph of democracy, in a free and fair election, without coercion. 14. Outside of Western intellectual circles, the comparison between US and Soviet satellites was readily perceived. To cite one or two poignant example, the journal Proceso of the Jesuit University in El Salvador observed that if Lech Walesa had been doing his organizing work in El Salvador, he would have already entered into the ranks of the disappeared, at the hands of heavily armed men dressed in civilian clothes, or have been blown to pieces in a dynamite attack on his Union headquarters. If Alexander Dubček were a politician in our country, he would have been assassinated like Hector Oquili, the social democratic leader assassinated in Guatemala, apparently by Salvadoran death squads. If Andrei Sakharov had worked here in favor of human rights, he would have met the same fate as Herbert Anaya, one of the many murdered leaders of the independent Salvadoran Human Rights Commission. If 276. Noam Chomsky. Otasek or Václav Havel had been carrying out their intellectual work in El Salvador, they would have wound up one sinister morning lying on the patio of a university campus with their heads destroyed by the bullets of an elite army battalion. 15. Despite the U.S. triumph of November 1989, The yearning for freedom and justice has proven hard to crush. A year after Washington's victory over the Church of the Gospels in El Salvador, the demon of liberation theology emerged again in Haiti with the democratic election of a liberation theology priest, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. As discussed earlier, Washington moved at once to destroy the threat, reinstating the rule of the military and the traditional ruling elite. A few years later, the demon raised its head again in Honduras. One of the reasons for Obama's indirect but sufficient support for the military coup that overthrew the democratically elected government and restored power to the traditional rulers was Zelaya's moves toward alliance with liberation theologian priests and other environmental activists protesting mining and biofuel-induced deforestation. Meanwhile, an ex-bishop tainted by association with liberation theology was elected in Paraguay, overturning decades of dictatorship and elite rule in what was considered a safe dependency. It takes constant vigilance to ensure that the rot does not reappear. 16. There is much to contemplate in all of this, but let us put these painful topics aside and proceed. A critical question about the biggest year in world history since 1945, which changed everything, is how global policies were affected by the dawn of the unipolar moment, as it came to be called, the glorious end of history in the eyes of some prominent intellectuals. The answer reveals a good deal about the nature of the Cold War and its aftermath. The Bush administration reacted at once by invading Panama, as already discussed. The event was a minor footnote to a familiar history, though there were two innovations. One was the pretext, not the Russians are coming, the reflexive justification of the past, but the threat to our existence caused by Hispanic narco-traffickers. The second difference was explained by former High State Department official Elliot Abrams, who pointed out that for the first time the United States was able to win. 1989 and beyond. 277. Turvine without concern for a Russian reaction somewhere in the world. As other prominent commentators elaborated, the collapse of the Soviet deterrent makes military power more useful as a United States foreign policy instrument. Against those who contemplate challenging important American interests, and makes it easier to resist manipulation of America by third world nations. We are now more free to resort to force, violence, and subversion to achieve our global aims. 17. The Bush administration responded immediately to these opportunities in its Pentagon budget and national security strategy report in early 1990. In brief, nothing would change, apart from pretexts and tactics. We still need a huge military system, but for a new reason. The technological sophistication of third world powers. We have to maintain the defense industrial base, a euphemism for state-supported high-tech industry. We must also maintain intervention forces directed at the Middle East energy regions, where the significant threats to our interests could not be laid at the Kremlin's door, contrary to decades of deceit. All of this and much more like it was passed over quietly, barely even reported. But for those who hope to understand the world, it is quite instructive. 18. As a pretext for intervention, the war on drugs was far too narrow. A more sweeping mission was needed. The intellectual community quickly rose to the challenge. They declared a normative revolution that granted the United States the right of humanitarian intervention as it chose, for the noblest of reasons, by definition. The traditional victims were unimpressed, to put it mildly. Conferences of leaders of the Global South bitterly condemned what they called the so-called right of humanitarian intervention, reacting particularly to the NATO bombing of Serbia in 1999, which, as anticipated, precipitated a sharp increase in atrocities. Their stand was upheld by a high-level UN panel in 2004 with leading Western figures participating, among them former National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and the distinguished Australian diplomat Gareth Evans. A refinement was therefore necessary, and again, the intellectual classes rose to the occasion, devising a new doctrine, responsibility to protect, familiarly known as R2P, now the topic of a substantial literature, many conferences, new organizations and journals, and much praise. The 278. Noam Chomsky. Praise is justified, at least in one respect. We may recall Gandhi's response to the question of what he thought about Western civilization. He's alleged to have said, "It would be a good idea." And the same holds of R2P. It would be a good idea, if the concept were taken seriously. As already briefly discussed, there are two quite distinct versions of R2P, the UN General Assembly version, and the Evans Commission version, the latter hardly more than an authorization for NATO to use force at will. Those who pay attention to history will not be surprised to discover that the Western powers exercised their responsibility to protect in accord with the Evans version, and in a highly selective manner, adhering closely to the maxims of Thucydides and Smith, and the Jennings corollary. Merely to illustrate, there is no thought of devoting pennies to protect those dying from hunger and lack of health care at twice the level of Rwanda among children alone, and not for 100 days but every day. 19 protected populations are also barred from protection, among them the victims of U.S. Israeli attacks in Gaza, who are protected persons under the Geneva Conventions. Victims who are the direct responsibility of the Security Council have also been unable to appeal to R2P, for example, Iraqis subjected to Clinton's murderous sanctions, or the victims of the worst massacres of recent years, in eastern Congo, where only the cynical might suspect that the neglect has something to do with the fact that the worst offender is US ally Rwanda, and that multinationals are making a mint from robbing the region's rich mineral resources with the crucial aid of the militias tearing the place to shreds. And on, amply reviewed elsewhere, and just as the rational would expect. Returning to the dawn of the unipolar moment, another question that came to the fore at once was the fate of NATO. Its traditional justification had been defense against Russian hordes. With the USSR gone, the pretext evaporated. Naive souls, who had faith in prevailing doctrine, would have expected NATO to disappear as well. Quite the contrary. As the Soviet Union collapsed, Gorbachev made an astonishing concession. He permitted unified Germany to join a hostile military alliance run by the global superpower, though Germany alone had almost destroyed Russia twice in the century. There was a quid pro quo. Recently. 1989 and beyond. 279. Clarified. It had been thought that Bush and his Secretary of State James Baker promised not to expand NATO to the east, but in the first careful study of the original documents, Mark Kramer, apparently seeking to refute charges of US duplicity, in fact shows that it went far beyond what had been assumed. 20. It turns out that Bush-Baker promised that NATO would not even fully extend to East Germany, GDR. They told Gorbachev that no NATO forces would ever be deployed on the territory of the former GDR. NATO's jurisdiction or forces would not move eastward. They also assured Gorbachev that NATO would be transforming itself into a more political organization. There is no need to comment on that promise. Mary-Elise Sarraute, the leading academic specialist on these events, writes that German Chancellor Helmut Kohl assured Mr. Gorbachev, as Mr. Baker had done, that naturally NATO could not expand its territory into East Germany. Mr. Kohl's foreign minister, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, visiting the Kremlin as well, assured his Soviet counterpart, Eduard Shevardnadze, that for us, it stands firm. NATO will not expand itself to the east. After listening to Mr. Kohl, Mr. Gorbachev agreed that Germany could unify internally, and unification then proceeded. As Sarraute explains, in summary, Gorbachev had listened to Baker and Kohl suggest to him for 2 days in a row that NATO's jurisdiction would not move eastward, and at the end he agreed to let Germany unify. He believed Baker's assurance that NATO's jurisdiction would not shift 1 inch eastward from its present position, a step that Gorbachev insisted would be unacceptable. What Gorbachev did not know and Genscher dismissed, is that President Bush kept to his position that we prevailed. They didn't, so they can impose no conditions. After Secretary of State Baker's promise to Gorbachev, Sarot continues, Bush wrote a letter with language that differed in a subtle but significant way from the language offered by the Secretary of State. Instead of a pledge about NATO's borders, Mr. Bush suggested that East German territory be given a special military status within NATO. What that status would consist of was to be negotiated later, but the core assumption was clear. NATO. 280. Noam Chomsky. Would grow and former East German areas would have a special status within the alliance as it did so. Gorbachev was settling for a gentleman's agreement, Sarot writes, evidently not a wise move when dealing with Washington. 21. Central Europe analyst Niels Kersen observes that at the heart of Sarot's book, on 1989 and its aftermath, is the story of a historic swindle, as Gorbachev, trusting in Western honesty, accepted the promise by Baker and Kohl that NATO would not move an inch eastwards, though it was disingenuous, as the full record reveals. Gorbachev, and Russia generally, of course came to recognize the swindle, which left bitterness and hostility that persists. Gorbachev later referred to the unending expansion of NATO. Set against the background of sweet talk about partnership while justifying Russia's actions in the Georgian conflict in 2008. Sarot concludes that the historic swindle perpetuated the military dividing line between NATO and its biggest strategic threat, Russia, into the post-Cold War world, contributing to the undermining of the Gorbachev proposal, possibly realistic, for a common European home of cooperation and interchange from the Atlantic to the Urals, in which both NATO and the Warsaw Pact would vanish in favor of a pan-European security system, not unlike the Gaullist vision that has always been anathema to US planners. 22. What followed the historic swindle tells us a lot about the Cold War itself, and the world that emerged from its ending. As soon as Clinton came into office, he began the expansion of NATO to the east. By now its declared jurisdiction is far broader, as we have seen, including control of the crucial infrastructure of the global energy system. It is also to serve as a US intervention force, while keeping Europe in its place, a task that may or may not be manageable as the global system becomes more diverse. At this point, new questions come into view, which merit much more intensive inquiry, beyond the scope of this review of 1989, its significance and portent. Notes. 1. Year 514, Globalization for whom? 1. C. Raymond Baker, Shreen Ismail, and Tahir Ismail, eds. Cultural Cleansing in Iraq, London, Pluto Press, 2010. A shattering scholarly account of the wanton destruction of treasures of early civilization and the Iraqi intellectual class, though as one contributor observes, the United States did provide some funds to train Iraqi scholars in US universities in curatorial expertise, an offer of lessons in how to be good custodians of your cultural heritage from the country that was responsible for its destruction. Zainab Barani, Professor of Art History and Archaeology at Columbia University. 2. The toll of disease is sometimes invoked to exonerate the conquerors, a feat of apologetics that is not very impressive. Europe suffered vast population decline during the 14th century Black Death, but recovered. Native Americans were subjugated, driven from their homes, and slaughtered, hence could not recover. 3. For sources when not cited, and further details on the earlier history, here and below, see my year 501, Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press, 1993. 4. John Steinbrunner and Nancy Gallagher, and Robert McNamara, respectively. See My Failed States, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2006, for sources and discussion. 5. Charles Mann, 1491, New Revelations of the Americas Before Columbus, New York, Nope, 2005. His quote, 6. Francis Jennings, The Invasion of America, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press, 1975, 306. One of the earliest modern studies to shatter the jingoist consensus. 7. See among others Kenneth Pomeranz, The Great Divergence, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 2000. Britain's crimes in India grew in intensity until post-World War II liberation opened the way to independent development. 281. 282. Noam Chomsky. Much the same was true in China. 8. John Maynard Keynes, A Treatise on Money, cited by Sylvia Ann Hewlett, The Gruel Dilemmas of Development, New York, Basic Books, 1980. 9. See the penetrating and shocking study by Wall Street Journal Bureau Chief Douglas Lackman, Slavery by Another Name, New York, Anchor Books, 2009. Ecology and France's Destruction, C. Jared Diamond, Collapse, New York, Penguin, 2005. Sophie Perchelit and Eric Toussaint, www.cadm.org, weblink, January 18, 2010, on the shameful reaction of France's Regis Debray Commission to the compensation request. Also, in the wake of the horrendous earthquake of January 2010, on the urgent need to cancel Haiti's huge debt and for the most industrialized countries, which have systematically exploited Haiti, beginning with France and the United States, to pay compensation towards a fund aimed at financing the reconstruction of the country, controlled by the Haitian People's Organizations. 10. Thomas Griffin, Haiti Human Rights Investigation, November 11-21, 2004. Center for the Study of Human Rights, University of Miami School of Law, January 2005, www.law.miami.edu weblink. On the Lancet Report, Ensuing Controversy and Resolution, see Half Hour for Haiti, Blog Archive, Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti, August 31, 2006, ijt.org weblink. 11. On the CIA and the coup, see Jim Mann, Los Angeles Times, November 2, 1993, Tim Weiner, New York Times, December 3, 1995. For details of this period, see year 501, chap. 8, My Democracy Restored, Z Magazine, November 1994, www.chomsky.info weblink, and New Military Humanism, Monroe. Me, Common Courage Press, 1999, chap. 3. As discussed in Democracy Restored, the illegal oil shipments authorized by Bush and Clinton were so prominently reported by the app that they were impossible to miss, but are almost entirely absent from the media, which have been bitterly opposed to Aristide, with rare exceptions. 12. See Peter Hallward, Damming the Flood, Haiti, Aristide, and the Politics of Containment, London, Verso, 2007. For brief review of the late 90s events, see New Military Humanism. 13. Financial Times, July 12, 2009. New Nation, October 26, 2008, reprinted from Alarum Weekly, Egypt, weekly.aram.org.eg weblink. New York Times, Reuters, June 13, 2009. 14. Onyebu Siezigbo, All Africa, June 23, 2009. 15. Michael Glennon, Christian Science Monitor, March 20, 1986. Donald Fox and Michael Glennon, report to the International Human Rights Law Group and the Washington Office on Latin America, Washington, D.C., April 1985, 21. Referring to EU.S.backed atrocities in Central America in the 1980s and the reaction at home. 16. Irene Khan, The Unheard Truth, London, Amnesty International UK, W. Norton, 2009. 17. David Johnston, Montreal Gazette, Montreal Summit tiptoes around Haiti's hidden crises. January 25, 2010. Chavez writes off Haiti's oil debt to Venezuela. January 26, 2010. Venezuela, Latin American Herald Tribune, www.la.com/article.asp. Article id equals 351054 and category id equals 10717, L. Universal, Opposition Press. Notes. 283. Haiti's Prime Minister thanks Venezuela for support. January 25, 2010, http://english.iluniversal.com web link. SHTML. Cuba's impressive initiatives received a rare mention on CNN. Steve Carthenbaum, January 17, 2010. Several weeks later, after considerable popular pressure, the rich countries, G7, pledged debt relief, and support for relief was pledged by the international financial institutions. BBC, February 7, 2010. 18. Francis Jennings, Empire of Fortune, New York, W. W. Norton, 1988. 19. Cited by Mann, Los Angeles Times. See Note 11, this chapter. 20. R. W. Van Alstyne, The Rising American Empire, New York, Oxford University Press, 1960. Reginald Horseman, Expansion and American Indian Policy, 1783-1812, East Lansing, Me, Michigan State University Press, 1967. Richard Drinan, Facing West, Minneapolis, MN, University of Minnesota Press, 1980, and White Savage, New York, Skokin Books, 1972. See also his The Metaphysics of Empire Building, Ms., Bucknell University, 1972. 21. Russell Baker, A Heroic Historian on Heroes, New York Review of Books, July 11, 2009. No letters appeared in reaction, though the editors later published a clarification, October 8. Baker, it reads, wrote that in North America at the time of Columbus, there may have been scarcely more than 1 million inhabitants. However, archaeological evidence and demographic research in recent decades suggest that the number was much larger, with estimates ranging up to 18 million. Baker was not referring to North America, rather, from tropical jungle. The research is not recent, but decades old. It was also known long ago that the sparsely populated and spoiled world included advanced civilizations, in the United States too. 22. Knox cited by Horseman, Expansion and American Indian Policy. Adams cited by William Earl Weeks, John Quincy Adams and American Global Empire, Lexington, University Press of Kentucky, 1992. 23. Story cited by Nicholas Guat, Providence and the Invention of the United States, 1607 to 1876, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2007, reviewing the record of providentialist justifications for the most shocking crimes, and their more general role in forging the American idea. Monroe cited by Horseman, Expansion and American Indian Policy. Roosevelt cited by Blackman, Slavery by Another Name. 24. Rice quoted by Peter Baker, New York Times, December 1, 2008. 25. On these matters, see my Come Over and Help Us, A History of R2P, Responsibility to Protect, talk delivered at the UN General Assembly Conference on R2P, July 23, 2009, www.chomsky.info web link. And Human Rights in the New Millennium, talk at the London School of Economics, October 2009, Z Magazine, January 2010. CPP 185F. 26. Roger Cohen, New York Times Book Review, April 26, 2009. Morgenth, pages 39 to 40, below. 27. Great Seal, C. Jennings, Invasion, 229. 28. Martin and Annalise Anderson, Reagan's Secret War, New York, Crown, 2009. Cited by Paul Boyer, Burnishing Reagan's Disarmament Credentials, Arms Control Today, September 2009. On Reagan and Global Jihadism, and Pakistani Nuclear Weapons, C. Ahmed Rashid, Descent into Chaos, New York, Viking Press, 2008. Below, p. 194. The goal of these projects was not to defend Afghanistan, as com. 284. Noam Chomsky. Monley claimed, the U.S. Pakistani initiatives may well have delayed Russian withdrawal, some specialists believe. The goal was to kill Soviet soldiers, the CIA station chief in Islamabad declared. He boasted that he loved this noble goal, making clear that the mission was not to liberate Afghanistan. Tim Weiner, Legacy of Ashes, The History of the CIA, New York, Doubleday, 2007. 29. Cited by Lars Scholz, That Infernal Little Cuban Republic, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press, 2009, 16. 30. Ibid, for ample details. Below, for further discussion. 31. Ibid. Alfred McCoy, Policing America's Empire, Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 2009. 32. John Lewis Gaddis, Surprise, Security, and the American Experience, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 2004. Matt B. I., New York Times Magazine, October 10, 2004. For more extensive discussion, see Failed States. 33. Weeks, John Quincy Adams. 34. President Bill Clinton, Address to the UN, September 27, 1993. Secretary of Defense William S. Cohen, Annual Report to the President and Congress, 1999. Kennan cited by Walter Lafeber, Inevitable Revolutions, New York, W. W. Norton, 1983. 35. David Green, The Containment of Latin America, Chicago, Quadrangle Books, 1971. For more discussion and context, see My Hegemony or Survival, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2003, Chap. 3. 36. For What Scourges, The Far Enemy, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2005. See also His Journey of the Jihadist, New York, Harcourt Books, 2006. 37. Quoted in Michael Sherry, The Rise of American Airpower, New Haven, CT, Yale University Press, 1987. 38. Peter Bergen and Paul Cruikshank, The Iraq Effect, Mother Jones, March 1, 2007. Zbigniew Brzezinski, The National Interest, Winter 2003-04. 39. Christopher Swannon, Financial Times, April 12, 2006. 40. Quoted in Joseph Nevin's, Operation Gatekeeper, New York, Routledge, 2002. 41. Estimate of Economic Power, Justice Stephen Field, cited by Morton Horwitz, The Transformation of American Law 1870-1960, New York, Oxford University Press, 1992. Wilson, The New Freedom, 1914, cited by Martin Sklar, The Corporate Reconstruction of American Capitalism, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1988. 42. Scott Bowman, The Modern Corporation and American Political Thought, University Park, PA, Pennsylvania State University Press, 1996. On Corporate Manslaughter and Virtual Impunity, see Gary Slapper, Blood in the Bank, Aldershot, UK, Ashgate Publishing, 2000, Reviewing the Long Record in England. For some US analogues, see my Introduction to Slapper's study. 43. Horwitz, Transformation of American Law. For a lucid discussion, see Joel Buchan, The Corporation, New York, Free Press, 2004. One major case was Minneapolis and SLO Company v. Beckwith, 1889, in which corporations were considered persons for purposes of the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, enacted to protect rights of freed slaves, but, notoriously, taken over as a device to protect concentrations of private power. C. Bowman, The Modern Corporation and American Political Thought. 44. Russell v. Myers, January 2008, Court of Appeals, District of Columbia Circuit. 45. Adam Liptak, Supreme Court Revisit Hillary Documentary, New York Times. Notes. 285. August 29, 2009. When first argued, the case seemed an oddity, but it has turned into a juggernaut with the potential to shatter a century-long understanding about the government's ability to bar corporations from spending money to support political candidates. 46. Citizens United v. FEC, January 21, 2009. Adam Liptak, Justices Overturn Key Campaign Limits, New York Times, January 21, 2010. Waldman, log on New York Times Online, cited by editors, same day. Waldman is Executive Director of the Brennan Center for Justice at the NYU School of Law. Technically the decision also applies to unions, facts constantly brought up in commentary. But that is insignificant in comparison with corporate power, quite apart from very different character of unions representing workers and private tyrannies dedicated to wealth maximization, primarily for the very narrow sector of extreme wealth in whose hands ownership is concentrated. 47. For data on business funding, government policy, and public opinion concerning business dominance, see Anthony DiMaggio, Corporate Power and the Deregulation of Campaign Finance, Supremely Swindled, Counterpunch, January 25, 2010. 48. Thomas Ferguson, Golden Rule, The Investment Theory of Party Competition and the Logic of Money-Driven Political Systems, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1995, and regular updating since. 49. Editorial, New York Times, January 22, 2010. 50. Horwitz, Transformation of American Law. 51. Horwitz, Transformation of American Law, 98, citing H. Spellman. A Treatise on the Principles of Law Governing Corporate Directors, New York, Prentice Hall, 1931. 52. Jess Bravin, Democrats Divide on Voice of Possible Top Court Pick, Wall Street Journal, February 8, 2010. 53. For details and sources, see My World Orders Old or New, New York, Columbia University Press, 1994. On Consequences, CNF 2 at 7, Washington, D.C., Economic Policy Institute, 2001, www.dip.org web link papers _1_index/. 54. A secondary benefit, as a number of economists pointed out, was that its highly protectionist features would turn Mexico into America's preferential market, with Japan and the IC at a disadvantage. Jagdish Bhagwati, a genuine free trade advocate. See World Orders, Chap. 2, for discussion and sources. 55. U.S. National Intelligence Council, NIC, Global Trends 2015, 2000. 56. David Schmitz, Thank God They're on Our Side, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press, 1999. On Operation Condor, the transnational criminal operation established by the coup, employing terror, torture, and murder to protect traditional elites from social and economic reform and ensure U.S. political and economic hegemony, C.J. Patrice McSherry, Predatory States, Lanham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 2005. There may be more to discover after the overthrow of the U.S.-backed Paraguayan dictatorship, where archives were housed. On the events and prospects, See Hugo Shaughnessy, The Priest of Paraguay, Fernando Lugo and the Making of a Nation, London and New York, Z Books, 2009. 57. Greg Grandin, Empire's Workshop, Latin America, the United States, and the Rise of the New Imperialism, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2007. 286. Noam Chomsky. 2. Latin America and U.S. Foreign Policy. 1. Hans Morgenth, The Purpose of American Politics, New York, Vintage Books, 1964. 2. Samuel Huntington, International Security 17, No. 4, Spring 1993. 3. Michael Deitch, International Security, Volume 32, No. 3, Winter 2007 8. 4. Schmitz, Thank God They're on Our Side. 5. Augustus Richard Norton, Middle East Policy, Spring 2005. For review of polls and public opinion, and much other insight, see Jonathan Steele, Defeat, London, I.B. Tauris Publishers, 2008. 6. Jonathan Monton, International Security, Spring 2005, Katerina Dallacroix, International Affairs 81, No. 5, October 2005. 7. Thomas Friedman, New York Times, January 12, 1992. David Ignatius, Washington Post Weekly, November 10, 2003. 8. For details on this revealing episode, see Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 5, and Failed States, Chap. 3. 9. See Gilbert Wicker, Noam Chomsky, and Stephen Shalom, Perilous Power, Boulder, Go, Paradigm Publishers, 2007, Epilogue. Water, John Bowen, Science, August 25, 2006. Below, for further discussion and sources. 10. Thomas Carruthers, Critical Mission, Essays on Democracy Promotion, Washington, D.C., Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, 2004. 11. Thomas Carruthers, In the Name of Democracy, Berkeley and Los Angeles, University of California Press, 1991. Also his essay in Abraham Lowenthal, ed., Exporting Democracy, Baltimore, M.D., Johns Hopkins University Press, 1991. 12. Robert Pastor, Condemned to Repetition, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1987, his emphasis. 13. Lawrence Jacobs and Benjamin Page, American Political Science Review 99, No. 1, February 2005. 14. On Wilson and the Drive, see Frank Moyer Pons, The Dominican Republic, A National History, Princeton, N.J., Marcus Wiener Publishers, 1998, Piero Gleiges, The Dominican Crisis, Baltimore, M.D., Johns Hopkins University Press, 1978, Bruce Calder, The Impact of Intervention, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1984. 15. William Stivers, Supremacy and Oil, Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, 1982. 16. Hirohito cited by Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, Racing the Enemy, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 2005. Dulles cited by Stephen Rabe, Eisenhower and Latin America, Chapel Hill, N.C., University of North Carolina Press, 1988. Arthur Schlesinger, Memorandum from the President's Special Assistant, Schlesinger, to the President's Assistant Special Counsel, Goodwin, March 8, 1961, Report to the President on Latin American Mission, Foreign Relations of the United States, 1961 to 1963, Volume 12, American Republics, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office. 17. Ernest May and Philip Salikow, The Kennedy Tapes, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 1998. 18. Louis Perez, The War of 1898, Chapel Hill, N.C., University of North Carolina Press, 1998, Luis Perez, Cuba, Between Reform and Revolution, New York, Oxford University Press, 1996. 19. For details and sources, see Failed States, Chap. 4, and for a comprehensive study. Notes. 287. C. Lascolt's, Human Rights and United States Policy Toward Latin America, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1981. For Voices of the Victims of U.S. State Terror, Almost Never Heard, see Keith Bolender, The Unknown War, London, Pluto Press, 2010. 20. Leonard Winglass, Lawyer for the Cuban Five, at the National Lawyers Guild Conference, October 19, 2002, Pasadena, California, www.jcenter.org, weblink_winglass.html. Edith Lederer, Associated Press, September 2, 2009. 21. Noah Feldman, New York Times Book Review, February 12, 2006. Stephen Erlanger, New York Times, February 14, 2006. 22. July 1961, cited by Scholz, Human Rights and United States Policy Toward Latin America. 23. John Norris, Collision Course, Westport, C.T., Braga Publishers, 2005, a study strongly endorsed in the introduction by Strobe Dalbert, the highest Clinton official responsible for East European affairs, who writes that those who want to know how events looked and felt at the time to those of us who were involved in the war should turn to Norris's account, written with the immediacy that can be provided only by someone who was an eyewitness to much of the action, who interviewed at length and in depth many of the participants while their memories were still fresh, and who has had access to much of the diplomatic record. That the plight of Kosovar Albanians could not have been the serious issue is evident from the rich Western documentary record, which shows that the worst atrocities, by far, were the anticipated consequence of the NATO bombing. For review of the record, see my A New Generation Draws the Line, London, Verso, 2000. Of the official reasons offered at the time, the only one that is tenable, and was constantly repeated by US and UK governments, is that the credibility of NATO was at stake. Ibid, for discussion, and more extensively, David Gibbs, First Do No Harm, Nashville, TN, Vanderbilt University Press, 2009, who argues that credibility of NATO in the Balkans is shorthand for US domination over Europe, and takes it as to be the driving force behind US Balkans policy from the collapse of Yugoslavia. A similar view had been expressed even more strongly by the conservative military historian and analyst Andrew Bacevich, though without evidence. He dismisses any pretense of humanitarian concern and writes that the bombing of Serbia was intended to provide an object lesson to any European state fancying that it was exempt from the rules of the post-Cold War era established by Washington. The war's architects understood from the outset that its purpose had been to sustain American primacy in Europe, and the workmanlike demolition of Serbia demonstrated what a great power did to fend off perceived threats to its pre-eminence and to forestall the intolerable prospect of Europe's backsliding toward an independent course. American Empire, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 2004, 104 f. 196. Dean Baker, The Conservative Nanny State, Washington, D.C., Center for Economic and Policy Research, 2006, ebook, www.conservativenanastate.org. 24. Stephen Rabe, The Road to OPEC, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1982. 25. War Peace Studies Programs of the Council on Foreign Relations and the State Department, 1939-45. The only careful study is Larry Shoup and William Minter, Imperial Brain Trust, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1977. 288. Noam Chomsky. 26. C. Joyce Colco and Gabriel Colco, The Limits of Power, New York, Harper and Row, 1972. Bill Papers, May 11, 1951, cited by Lloyd Gardner, Three Kings, New York, New Press, 2009. See also Aaron David Miller, Search for Security, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press, 1980. Irvin Anderson, Aramco, United States and Saudi Arabia, Princeton, NJ, Princeton University Press, 1981. Michael Stoff, Oil, War and American Security, New Haven, CT, Yale University Press, 1980. David Painter, Oil and the American Century, Baltimore, MD, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1986. 27. The manic intensity of the assault is reviewed in detail in Scholt's That Infernal Little Cuban Republic. On poll results for the past 3 decades, showing about 2-to-1 support for normalization. See Gallup.com. 2 in 3 Americans favor re-establishing ties with Cuba. Poll, December 15, 2006. www.gallup.com poll/25912/2 3 Americans favor re-establishing ties Cuba.asks. One can only guess what the results would be if the topic could be discussed. 28. LBJ, remarks to American and Korean servicemen at Camp Stanley, Korea, November 1, 1966. www.presidency.ux.edu weblink. Bruce Franklin, War Stars, New York, Oxford University Press, 1988, expanded 2008. Samuel Huntington, Who Are We? The Challenges to America's National Identity, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1985. On the nativist legacy reflected in this and similar scholarship, and contemporary manifestations in the United States and Europe, see Anwar Majid, We Are All Moors, Minneapolis, MN, University of Minnesota Press, 2009. 29. Colette Youngers and Eileen Rose Ein, eds, Drugs and Democracy in Latin America, Washington, D.C., Wooler, Lynn Rienna Publishers, 2005. Adam Isaacson, J. Olson, and Lisa Haygood, Blurring the Lines, Washington, D.C., Latin America Working Group, Center for International Policy, and Wooler, September 2004. On the impact of U.S. training over many years, see Martha Huggins, U.S.-supported state terror, A History of Police Training in Latin America, in Huggins, ed., Vigilantism and the State in Modern Latin America, Westport, C.T., Braga Publishers, 1991. 30. Fourth Fleet, C.F.L. Senador Brasilno reaches la reactivation de la Fourth Flotte Naval de EU, LPAs, September 7, 2008. www.helpeyes.com web/e/reactivation/4/floater/naval/e/u/LPU/2009LPU/int_24/. 31. Stefan Kuffner, Time, May 14, 2009. 32. Colombia's Uribe signs pact with Honduras. Lobo, Latin American Herald Tribune. January 31, 2010. www.lat.com weblink =12393. 33. On the general remilitarization project, and particularly the crucial role of the Colombian terror state, now partially controlled by the paramilitary narco-trafficking alliance. See Greg Grandin, Muscling Latin America, Nation, February 8, 2010. On the horrific atrocities of the successor groups to the paramilitaries, and the increase in the vast displacement in Colombia, second only to Sudan, as their terror and land grabs expand. See Human Rights Watch, Colombia, Stop Abuses by Paramilitaries' Successor Groups, February 3, 2010. Full report at www.hrw.org weblink. Simon Romero. Notes. 289. New York Times, February 3, 2010. For background, see among others Doug Stokes, America's Other War, Terrorizing Colombia, London, Z Books, 2005, Forrest Hilton, Evil Hour in Colombia, London, Verso, 2006. 34. White Paper, A Mobility Command, Global En Route Strategy, presented at Symposium, Maxwell Air Base, April, 2009. Ethan Vassie-Flad, U.S. and Colombia discuss major military bases agreement, Associated Press, July 15, 2009. Cited at www.4peace.net web link. Juliana Sojo, Washington Report on the Hemisphere, Council on Hemispheric Affairs, August 18, 2009. 35. Department of Air Force, Military Construction Program Fiscal Year, FY, 2010, Budget Estimates, Justification Data submitted to Congress, May 2009. The submission was republished in November 2009, softening the wording, presumably in response to the sharply negative response in Latin America. Eva Glynner, Washington alters U.S. Air Force document to hide intentions behind accord with Colombia. Postcards from the Revolution, November 27, 2009, www.chavezcode.com web link. It is reasonable to speculate that the original thinking prevails. 36. Transparencia para Pactos Militares Transnacionales Acuitan Presidents, Seminar.com, August 28, 2009, www.seminar.com web link. IDART equals 127918. 37. Eduardo Mendoza, Encuentro Martinelli Clinton, Proponexo Expedito a EU, La Prensa, Prensa.com, September 27, 2009. 38. Quoted in Michael Warren, Uribe stands grounds on U.S. military deal, Associated Press, August 28, 2009. 39. C. Stokes, America's Other War. 40. Marina Litvinsky, Latin American leaders say no to U.S. drug war, Interpress Service, February 12, 2009, ipsnews.org web link. On the expansion of the drug war by Obama, along the conventional lines, see Susanna Rice, Beyond Supply and Demand, Obama's Drug Wars in Latin America, NACA Report on the Americas, January to February 2010. 41. See Jerry Kuzmarov, The Myth of the Addicted Army, Amherst, M.A., University of Massachusetts Press, 2009, from which much of what follows on Nixon's drug war is drawn. 42. M. J. Crozier, S. P. Huntington, and J. Watanuki, The Crisis of Democracy, New York, New Press, 1975, report to the Trilateral Commission. The general tenor of the Commission is illustrated by the fact that the Carter administration was heavily drawn from its ranks. 43. Carter, News Conference, March 24, 1977. Bush cited by Barbara Crossett, New York Times, October 24, 1992. 44. Iraq Mega Embassy, Ernesto Londono, Washington Post, August 29, 2009, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Saeed Shah and Warren P. Strobel, McClatchy Newspapers, May 27, 2009. Militarization of the Gulf region, NICTURS, out of Iraq, into the Gulf, TomDispatch.com, November 22, 2009. Diego Garcia, CP. 63, below. 45. Catherine Cynthia Peters, Defense Budget Portends Difficult Trade-Offs, GovernmentExecutive.com, August 12, 2009, www.govexec.com web link. 290. Noam Chomsky. /0809/081209 kp1.htm Tom Mingelhardt, www.tomdispatch.com web link /175196/ January 26, 2010. Editorial, New York Times, February 4, 2010. Sanger, New York Times, February 2, 2010. Gerald Sabe, Deficit Balloons into National Security Threat, Wall Street Journal, February 2, 2010, warning that national security will be harmed by the deficit, noting that the deficit is twice as large as the staggering defense outlays, imperial overreach, in the familiar locution. 46. Agence France Presse, June 8, 2009. John Madislian, in Graphs, Arming the World, June 14, 2009. BBC News, news.bbc.co.uk web link. Aligrib, Interpress Service, December 12, 2009. Associated Press, November 1, 2008. 47. Andrea Shalis R., Christian Science Monitor, January 27, 2009. Mark Noah, White House to hold firm on European missile shield, CBS News, July 1, 2009, www.cbsnews.com web link. SHTML. Joseph Gerson, Dawn of Hope and Nuclear Paradoxes, Special Address, Japan Scientists Association, Kobe, Japan August 2, 2009, 48. Quoted by Ian James, Associated Press, August 26, 2006. 49. James Hodge and Linda Cooper, U.S. continues to drain Honduran soldiers, National Catholic Reporter, July 14, 2009, cronline.org web link. Mac Weisbrod, Guardian, Counterpunch, September 7, 2009. On the yawning political and socio-economic divide between wealthy coup supporters and opponents, who include the solidly working-class supporters of the ousted president, C. Ginger Thompson, New York Times, August 9, 2009. Members of this country's small upper class felt threatened by President Zelya's efforts to lift up the poor with such measures as a 60% increase in the minimum wage in a country where 60% live in poverty. On possible U.S. complicity and prior knowledge, see among others Michaela D'Ambrosio, the Honduran coup. Was it a matter of behind-the-scenes finagling by State Department stonewallers? Washington Report on the Hemisphere, Council on Hemispheric Affairs, September 16, 2009. On Obama's foot-dragging and tacit support, see Alexander Main, A New Chapter of Engagement, Obama and the Honduran Coup, NACA Report on the Americas, January to February 2010. 50. Amnesty International, Honduras, Human Rights Crisis Threatens as Repression Increases, London, Amnesty International Publications, August 2009. 51. Scholz, Human Rights, 7. 52. Lawrence and Valenzuela, Alexandre Olson, Associated Press, December 1, 2009. Anselm, Ginger Thompson, New York Times, November 11, 2009. Aid, OAS Resolution, Mark Weisbrod, Center for Economic and Policy Research, CEP, Common Dreams, December 16, 2009. IRNDI, CEP, Press Release, November 23, 2009. 53. Among others, see now Financial Times Mideast editor David Gardner, Last Chance, London, I.B. Tauris Publishers, 2009. 54. See Failed States, Afterward, Here and Below. Brazil, China, and more generally Brazilian development and trade, see Kenneth Maxwell, Lula's Last Year, and Reardon Rowett, How Reform Has Powered Brazil's Rise, Current History, February 2010. 55. Mac Weisbrod, Rebecca Ray, and Jake Johnston, Bolivia, The Economy During the Morales Administration, Washington, D.C., Center for Economic and Policy Research, December 2009. www.sepr.net web link. Frank Chavez, Bolivia, Evo Morales. Notes. 291. The Best Ally of the Middle Class, Interpress Service, January 8, 2010, www.ipsnews.net web link. 56. David Felix, Latin American Research Review, January 1, 1998. Ha-Jun Chang, Kicking Away the Ladder, London, Anthem Press, 2002, Bad Samaritans, London, Random House, 2007. 57. Karen Lissacres, Banks, Borrowers, and the Establishment, New York, Basic Books, 1991. 58. For insightful accounts of the roots of the crisis, see Dean Baker, Plunder and Blunder, Sausalito, California, Blee Point Press, 2009. John Bellamy Foster and Fred Magdoff, The Great Financial Crisis, New York, Monthly Review Press, 2009. 3. Democracy and Development. Their Enemies, Their Hopes. 1. Solo, Interview, Challenge, January to February 2000. Bear Iraq, Economics and World History, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1993. Chang, Kicking Away the Ladder. See also Shahid Alam, Poverty from the Wealth of Nations, New York, St. Martin's Press, 2000. An enduring classic is Frederick Clementi, Economic Liberalism and Underdevelopment, New York, Asia Publishing House, 1960. 2. The Jacksonian Democrats sought to do just that, to great economic and geopolitical advantage, specifically with cotton. That was a primary goal of the annexation of Texas, then half of Mexico. President Tyler anticipated that that monopoly, now secured, places all other nations at our feet. An embargo of a single year would produce in Europe a greater amount of suffering than a 50 years' war. I doubt whether Great Britain could avoid convulsions. That way the United States could overcome the British deterrent as well as dominate the global economy. C. Thomas Hietala, Manifest Design, Anxious Aggrandizement in Late Jacksonian America, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1985, for quotes and discussion, year 501. 3. Kindelberger cited by Ha-Jun Chang, Bad Samaritans. 4. C. Jack Beeching, The Chinese Opium Wars, New York, Harcourt Brace Joe. Vanovich, 1975, Jack Gray, Rebellions and Revolutions, New York, Oxford University Press, 1990, J. Y. Huang, Deadly Dreams, Opium, Imperialism, and the Arrow War, 1856 to 1860, in China, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998. In a broader context, Carl Jockey, Opium, Empire and the Global Political Economy, London, Routledge, 1999. For reservations on the impact on China, see Franz Dikötter, Lars Lemon, and Zhuge Sun, Narcotic Culture, A History of Drugs in China, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2004. 5. For a graphic and shocking account of post-Civil War slavery, see Blackman, Slavery by Another Name. On the current scale and character, see Randall Shelton, Our Punitive Society, Long Grove, Eel, Waveland Press, 2010. On violation of international labor standards by prison labor, see Susan Gang, Forcing Prison Labor, New Political Science, June 2009. 6. Afafletfial Sayyid Masat, Egypt in the Reign of Muhammad Ali, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1984. For more extensive discussion on to post-war Egypt, see World Orders, Chap. 2. 292. Noam Chomsky. 7. Basil Davidson, The Black Man's Burden, Africa and the Curse of the Nation-State, New York, London, Times Books, 1992. 8. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, BK. 4, Chap. 2. David Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy, cited by Dean Baker, Gerald Epstein, and Robert Pollin, eds. Globalization and Progressive Economic Policy, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998, Editor's Introduction. 9. Jose Antonio Ocampo, Rethinking the Development Agenda, MS, 2001, based on paper of the American Economic Association Annual Meeting, January 2001. 10. Mac Weisbrot, Dean Baker, and David Rosnick, The Scorecard on Globalization 1980 to 2005, 25 Years of Diminished Progress, Center for Economic and Policy Research, September 2005. Robert Pollin, Contours of Dissent, London, Verso, 2003. Robert Hunter Wade, Does Inequality Matter? Challenge 48, September to October 2005, Foreign Affairs, September/October 2006. 11. David Felix, in Baker et al., eds. Globalization and Progressive Economic Policy. 12. Baker, Plunder and Blunder. Mark Myringoff and Mark Louisa Myringoff, The Social Health of the Nation, New York, Oxford University Press, 1999. The projected Reagan-Bush debt interest burden is virtually identical to the projection for 2019, despite extensive spending to overcome the impact of the 2007-08 financial crash. Dean Baker, Beat the Press, Center for Economic and Policy Research, August 31, 2009. Also John Irons, Catherine Edwards, and Anna Turner, The 2009 Budget Deficit, Issue Brief Number 262, August 20, 2009. www.ib.org weblink/entry/262/13. For references, see Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 9. 14. Ibid. Joseph Stiglitz, Foreign Affairs 84, Number 6, 2005. 15. Thomas Volasek, Defense Monitor 30, Number 3, March 2001. Gordon Mitchell, Fletcher Forum 25, Number 1, Winter 2001, citing Charles Barrow. 16. See references of Note 1, this chapter. On the enormous role of military procurement in technology development, see Vernon Run, Is War Necessary for Economic Growth? New York, Oxford University Press, 2006. On corporate reliance on bailout and other forms of state intervention, see Winfried Ruigrok and Ra Van Tilde, The Logic of International Restructuring, London, New York, Routledge, 1995. 17. For review of Greenspan's examples and sources, see My Rogue States, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 2000, Chap. 13. 18. James Cipher, Military Spending, Technical Change, and Economic Growth, Journal of Economic Issues, March 1987. David Noble, Forces of Production, New York, Nopes, 1984, Progress Without People, Chicago, Charles Kerr, 1993. 19. Baker, The High Cost of Protectionism, The Case of Intellectual Property Claims, MS, Economic Policy Institute, 1996, In These Times, August 22, 1999. Amy Casmine, Andrew Jack, and Alan Beatty, How Washington Uses Trade Deals to Protect Drugs, Financial Times, August 21, 2006. www.feet.com weblink/C1050-313E11DBB 953.0007790E2340.html. 20. See Note 13, this chapter. 21. Harjun Chang and Ajit Singh, Public Enterprises in Developing Countries and Economic Efficiency, UNCTAD Review, Number 4, 1993, 45-81. 22. David Kirkpatrick, New York Times, August 6, 2009. Healthcare reform, see below. Notes. 293. p. 226. 23. Javius Antizo, Latin America's Political Economy of the Possible, Cambridge, M.A. MIT Press, 2006. Richard Lapper, Financial Times, July 30, 2006. 24. C. Baker, Plunder and Blunder, for succinct review. Concentration, Kansas City. Federal Reserve President Thomas Nick, August 6, 2009, cited by Zach Carter, a master of disaster, Nation, January 4, 2010, www.thenation.com web link /2010/1004/Carter. 25. Peyton Gardio, Can the Future Be Built in America? Business Week, September 21, 2009. 26. Citigroup, Equity Strategy, Plutonomy, Buying Luxury, Explaining Global Imbalances, October 16, 2005, Equity Strategy, Revisiting Plutonomy, The Rich Getting Richer, March 5, 2006. Why Service Stinks, Business Week, October 23, 2000. 27. Wall Street Journal, June 15, 2009. 28. Thomas Cotton and David Gautier Villas, Wall Street Journal, May 29, 2009. 29. For discussion and illustrations of the state corporate policies that have systematically undermined the country's industrial base and technological edge, favoring global investors over U.S. manufacturers, see the special report, Why Nothing is Made in the USA Anymore, American Prospect, January 2010. 30. Paul Doremus, William Keller, and Louis Pauliet, The Myth of the Global Corporation, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1998. Stoughton Lind, Living Inside a Hope, Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, 1997. 31. For discussion and sources, see World Orders, Chap. 2. 32. James Mahan, Mobile Capital and Latin American Development, University Park, PA, Pennsylvania State University Press, 1996. Timothy Canova, American University International Law Review 14, No. 6, 1999. Antizo, Latin America's Political Economy of the Possible. 33. M. J. Crozier, et al., The Crisis of Democracy. 34. Treasury, Robert Wade, Challenge, January to February 2004. On the disparagement of the socio-economic articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by high officials, see Failed States, Chap. 6. Keynes cited by Timothy Canova, Brooklyn Law Review 60, No. 4, 1995. 35. Barry Eaton Green, Globalizing Capital, A History of the International Monetary System, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1996. 36. Attilio Boron, and Leo Banach and Colin Lays, eds., Socialist Register 2006, Telling the Truth, London, Merlin Press, 2006. 37. Mark Turner, Vox Populi, Rubini Global Economics, Latin America Economonitor, December 6, 2007, www.rubini.com web link. 38. Paul Waldman, Boston Globe, September 6, 2006. On the gap between policy and opinion, and the 2004 U.S. election, see references of Note 1, Chap. 5, below. 4. Latin American and Caribbean Unity. 1. Stevens's Foreign Policy in Focus, September 18, 2008. 2. Ruigrok and Van Telder, The Logic of International Restructuring. 294. Noam Chomsky. 3. Karen Lissacres, Banks, Borrowers, and the Establishment. 4. John Nee at Well and Lance Taylor, Global Finance at Risk, New York, New Press, 2000. David Felix, is the drive toward free market globalization stalling? Latin American Research Review, January 1, 1998. See also Felix, in Baker et al., Globalization and Progressive Economic Policy. 5. Barry Eaton Green, Fortifying the Financial Architecture, Current History, Global Trends 2010, January 2010. Peter Boone and Simon Johnson, Financial Times, January 19, 2010. 6. Now largely in the background after dramatic empirical refutation in 2007-08, those serious deficiencies were long known. See, for example, David Felix, The Past as Future. The contribution of financial globalization to the current crisis of neoliberalism as a development strategy, Political Economy Research Institute, www.peri.math.edu web link, 2003, bringing up the important work of Hyman Minsky on market inefficiencies, now gaining deserved if belated attention. 7. Michael Kranish, Boston Globe, December 21, 2009. Virtually the only report. See below, pp. 226f. 8. Eric Dash, New York Times, June 10, 2009. 9. Theo Francis and Peter Coy, No Big Fix for Global Finance, Business Week, September 9, 2009. David Cho, Banks Too Big to Fail Have Grown Even Bigger, Behemoths Spawn of the Bailout Reduce Consumer Choice, Tempt Corporate Moral Hazard, Washington Post, August 28, 2009. Martin Wolf, Financial Times, September 15, 2009. 10. Fewer Americans see solid evidence of global warming, Pew Survey reports, October 22, 2009, peoplepress.org web link. 11. Clifford Krause and Jad Mawad, New York Times, August 19, 2009, John Kerry, Business Week, September 8, 2009. 12. Alison Vection and Don Kopecky, Bloomberg Business Week, January 11, 2010. 13. Gretchen Morgensen, New York Times, September 14, 2009. 14. Michael J. Moore and Jamie McGee, Wall Street firms will revert to pre-crisis model, Cohen says, Bloomberg, May 5, 2009, www.bloomberg.com web link/news. PID equals 20601109 and SID equals I5Z0L_SS. 15. Peter Ford, China's Green Leap Forward, Christian Science Monitor, August 10, 2009, www.gizmonitor.com web link. Martin Wolf, Wheel of Fortune turns as China outdoes West, Financial Times, September 14, 2009. 16. Eva Vergara, Associated Press, September 16, 2008. www.washingtontimes.com/news/2008/SEP/16/Summit of Leaders aims to end crisis in Bolivia/ 17. Dan Keene, Associated Press, December 9, 2006. 18. Richard M. Nixon, Memorandum, Cryptome.org web link, National Security Archive. Democracy Promotion, CP. 45. 19. Kristin Bushby, Washington Report on the Hemisphere, Council on Hemispheric Affairs, August 19, 2009. See Note 49, Chap. 2. 20. Mac Weisbrod, Hondurans resist coup, will need help from other countries, Guardian, July 8, 2009, www.sepr.net web link. Notes. 295. 5. Good news, Iraq and beyond. 1. Benjamin Page with Marshall Boughton, The Foreign Policy Disconnect, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2006. For many crucial examples, See failed states. See also Jacobs and Page, American Political Science Review, February 2005. 2. Cited by David Fogasong, America's Secret War Against Bolshevism, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press, 1995. 3. On these matters see my Rethinking Camelot, Cambridge, MA, Southend Press, 1993. Much more material has appeared since, but while adding some interesting nuances, it leaves the basic picture intact. 4. In retrospect, Kennedy Johnson National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy reflected that the U.S. war could have been wound down by late 1965, after the Suharto coup protected Indonesia from contagion, killing perhaps 1 million people, mostly landless peasants, destroying the major mass-based political party and so averting the threat of democracy, and opening up the country's rich resources to Western investors. By then South Vietnam had been largely destroyed, as Ford had described. Cited by David Fromkin and James Chase, Foreign Affairs, Spring 1985. 5. See Rethinking Camelot for details. 6. Ibid. 7. Ibid. 8. Arthur Schlesinger, Los Angeles Times, March 23, 2003. I found no mention. 9. Opinion Research Business, September 2007, www.opinion.co.uk web link. 10. Gardner, Last Chance, 61 ff. For illuminating inquiry into the roots of the sectarian violence, and much else. See Steele, Defeat. 11. Nerosen, Current History, December 2007. 12. Timothy Williams, New York Times, August 15, 2009. On the background of Iraq's oil law, and the threats to the economy as it has evolved under the occupation. See Kamil Mahdi, Iraq's oil law, Passing the Fine Print, World Policy Journal, Summer 2007. As matters have evolved, U.S. energy corporations have not gained anything like the privileges that Washington had anticipated as late as early 2008. See below, p. 140. 13. Gary Mulholland Testimony, United States Export Policy Toward Iraq prior to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, hearing before the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, U.S. Senate, 102nd, October 27, 1992. Bush's fawning mission, Minrazan, Saddam Hussein's Gulf Wars, Westport, C.T., Raja Publishers, 1992. 14. Dennis Halliday, Responsibility to Protect, Development Dialogue 53, November 2009. 15. Hans von Sponeck, A Different Kind of War, the UN Sanctions Regime in Iraq, New York, Oxford, Berghahn Books, 2006. 16. For one particularly striking illustration, see Note 15, Chap. 11, below. 17. Steele, Defeat. On the wanton cultural destruction of Iraq, including its intellectual class and priceless monuments of the origins of modern civilization, a shameful, immoral and illegal chapter in modern history that flows from a commitment to ending states as a policy objective. See Raymond Baker et al., Cultural Cleansing in Iraq. 18. Karen DeYoung, Washington Post, December 19, 2007. 296. Noam Chomsky. 19. Quoted in Stephen Fiedler, Financial Times, August 20, 2007. 20. PR Newswire US Newswire, Washington, January 28, 2008. 21. Bergen and Cruikshank, The Iraq Effect. 22. James Glantz, New York Times, January 16, 2008. 23. Gardner, Last Chance, for review of what followed. 24. C. J. Chivers, New York Times, September 11, 2007. 25. Michael Gordon, New York Times, January 20, 2008. Mark Curtis, and People. Britain's Secret Human Rights Abuses. London, Vintage Books, 2004. 26. Sabe, Wall Street Journal, February 12, 2008. 27. Associated Press, December 21, 2007. Boston Globe, 4 sentences. The final two. U.S. officials downplayed the issue. We prefer to look to the future, said a U.S. Embassy spokesman. Panamanian Courts and United States. Mark Lacey, New York Times, November 28, 2007. The next few days Iraq will withdraw, putting his puppet in. Everyone in the Arab world will be happy, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Colin Powell anticipated at a high-level meeting immediately after Saddam's invasion of Kuwait. Military correspondents Michael Gordon and Bernard Drainer, New York Times, October 23, 1994. Excerpt from their forthcoming The General's War, Boston, Little, Brown and Co., 1995. Basically what happened in Panama, except that Latin Americans were infuriated, not happy. For details on the invasions and reactions here, see My Deterring Democracy, New York, Hill and Wang, 1992. 28. Elaine Ciolino, New York Times, November 30, 2007. 29. Public Opinion in Iran and America on Key International Issues, poll, worldpublicopinion.org, January 24, 2007. www.worldpublicopinion.org web link /Iran_Jan07_RPT.pdf. 30. IBID. Also a majority of Americans reject military threats in favor of a diplomacy with Iran. Survey, worldpublicopinion.org, December 7, 2006, www.worldpublicopinion.org web link. 31. On NATO expansion, the nature of the pledge, and the context, see chap. 12, below. On Obama's reconfiguration of the missile defense system, CP. 199. See also pages 172 to 73. On strong and long-standing popular preference for normalization of relations with Cuba, see note 27, chap. 2. 32. Arms Control Today, January, February 2008. 33. Helene Cooper, New York Times, January 19, 2008. Kevin Hall, McClatchy Newspapers, February 16, 2008. 34. Bruce Cummings, Le Monde Diplomatique, October 2007. See also Leon Seigel, Current History, November 2006. See My Interventions, San Francisco, City Lights, 2007, for discussion. 35. David Sanger and William Broad, New York Times, March 1, 2007. 36. Seymour Hersh, New Yorker, February 11, 2008. 37. The conclusion, based on on-site inspection by Harvard nuclear physicist Richard Wilson after the bombing and by Iraqi defectors, has been confirmed by Wayne White, Iraq analyst for State Department intelligence at the time, with access to a rich body of evidence. Middle East Policy, Fall 2008. 38. Seigel, Current History. 39. Declaration of Principles for a Long-Term Relationship of Cooperation and Friend. Notes. 297. Ship between the Republic of Iraq and the United States of America. White House News Release, November 26, 2007. George Bush White House. archives.gov/news/releases/2007-11/2007112611.html. 40. Charlie Savage, Boston Globe, January 30, 2008. Tom Shanker and Stephen Lee Myers, New York Times, January 25, 2008. 41. Pakistani public opinion on democracy, Islamist militancy, and relations with the U.S., worldpublicopinion.org and U.S. Institute for Peace, January 7, 2008. 42. Newsweek, October 18, 2001. 43. Ian James, Associated Press, December 31, 2007. Other wire services. 6. Free elections, good news and bad. 1. Thomas Friedman, op-ed, New York Times, June 10, 2009. Elliot Abrams, op-ed, New York Times, June 12, 2009. On the vote, and the large-scale efforts to swing the election to the March 14 coalition, see Yusuf Khafri, the fourth estate in the service of power, media coverage of the Middle East, Znit, December 6, 2009, www.communications.org web link. 2. Ibid. 3. Cam Simpson, Wall Street Journal, February 8, 2009. 4. Seafarer's Power, Epilogue, Note 29, for review. 5. Thomas Friedman, New York Times, January 14, 2009. On Israeli border violations. See Israeli strategic analyst Ziv Moz, The War of Double Standards, author's translation from Haaretz, July 24, 2006. 6. David Shipler, New York Times, November 25, 1983, also January 26, 1984. Human Rights Watch, Israel, without status or protection, Lebanese detainees in Israel 9, number 11, October 1997. See My Exterminate All the Brutes, January 2009, revised June 6, 2009, at www.chomsky.info web link, for discussion and sources, here and below. For much more extensive discussion of the Gaza attack, see Norman Finkelstein, This Time We Went Too Far, Truth and Consequences of the Gaza Invasion, New York, O. R. Books, 2010. 7. Al-Mezan press release, IDF kidnaps 5 Palestinian children in North Gaza, September 7, 2009. Reference 74 2009. www.mezan.org web link and name equals and id_department equals 9. The media search covered a week. 8. David Rose, The Gaza Bombshell, Vanity Fair, April 2008. Norman Olson and Matthew Olson, op-ed, Christian Science Monitor, January 12, 2009. 9. For a review of the grisly record, and the current state of the programs to block any hope of decent survival for the Palestinians, see Saroy, Introduction, The Gaza Strip, The Political Economy of the Development, Beirut, Washington, D.C., Institute for Palestine Studies, 2010, 3rd edition. 10. Irish Nobel Peace Laureate Mairead Maguire shot with rubber bullet by Israeli military at nonviolent protest, democracynow.org, April 23, 2007, www.democracynow.org web link, April 23, 2007. 11. Gershom Gorenberg, The Accidental Empire, New York, Times Books, 2006. On the carefully planned and systematic execution of the project, and the leading role. 298. Noam Chomsky. Of bearers and others honored in the West as moderates and peacemakers, see Edith Zertel and Akiva Elder, Lords of the Land, New York, Nation Books, 2007, also on the shameful behavior of the courts, along with Moshe Negbi, Kistem Hainu, Jerusalem, Kita Publishing House, 2004, Hebrew, the most prominent legal commentator in the Israeli media. For quotes from his harrowing account of what passes for law in Israel, and from other leading Israeli analysts who bring forth similar material, see Failed States. Ibid. On the ICJ Bugenthal. 12. See references of Note 16, this chapter. 13. Jeremy Bowen, Bowen Diary, The Days Before War, BBC News, January 10, 2009, news.bbc.co.uk web link. 14. Rajef interviewed by David Fuller, Channel 4, UK, www.youtube.com web link equals N6CLGIL0. Editorial, The Other Israel, Helen Israel, December to January 2008 to 9. 15. Rory McCarthy, Guardian, November 5, 2008. 16. Sarah Roy, London Review of Books, January 1, 2009, Christian Science Monitor, January 2, 2009. Physicians for Human Rights Israel, update December 12, 2008, www.phr.org.il web link. 17. Gareth Porter, Israel rejected Hamas ceasefire offer in December, Interpress Service, January 9, 2009, www.ipsnews.net web link. See also Peter Beaumont, Observer, March 1, 2009. 18. Akiv Welder, White Flag, Black Flag, Hey Eretz, January 28, 2009, www.heyeretz.com web link. 19. David Rimnick, New Yorker, January 12, 2009. 20. See My Fateful Triangle, Cambridge, MA, South End Press, 1983, updated 2009, 201 ff. Pirates and Emperors, 56 f. 21. Stephen Lee Myers, New York Times, January 4, 2009. 22. In Hebrew, there are two words for propaganda, Tamila, which is the propaganda of others, and Hasbara, explanation, for Israeli propaganda. The tacit assumption is that since we are always right, it is only necessary to explain to the ignorant outsiders. That is standard state practice. For example, Britain's Ministry of Information a century ago, which was dedicated to informing American intellectuals of the reasons they should support Britain during World War I, succeeding brilliantly, and Wilson's Committee on Public Information, targeting the whole population, also with outstanding success. For some discussion, see Deterring Democracy. 23. Stephen Erlanger, New York Times, January 31, 2008. 24. Moshe Negbi, Kistem Hainu. 25. Stephen Erlanger, New York Times, January 25, 2008. 26. Israel National News, April 27, 2007. 27. Livni quoted by Scott Wilson, Washington Post, December 20, 2007. 28. Michael Walzer, in Irving Howe and Carl Gershman, eds. Israel, Arabs, and the Middle East, New York, Quadrangle Press, 1972. In the context of a discussion of Israel and its Palestinian population, Walzer writes that the process of nation building can be difficult for those marginal to the nation, and that sometimes the roughness can only be smothered by helping people to leave who have to leave. Ethan Brough, New York Times, February 12, 2009. Notes. 299. 29. Alaf Ben, Washington Post, August 14, 2005. 30. Quoted in Yoav Stern, Hey Eretz, May 1, 2006. 31. Regfit, Scott Wilson, Washington Post, A Very Rare Report. On the Laws, see My 2. Woods, A New Cold War, New York, Pantheon, 1982, and for a much more extensive study, Walter Lane and Uri Davis, The Jewish National Fund, New York, Kegan Paul International, 1988. 32. Jonathan Liss, Hey Eretz, January 3, 2010. Golan, No Entry for Arabs, Hey Eretz, January 13, 2010. 33. Jonathan Liss, Hey Eretz, January 2, 2010. 34. See below, pp. 179f. 35. Yossi Belan, Mero Shalet, Tel Aviv, Revivim, 1985, 42, 147. The primary source for Israeli cabinet records under the Labour coalition, 1967-77. Diane's Analogy, Gorenberg, Accidental Empire, 81-2. For more on these matters, see Failed States, Chap. 5, My Middle East Illusions, Lanham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 2003, Chap. 6. Herald cited by James Bradley, The Imperial Cruise, New York, Little, Brown and Co., 2009, 63. 36. Sometimes called a one-state solution, though there clearly are two groups, each entitled to respect for their own cultural mix, language, and identity. 37. See Failed States, 193 ff. 38. For an illustration, see Economist's Heather Plocker, A Thorn in the World's Side, Yejod, November 3, 1999, www.netnews.com web link, 00.html, describing with despair how he must cancel a lecture in Oxford because the anti-Israel atmosphere there is so extreme that he would be treated as a leper. Far from true, but illustrative of a spreading sense of injured innocence. 39. Ryan Irwin, A Wind of Change? Diplomatic History, November 2009. 40. United Nations Interagency Task Force, Africa Recovery Program, Economic Commission for Africa, South African Destabilization, The Economic Cost of Frontline Resistance to Apartheid, New York, United Nations, 1989, 13, cited by Merle Bowen, Fletcher Forum, Winter 1991. ANC, Joseph Zuleika, and William Douglas, Terror and Taboo, London, New York, Routledge, 1996, 12. On the expansion of U.S. trade with South Africa after Congress imposed sanctions in 1985, C. Gay McDougall, Richard Knight, in Robert Edgar, ed., Sanctioning Apartheid, Trenton, N.J., Africa World Press, 1990. Richard Garfield, Julia Devin, and Joy Forsey, The Health Impact of Economic Sanctions, Bulletin of the New York Academy of Medicine 72, No. 2, Winter 1995. For review of BDS programs targeting the Israeli occupation, see John Pilger, Znit, January 16, 2010, 7, Centuries Challenges. 1. Lee Butler, At the End of the Journey, The Risks of Cold War Thinking in a New Era, International Affairs 82, No. 4, June 22, 2006. 2. Hans Christensen, Appendix 2 of Nuclear Futures, Proliferation of Weapons of Mass Destruction and U.S. Nuclear Strategy, British-American Security Information Council, Basic Research Report 98, No. 2, March 1998. For extensive. 300. Noam Chomsky. Quotes, see New Military Humanism, Chap. 6. 3. Brahma Chelani, International Herald Tribune, May 7, 1996. 4. Peter Sand, Azu, American Society of International Law, Insight 13, No. 12, August 28, 2009. On the Sordid Record, see David Vine, Island of Shame, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 2009. Cole Harvey, Arms Control Today, September 2009, Journal of the Arms Control Association. 5. Press Release, Comsepak Pearl Harbor, NNSO 9120301. I am indebted to Peter Sand for the document. 6. See Note 29, Chap. 5. These poll results are from January 2007. A huge government media propaganda blitz since on Iran may have changed perceptions. 7. Cited by Frank Costiglione, in Thomas Patterson, ed., Kennedy's Quest for Victory, New York, Oxford University Press, 1989. 8. worldpublicopinion.org, surveys, January 18th-27, 2008, www.worldpublicopinion.org, web link. Zedmos, Defending the Holy Land, Ann Arbor, Me, University of Michigan Press, 2006. Abrahamian, and David Barsamian, ed., Targeting Iran, San Francisco, City Lights Books, 2005. 9. Charles Freeman, Middle East Policy, Spring 2008. 10. See references of Note 23, Chap. 2. 11. NATO, see Chap. 12. NWFZ, Michael McGuire, International Affairs, 81, Number 1, 2005. 12. Union of Concerned Scientists, U.S. attempt to shoot down satellite undermines efforts to ban space weapons, reduces U.S. security, Science Group says, press release, February 20, 2008, www.tuxusa.org, web link. John Steinbrunner and Nancy Gallagher, Daedalus, Summer 2004. 13. Andrew Bacevich, National Interest, Summer 2001, Lawrence Kaplan, New Republic, March 12, 2001. Rand cited by Kaplan, emphasis in original. For more on the understanding that missile defense is essentially a first strike weapon, see Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 9. 14. George Lewis and Theodore Postol, Arms Control Today, October 2007. 15. Quoted in Olivier Zajac, Le Monde Diplomatique, April 2008. 16. Shoup and Minter, Imperial Brain Trust. C. Gibbs, First Do No Harm, on these considerations and specifically their role in the bombing of Serbia in 1999. See above, p. 53 and Note 23, Chap. 2. 17. According to military, strategic analyst Melvin Goodman of the Center for International Policy, the United States is spending more than the rest of the world combined on its military, intelligence, and homeland security, and is responsible for 70% of global arms sales. Truthout, October 20, 2009. 18. John McGlynn, The U.S. Declaration of War on Iran, Japan Focus, March 20, 2008, japanfocus.org, web link. 19. Klaus Norman, John Shelley Cashfley, et al., Towards a Grand Strategy for an Uncertain World, Renewing the Transatlantic Partnership, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Nobel Foundation, 2007. www.worldsecuritynetwork.com/documents/3 April F Grand Strat B. PDF. 20. HDIN.wikipedia.org, web link. Notes. 301. _index. Maurice Gurnier, and Nahar Arab Report and Memo, Beirut, April 17, 1978. For further quotes, see Towards a New Cold War. 8. Turning Point. 1. Dan Fromkin, Washington Post, May 29, 2009. 2. Agence France Presse, May 16, 2009. 3. Archive Welder, Hey Eritz, June 1, 2009. 4. See Chap. 10, below. 5. The State of Israel, Likud Party Platform, 1999, www.knesset.gov.il, web link. /knesset15/likud_m.htm. David Barrelin, Director of Communications and Policy Planning in the Office of the Prime Minister, interview, Palestine-Israel Journal, Summer, Autumn 1996. 6. Amnon Barzilai, Hey Eretz, October 24, 1995. For more detail, World Orders, Epilogue. 7. For details, see Deterring Democracy, Afterword. For general review of the diplomatic and military history, see Norman Finkelstein, Image and Reality of the Israel-Palestine Conflict, London, Verso, 2003, Moz, Defending the Holy Land. Also Hegemony or Survival and Failed States. 8. Ibid, for review and sources. 9. Jeffrey Goldberg, New York Times, May 24, 2009. 10. Chronicle of Annexation known from the outset, Bimcom, Slim, December 2009, Hebrew. Barak cited from Amos Hale, Eretz, February 1, 2009, with endorsement by Tzipi Livni and Benjamin Netanyahu, reiterating a long-standing national consensus. 11. World Bank, BBC, May 20, 2009. Uri Miskav, Yejot Friday Political Supplement, January 22, 2008. 12. Stephen Zuns, Foreign Policy in Focus, March 4, 2009. 13. All of this was clear enough from the website for his presidential campaign. See Perilous Power, Epilogue. 14. Amira Haas, An Israeli Achievement, bitterlemons.org, April 20, 2009, www.bitterlemons.org web link. 15. Sarah Roy, Harvard Crimson, June 2, 2009. For extensive review of the ugly details, see Roy's Before Gaza, After Gaza, Examining the New Reality in Israel, Palestine, to appear in Palestine and the Palestinians Today, Center for Contemporary Arab Studies, Georgetown University. Abbreviated version of Introduction to 3rd edition of Roy, Gaza Strip. 16. See above, pp. 150 f, and sources cited in Note 16, Chap. 6. 17. Peter Beaumont, Guardian, May 27, 2009. 18. Platts Commodity News, February 3, 16, 2009. 19. For sources, and more on Evans's role in this regard, see year 501, Chap. 4, Powers and Prospects, Chaps. 7, 8. Also Australian Southeast Asian specialist and former intelligence officer Clinton Fernandez's review of Evans's record, 2009, Ms. 20. International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, Gareth Evans and Mohammed Sanaun, co-chairs, The Responsibility to Protect, report of the 302. Noam Chomsky. Assis, Ottawa, Canada, IDRC Books, December 2001. Economist, July 23, 2009. See My Human Rights in the New Millennium, talk at London School of Economics, October 29, 2009. www.chomsky.info web link. Z Magazine, January 2010. www.chomsky.info. Evans Letters photo earned at Edward Herman and David Peterson, The Responsibility to Protest, The International Seminole Court, and Foreign Policy in Focus, MRZine, August 24, 2009, mutzin.monthlyreview.org web link. On the various versions of R2P and the principles that govern its application, and the unique right of forceful intervention assigned to NATO in the Evans Commission report, but crucially not in the 2005 UN Summit Declaration on R2P. See My The Responsibility to Protect, UN General Assembly, New York, July 23, 2009, and Human Rights in the New Millennium. For one of many current illustrations of severe misinterpretations, see Sarah Sewell, Director of the Carr Center's National Security and Human Rights Program at the Harvard University Kennedy School of Government, Boston Review, September to October 2009. Apart from misinterpretation of R2P, Sewell writes that NATO's 1999 bombing campaign to stop Serbian persecution of Kosovars, though recognized to be illegal under international law, was nonetheless forgiven, or at least tolerated, largely on moral grounds. Putting aside the factual claim, uncritically repeating government propaganda that is flatly refuted by the rich record of official documents, It was neither forgiven nor tolerated, but rather bitterly condemned by the South, repeatedly and forcefully. Furthermore, like others at the Carr Center, Sewall is concerned only with Washington's failure to prevent crimes, while entirely ignoring the shameful simultaneous U.S. record of perpetrating terrible crimes while Western intellectuals bask in self-praise for their principles and values, altruism, nobility, etc. See New Military Humanism, A New Generation Draws the Line, Gibbs, First Do No Harm. 21. Avisakar, Hey Eretz, May 6, 2009. Associated Press, May 6, 2009, Reuters, May 7, 2009. For analysis of the harsh and deteriorating conditions, see Nadim Kuwash, International Solidarity Movement, January 17, 2010, paulsolidarity.org, weblink /01/10761. 22. Yisrael Katz, Hey Eretz, May 31, 2009. 23. The first revelation to the general public of Israel's U.S. backed rejection of the roadmap, it was known and discussed in activist circles, is in Jimmy Carter's book Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid, New York, Simon & Schuster, 2006. The reservations are given in an appendix. The book aroused a storm of protest. As far as I could determine, this important section, the one revelation new to the general informed public, was not mentioned. There were great efforts to find trivial errors, but the one serious error was also ignored: Carter's repetition of the conventional myth that Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon was in defense against PLO rockets, already discussed. See above, pages 153-54, and note 21, chap. 6. 24. Hardishut, October 8, 1993, Year Fidel, Hardishut Supplement, October 29, 1993. 25. Helene Cooper, New York Times, June 1, 2009. 26. Isabel Kirshner, New York Times, June 2, 2009. 27. Akai Welder, Hey Eretz, June 2, 2009. 28. Jackson Diel, Washington Post, May 29, 2009. Notes. 303. 29. Elliot Abrams, Washington Post, April 8, 2009. 30. Karen DeYoung and Howard Schneider, Washington Post, November 1, 2009. 31. Text at www.heyeretz.com weblink. 32. Ed Hornick, Obama looks to reach the soul of the Muslim world, CNN, June 3, 2009, edition.cnn.com weblink. Thomas Friedman, New York Times, June 3, 2009. 33. Quoted in Jeff Zeliner and Michael Slackman, New York Times, June 4, 2009. 34. Yoland Null, Haber Saleh and Ruler Khalif, Financial Times Special Report on Egypt, December 17, 2009. On the timid gestures about democracy in Egypt under Bush, see Failed States. 35. Associated Press, January 5, 2010. 36. Douglas Little, Cold War and Covert Action, Middle East Journal, Winter 1990, NSC 5801-1, January 24, 1958. See also Salimiak, Imperious Doctrines, U.S. Arab Relations from Dwight D. Eisenhower to George W. Bush, Diplomatic History 26, No. 4, Fall 2002, and is containing Arab nationalism, the Eisenhower Doctrine in the Middle East, Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press, 2004. 37. For sources, and further discussion of U.S. support for Arab tyrannies and their understood consequences, see Hegemony or Survival, Chaps. 3, 8 and Failed States, Chap. 5. also Gardner, Last Chance, and many other sources. 38. Ibid. 29, 19. Fawad Scourges, Journey of the Jihadist, Orlando, Harcourt Press, 2006, 210 ff. On the reactions of moderate Islamists in Egypt and elsewhere, see Raymond Baker, Islam Without Fear, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 2003, 266 f. Michael Sewer, Imperial Hubris, Why the West is Losing the War on Terror, Dulles, V.A., Brasses Incorporated, 2004, at the time anonymous. 39. Jeffrey Smith and Joby Warwick, Washington Post, May 28, 2009. 40. Indian Nuclear Weapons, James Lamont and James Blitz, Financial Times, September 27, 2009. Yahya Israel, Wire Services, La Jonada, Mexico, September 19, 2009. Mark Weiss, Irish Times, September 19, 2009. And App, Washington Times, September 19, 2009. The only English-language press reports. Obama Israel, Eli Lake, Washington Times, October 2, 2009. Agency Safeguards, States News Service, September 19, 2009. Associated Press, Washington Times, September 19, 2009. White House India, Indo-Asian News Service, September 26, 2009. 41. Daily Mail, London, October 13, 2009. Mitch Potter, Toronto Star, October 13, 2009. Jim Wolfe, Reuters, August 27, 2009. Tony Capuxio, Bloomberg, July 31, 2009. 42. Avner Cohen and George Perkovich, Proliferation Analysis, Carnegie Endowment, May 14, 2009. www.carnegieendowment.org. Web link equals view and id equals 23124. 43. Julian Borger, Guardian, May 6, 2009. Reuters, May 21, 2009. U.S. keeps nuclear don't ask, don't tell, Israel aid, May 21, 2009. www.reuters.com. Web link /latest crisis /e-942309. Institute for Public Accuracy, Israeli whistleblower Van Anu on Mideast nukes. News release, September 17, 2004. www.accuracy.org/newsrelease.php. Article id equals 222. 44. White, Middle East Policy, Fall 2008. See Note 37, Chap. 5, above. 45. Martin van Grieveld, International Herald Tribune, August 21, 2004. David K. 304. Noam Chomsky. The Iranian Fallout, National Interest, September, October 2008. 46. Reuel Mark Direct, in Robert Kagan and William Driscoll, eds. Present Dangers. Crisis and Opportunity in American Foreign and Defense Policy, San Francisco, Encounter Books, 2000. 47. Leonard Weiss, Middle East Policy, Fall 2009. He mentions an authentic threat not to Israel but to the Zionist project, that irrational fears might induce people to emigrate. Seafree Ilani, Hey Eretz, July 21, 2009, reporting poll findings that 1 in 4 Israelis would consider leaving country if Iran gets nukes. 48. Judy Dempsey, New York Times, January 22, 2010. Nicholas Kulish and Ellen Barry, New York Times, February 5, 2010. Reuters, Russia says concerned at Romania hosting U.S. missiles, February 5, 2010. Ellen Barry, New York Times, February 6, 10, 2010. The Russian concerns are two. First, that they were not consulted, and second that a second generation of interceptors scheduled for 2018 might threaten the Russian deterrent, and the United States accepts no obligation to provide data about the systems. Brzezinski cited by Gerald Posner, how Obama flubbed his missile message, Daily Beast, September 18, 2009, www.thedailybeast.com web link. 49. Elaf Ben and Amos Hell, Hey Eretz, September 14, 2008, along with the missiles, the United States delivered smart bombs, bunker busters, obviously intended as a threat to Iran. Reuters, March 7, Hey Eretz News Service, July 14, 2009. David Sanger and Eric Schmidt, U.S. speeding up missile defenses in Persian Gulf, New York Times, January 30, 2010. 50. Phil Stewart, Petraeus says strike on Iran could spark nationalism, Reuters, February 3, 2010, www.reuters.com web link. 51. John Kerry, Restoring Leadership in the Middle East, speech at Brookings Institution, March 4, 2009. www.brookings.edu web link /show304_20090304_thekerry.pdf. 52. Gidjuan Levy, Hey Eretz, June 26, 2009. See the admiring accounts by Ethan Brough, New York Times, February 27, 2009, and Karen Loeb, Associated Press, June 27, 2009. On Jordanian instructors, see also of Issachar of Hey Eretz, April 8, 2009. 53. Charles Levinson, Palestinian support wanes for American trained forces, Wall Street Journal, online.wallstreetjournal.com web link. 54. A leading specialist, anonymous, on CIA collaboration with Palestinian forces, including those engaged in torture, C. Ian Cobain, Guardian, December 17, 2009. 55. CP. 23, above. 56. See Note 44, Chap. 2. 57. Shigal, www.mico.co.il web link to 1006.htm, Hebrew, May 15, 2009. Mico is a news and entertainment portal that works in close cooperation with Israel's Channel 2 TV. 58. Felix Friss, no IDF orders, Raphael moving to U.S. The move will enable the IDF to use U.S. aid to buy Raphael products, Globes, Israeli Business Journal, March 17, 2004. Anshel Pfeffer, Hey Eretz, February 2, 2009, Hebrew, www.heyeretz.co.il web link. 59. Amos Hell, Hey Eretz, January 10, 2010. 60. See Exterminate All the Brutes. Notes. 305. 9. Elections 2008. Hope confronts the real world. 1. worldpublicopinion.org, surveys, January 18-27, 2008, www.worldpublicopinion.org web link, survey taken January 2008. See Note 8, Chap. 7. 2. Editorial comment by Steve Chanovitz, The ILO Convention on Freedom of Association and Its Future in the United States, American Journal of International Law 102, 2008, 90-107. 3. Greg Shaw, Changes in Public Opinion in the American Welfare State, Political Science Quarterly 124, Number 4, Winter 2009-2010. 4. On the remarkable scale of these campaigns in the early post-TRI years, see Elizabeth Phones Wolf, Selling Free Enterprise, Urbana, Yale, University of Illinois Press, 1994, and more generally, the pioneering study by Alex Carey, Taking the Risks Out of Democracy, Urbana-Yale, University of Illinois Press, 1995, among other important investigations. 5. Edward Luce and Andrew Ward, Financial Times, September 3, 2008. Campaign Diary, Financial Times, October 28, 2008. 6. Matthew Griemer, Obama Wins. Ad Age's Marketer of the Year, adage.com, October 17, 2008. 7. Andrew Edgecliff Johnson, Financial Times, November 25, 2008. 8. Dean Baker, Republicans complain Obama will bury our children with rear. Gan debt burdens, beat the press, August 31, 2009. See pages 88 to 89, above, on Reaganite statist enthusiasm. 9. Money wins presidency and 9 of 10 congressional races in priciest U.S. election ever, OpenSecrets.org, November 5, 2008, www.opensecrets.org, web link /11/money wins White House and .html. 10. Alan Greenspan, Testimony, Senate Banking Committee, February 1997. 11. John Hughes, Christian Science Monitor, November 6. Hunt, Daniel, quoted by Ethan Brough, New York Times, November 5. Durandin, quoted by Robert Marquand, Christian Science Monitor, November 17, 2008. 12. Scott Hellman, Boston Globe, November 9. Christopher E. Cooper, Wall Street Journal, November 8, 2008. 13. Peter Walson and Tom Hamburger, Los Angeles Times, November 14, 2008. 14. Joshua Partlow, Washington Post, October 20, 2008. Carlos Valdez, Associated Press, November 2, 2008. 15. El Universal, October 21, 2009. Alfredo Velades Rodriguez, La Jonada, September 22, 2009. Doris Gomra and Francisco Gomez, Intica Estructura Financiera del Naco, El Universal, November 15, 2009. www.iluniversal.com.mx web link, reporting that 78% of business sectors are infiltrated by narco trafficking while the government does not report a single case of dismantling of these structures. 16. Andean Information Network, September 16, 2009. Ron Brooks, Chair of NOC, Congressional Testimony, 74.125.113.132 web link, www.natnoc.org web link. Doc plus D certification plus drugs and CD equals 4 and HL equals N and CT equals CLNK and GL equals S and client equals Firefox A. 306. Noam Chomsky. 17. On Biden's voting record, see U.S. Congress Votes Database, Washington Post Online, projects.washingtonpost.com web link. 18. Lindsay Rennick Meyer, Obama's pick for Chief of Staff tops recipients of Wall Street money, OpenSecrets.org, Center for Responsive Politics, November 5, 2008, www.opensecrets.org web link. 19. Jason Riley, Wall Street Journal, November 8, 2008. 20. Steve Early, Unions to Obama, Don't Abandon Us, Boston Globe, December 6, 2008. 21. Stephen Zils, Obama's Caterpillar Visit to Thumb in the Eye for Human Rights Activists, Alternate, February 14, 2009. www.alternate.org web link. 22. Peter Kendall and Colin McMahon, Chicago Tribune, September 6, 7, 9, 1992. 23. C. Isaac Cohen, The Caterpillar Labor Dispute and the U.S. 1991-98 Labor, Studies Journal 27, Number 4, 2003, 77-99, lsj.sagepub.com web link /27/4/77. Cohen questions the standard conclusion that the dispute was a complete debacle for the UR, going into how the Union devised methods to achieve limited gains in the following years. Sources and background, see year 501, chap. 11. 24. Tim Canova, The Legacy of the Clinton Bubble, Dissent, Summer 2008, www.dissentmagazine.org web link. 25. David Felix, Asia and the Crisis of Financial Globalization, in Baker, Epstein, Polin, eds. Globalization and Progressive Economics. CP. 107 above. 26. Paul Krugman, Huffington Post, November 24, 2008. Stiglitz, cited in Jonosera, New York Times, October 25, 2008. Matt Apostol, Associated Press, December 22, 2008. 27. Dean Baker, Missing the Stock Bubble and Housing Bubble Makes You Qualified to Fix the Crisis. Beat the Press, American Prospect Online, November 8, 2008. Prospect.org web link _name equals missing _the stock _bubble _ h and 23. 28. Tim Canova, Change on Economy? Institute for Public Accuracy, December 1, 2008, www.accuracy.org web link. 29. Eric Lipton and Raymond Gananders, A Champion of Wall Street Reaps Benefits, New York Times, December 14, 2008. 30. Jonathan Weil, Obama's Bailout Bunch Brings Us More of the Same, Bloomberg, November 11, 2008, www.bloomberg.com web link equals incvmug 6w. 31. Dean Baker, Geithner at Treasury, Come He Learn? Guardian, November 24, 2008, www.guardian.co.uk web link. 32. CP. 1.